The story begins on a windy night with leaves being swept along by the gusts. Suddenly those leaves were sliced in half by a lightning-fast sword blade. That sword was aimed at a masked figure who looked quite like an assassin. A stern, silver-haired man unleashed a wave of sword shadow strikes. He is the rising star of martial souls by Wuqie. Wuqie shouted loudly towards the heights, finally spotting you. It turned out that not far above the cliff stood a huge, monstrous figure. He called out loudly to him, "Atula Tianmo." He stood high above, looking down with eyes that seemed to want to devour people alive. The swordsmen there, upon seeing his gaze, looked as if their souls had left their bodies. Even Wuqie, with his overwhelming aura, had to secretly be cautious. Standing alone yet maintaining such presence truly befitted the demon who once dominated an era. Following his thoughts about Atula, his face was as cold as ice, legendary in the tales of demonic arts. Wuqie continued imagining Atula's savage image, Jiaoju Atula Tianmo, the demonic sect leader who was worshipped and willing to sacrifice for him. The world beneath him was nothing but grass and weeds. He continued his thoughts until Bai Wuqie appeared and shouted, "Do you have any last words?" He laughed loudly as if hearing a joke. With Atula's laughter, a black aura emerged, exerting pressure on the people below the cliff. In the end, only Wuqie remained standing firm. Strangely, instead of fear, Wuqie smiled triumphantly, thinking that this aura was enough to become the sacrifice for his heroic tale. The more he thought, the more excited he became, concluding that ending it in one move was too dull. He would toy with him a bit before finishing him off. Wuqie shouted victoriously, "Your arrogance ends here! Atula Tianmo!" His face was ugly, and the atmosphere around him was quite eerie. Contrary to his fighting expression, he said something that surprised everyone. "Spare my life." Wuqie, sword in hand, ready to fight immediately, lost interest, his expression awkward and stiff. After freezing for a few seconds, he widened his eyes and wondered if it was an illusion. Wuqie gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that his opponent was the peerless demonic arts master, Atula Tianmo. He couldn't possibly beg for mercy so pitifully, but Atula kept his original expression and continued using sound transmission technique to plead. "I'm not sincere enough yet. Please spare me, just this once, won't you?" His face darkened upon hearing this. He also realized Atula was using sound transmission. He didn't care how Wuqie reacted and continued. "I will live as if dead, retreating to the deepest mountains and valleys, never to appear in Jianghu again." Before Atula could finish, Wuqie shouted loudly, cutting him off. "Impossible!" He trembled with anger, thinking that his plan to become a hero by defeating a cowardly Jiaoju Mo Jiao was nothing to be proud of. Amid the confusion of those around, Atula continued to say things far from his image. "Brother Bai, out of respect, I'll use sound transmission to talk." Wuqie couldn't help but tremble and lightly push him away. The onlookers were puzzled, wondering what was going on. He seemed to no longer hear Atula's unbelievable words and took a step forward. Wuqie agreed to communicate via sound transmission, but had no intention of sparing him. He began swinging his sword, creating a white streak in the air, saying, "If your pride can be destroyed so easily, then just die." At that moment, Atula finally revealed a fearful face and stammered, begging Bai brother to reconsider. Wuqie and Atula faced each other, but their minds were different. If this is the end, then why do I cultivate martial arts? He was scared and tried to resist Wuqie's attack. Is this the end? The two clashed in mid-air with just one move. The sky had cleared again. On the other hand, the outcome was decided. Bai Wuqie, full of confidence in victory, died. After one move, surprisingly, he died by the sword of the one who had begged him for mercy. 22 years later in Mojiao, Atula, now quite old, still pondered that day's events, wondering why Bai Wuqie didn't use his strongest technique back then. His robe fluttered along with his thoughts. Thanks to that, I was able to maintain this position and raise my descendants as I do now. He brazenly strode past his attendants. Putting aside the events of that year, he recalled his children. Although driven by greed for power and strength, my 3 sons fought for the Jiaoju throne. Mo Jiao, and now they all lie 6 feet under. Suddenly someone stepped forward and called Atula father. It turned out to be Atula's only son, the demon Du Yugang. He respectfully saluted and asked how he was doing. Atula looked at Yugang with pride, but Yugang was different. He solemnly accepted Atula's admiring gaze. He had been raised not to be blinded by power and authority. Perhaps Atula wanted to make him the brightest star among all the stars and prepare him to become the strongest Jiaozhu. His face darkened as he said only one word. Although proud of Yugang, Atula coldly interrupted, "I'm always healthy, no need to worry." Outwardly, he spoke cold words, but deep down, Atula secretly thought that one day Yugang would surpass his father and become the strongest Jiaozhu. He left Yugang behind while those around whispered, "Such a terrifying Jiaozhu. Yet he has such a gentle side." Surely the successor Jiaozhu is Du Yugang, Atula Tianmo's heir. Meanwhile, Yugang angrily clenched the paper in his hand. In a room filled with various books, a streak of ink was drawn on ancient paper. Yugang was writing something. Suddenly someone appeared at the door. Upon noticing him, Yugang asked who it was. A man entered, a torture expert named Shengxi Qi. He respectfully saluted Yugang. Shengxi Qi requests an audience with the young Jiaozhu. Then he couldn't contain his excitement and reported to him, "Young Jiaozhu, my subordinate is torturing a righteous prisoner under your orders. I've come to report the situation." Yugang immediately realized he wanted to test his aptitude and coldly replied, "Go ahead." He began describing the brutal torture process. His subordinate had tortured the criminal in the underground prison for 3 days. In Shengxi K's memory, the scene was soaked in blood on the first day. The subordinate stripped from thigh to toes, then soaked him in salt water for half a day. The pigs were ordinary, but in his story, they were like monsters. On the second day, the subordinate fed the pigs the prisoner's feet. Finally, the process ended on the third day, meaning half of the prisoner's lower body was gone. Then he proudly looked at Yugang, saying, "Only I and Mo Jiao can torture to this extent." Young Jiaozhu must be very pleased. Expecting Yugang to pity the prisoner or praise Shengxi, he instead slammed the table, stood up with a twisted face, and said just one word, "Weak." Before he could finish speaking, he was startled. Poor guy. Shengxi's soul left his body as he thought. He said, "My torture method is weak." I thought he'd say I was too ruthless. Seeing Yugang's contemptuous expression, he admired him somewhat. Indeed, he was the bloodline of the traditional demonic arts, Atula Tianmo. He seemed to be trying to save his life, stammering. Subordinate will immediately torture him more brutally. Then Shengxi left. The room returned to its quiet state. Yugang's face was pitch black. His breathing became more difficult. Cold sweat covered his face, a stark contrast to his earlier boldness. He silently judged, "These Mojiao lunatics are not human." He recalled the recent events, trembling, but forcing himself to endure because it was too cruel. He thought of something else. Yugang seemed to have thousands of answers to what just happened. Is this something humans do? Please stop, wake up, this is Mo Jiao. I'm too weak. I can't take it. I'm too weak. It turned out he hadn't said the torture was weak, but that he himself was weak. Yugang seemed quite regretful, thinking I spoke out of turn. He worriedly clenched the paper, thinking about Shengxi Ke, who also said he would torture more brutally. Just wandering near Mo Jiao and being treated like this was truly deadly. Yugang looked at the paper he had been holding all this time. On the paper was the phrase, "Unworthy to be Jiaozhu Mo Jiao." He sighed. Today I still can't say it. I don't want to be Jiaozhu Mo Jiao. Perhaps Yugang just wanted to live a peaceful life. Clutching his head, his face pale, he thought to himself, I want to live a normal life, but everyone around me misunderstands my intentions. Yugang recalled an incident that seemed trivial, but was exaggerated when a palace maid asked him, "Young Jiaozhu, where did you just go?" He simply replied, "I just picked up some trash by the road and threw it into the incinerator." Yet everyone around magnified it, whispering, "I heard he caught a worthless, righteous person by the roadside. Isn't the place where that righteous person was disposed of the underground prison?" Even Shengxi Ke shouted loudly, "Young Jiaozhu has done it! Indeed, the successor Jiaozhu. He only felt 30% powerless and 70% like a fool seeing things escalate. He wanted to shout, "No, I really just went to throw out the trash." Yugong looked out at the beautiful nature beyond the window and resolved that he could not live a normal life in Mojiao. He must tell his father and leave. Before inheriting the Jiaozhu throne, his eyes were also filled with determination with each thought. Suddenly, Xiaomian Mojun forcefully pushed open his door and shouted, "Young Jiaozhu." He responded, "What is it?" His thoughts were completely different from the calmness in his answer. Oh, startled. The newcomer had a distinctive feature, always smiling. He hesitated and said, "Young Jiaozhu." Jiaozhu is critically ill. The news struck Yugong like a thunderbolt. He was mentally blocked, hesitating in thought. He had just received the notice last night. This morning, Yugong wore a full white mourning outfit. He still didn't understand what was happening. Holding his father's memorial photo in his hand, behind him a group of people were tilting the coffin. He was still dazed. He looked up at the sky facing the blazing sun, his dark circles and lifeless eyes filled with sorrow, asking himself what this meant. Back to yesterday, upon hearing the news, Yugong hurried to his father's room, flung open the door, and shouted, "Father!" He quickly ran to his father's bedside, asking, "What happened?" The imperial doctor beside him was sweating profusely, explaining the situation. Jiaochu's internal injuries from the Ma Yunfeng battle were too severe. He could no longer hold on. Hearing his voice, Atula weakly said, "Yugong, you're here." He anxiously interrupted, "Please don't speak any more, father." He thought to himself that it seemed very difficult for him to talk. He trembled and raised his hand, trying to grasp Yugong's hand. He struggled to say, "My son Yugong, listen carefully from now on. You are the Jiaozhu of Mojiao." Hearing this, Yugong, panicked mouth agape, eyes wide, trying to grab his father's hand, but too late. He shouted, "No, it can't be!" Yugong, heartbroken, returned to his room. In the end, I cannot escape the fate of being Jiaozhu Mojiao, can I? As he entered the room, he was alert. But then, Yugong suddenly frowned, full of vigilance. It seemed there was a stranger in the room. He sternly asked the shadow behind him, "Who are you?" Discovered Feng Tian stepped forward and apologized for his disrespect. Yugong snapped, "I asked who you are." But before he could finish, Feng Tian stepped past him and pressed 2 acupuncture points. Yugong cried out in pain. When did he strike those points? Seeing him unable to resist, Feng Tian lifted him up and said, "Then please excuse me." His figure flickered slightly in the air. Feng Tian lightly jumped, gliding over the rooftops, flying straight up into the sky, while carrying Du Yugong. Yugong gritted his teeth, thinking, "He sealed my acupuncture points. Damn it, I must quickly call for help." Someone noticed and immediately used energy to chase after them, shouting loudly, then stopped. He turned to look at the red-haired evil spirit and great demon soul hunters. A thought suddenly flashed in Yugong's mind. They could eliminate that guy, so he shouted, "Here, hurry up!" But those chasing shouted, "They must kill Du Yugong." Hearing this, he blinked in disbelief. Those behind fiercely chased. Whoever succeeded would be richly rewarded. Others shouted in unison, "Understood." Not just one or two, but many attacked from all 4 sides. Feng Tian drew the sword from his back and softly said, "Let's go, Jiaozhu." Then he lightly charged forward, dispatching all enemies with just a few sword strokes. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yugong was surprised, thinking how could those elites be defeated so easily? At that moment, someone suddenly attacked from above. Feng Tian quickly changed direction. The sword pierced through the neck of the man in an instant. After dealing with one, he immediately targeted another. The next man, though, sweating with fear, still shouted loudly, stubbornly charging at Feng Tian. No matter how loud he shouted, Feng Tian could defeat him with a single move, causing him to fall to the ground immediately. The captain of the red-haired evil spirit squad angrily shouted, "What are you all doing? Do you intend to let Du Yugong escape?" Suddenly, someone stepped forward to stop them. "Stop!" Seeing the newcomer's face clearly, everyone was shocked and shouted, "Xiaomian Mojun." The captain of the red-haired evil spirit, a scholarly man, frowned and objected. "If we let him escape, the consequences will be dire." The captain of the great demon soul hunters, displeased, cleared his throat and advised, It's still not too late to chase after him now. The demon army calmly said Du Yugong can be killed any time, but if we kill him, Mo Jiao will face a great disaster. That comes from Atula Tianmo's preparations. Because of him, Feng Tian said. The demon army confidently said, so I have prepared to stop Yugong. He spoke with a cunning expression, lightly shifting his stance to leave. The rest of you quickly handle the bodies and elders, please gather. The demon army then calmly announced that the 16th Jiaozhu succession ceremony officially began. Meanwhile, Feng Tian had traveled a long distance at high speed. A quiet forest appeared before him. Feng Tian carried Yugong with one arm, yet still maintained his swift wind-like speed. Yugong angrily scolded. A whole day has passed. Who exactly are you to do this to me? He calmly replied, we're almost at West River Province. Then Feng Tian landed on the ground. He raised his hands to press on both of Yugong's shoulders while explaining, I will unblock your acupuncture points. Yugong stretched his arms, sore and tired, thinking to himself, finally my acupuncture points will be freed. At that moment, Feng Tian suddenly showed respect by kneeling down. This humble one requests an audience with Jiaozhu. I am Feng Tian, created solely to serve Jiaozhu. Yugong frowned, thinking, created? Is he a subordinate trained by father? Then he spoke. I only have one question. Is Xiao Mian Mojun the mastermind behind the rebellion? He repeated, I only ask one thing. Is Xiao Mian Mojun the mastermind behind the rebellion? Feng Tian did not hesitate and answered, yes. Yugong's face darkened as he silently asked, is that so? Yugong recalled the times when he was a child, often reading books with the demon army. Xiao Mian Mojun, loyal to me, has betrayed me. Yet he secretly felt excited. It was wonderful. His mood was uncontainably joyful. If Xiao Mian Mojun wants to be Jiaozhu, then so be it. I will give up the Jiaozhu position and live a peaceful life. He pondered. But Yugong secretly glanced at Feng Tian opposite him, thinking, the problem is this guy. I must find a way to get rid of him. Without hesitation, he criticized, you have chosen the wrong person to be loyal to. The current Jiaozhu Mo Jiao is Xiao Mian Mojun. Leave now. Feng Tian firmly replied, my Jiaozhu is only Atula Tianmo and the young Jiaozhu. Please revoke your order. Yugong secretly sweated, thinking, look at my eyes, do you want a beating? He shouted arrogantly. How dare you disobey and give me orders? Do you want to die? I told you to leave, but before he finished, Feng Tian went mad, raising his hand to attack. He was scared and cowardly, tightly closing his eyes and raising his hand to block. Feng Tian's power was terrifying, creating a tremendous explosion. But he crashed headfirst into the rocky mountain behind. The impact dented part of the mountain. Yugong beside him was terrified, sitting down, unable to close his mouth. Feng Tian repeatedly banged his head against the wall. This humble one will punish myself. Dust fell from each headbang onto Yugong, causing him to cry out. My bones! He shouted, stop immediately. What the hell are you doing at this late hour? But Feng Tian continued, Jiaozhu ordered me to punish myself until you forgive me. He was annoyed. I know. But as Jiaozhu, I order you to stop immediately. Only then did Feng Tian stop. The wall was dented and smoke rose from his head. Yugong was puzzled, wondering what kind of training his father had given him. Yugong held his head in frustration. First, we need to find a place to rest. Let's go down the mountain. How much money of my father's did you bring? Feng Tian calmly replied, this humble one didn't bring any money, so tonight we'll have to sleep on the mountain. Hearing this, he wanted to go mad. What do you mean? How dare you speak so boldly about serving me? He bowed his head and begged for forgiveness. He continued, but I have already prepared a place to sleep and some delicious food. They have come to pick us up. Feng Tian looked into the distance. There was a large troop over there. Yugong's face darkened. The elite of Six Forest sect stepped forward, gritting their teeth and threatening, how dare you freely enter the Six Forest sect area? You'd better not even think about surviving and escaping. Many archers hid in the trees, ready to shoot on command. Yugong clenched his fist, thinking, this is bad. These people are the elite of Six Forest sect. Feng Tian, what nonsense are you still standing there spouting? He frowned and thought more cautiously. Careless actions would only bring more trouble. First, he must politely apologize to them. But before he could say anything, Feng Tian went mad. "Shut up! Do you know who you're talking to?" The 6 forest sect members were also frightened. Yugang was speechless and helpless, shouting inwardly. He hurriedly grabbed Feng Tian and whispered, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to them. Repeat after me, I'm sorry." The leader of 6 forest sect was furious. "Damn it! Who do you think you're joking with? Attack!" The archers immediately received orders and fired their arrows en masse. All the arrows were shot toward the 2 of them. He panicked and was terrified. Feng Tian calmly reminded him to shut up. At the same time, he drew his sword and slashed, destroying all the arrows. Seeing this, the leader immediately realized the sword aura was no ordinary and ordered a retreat. But somehow Feng Tian had already moved behind and grabbed the leader's head, saying, "Still stubborn." He twisted the head 180 degrees backward. Yugang was horrified. No, don't kill him." Feng Tian held the twisted head to prevent it from turning further and explained, "I'm not killing him." Yugang angrily said, "What the hell are you talking about?" He patted the man's shoulder, hinting that the master was tired and should be taken back to 6 Forest Sect. The twisted head was released and shook up and down. Yugang was scared, wondering if he was still alive. He thought, "I've gotten involved with a madman." A while later at the 6 Forest Sect residents' Han Bai Shou camp, Feng Tian kicked open the door and entered. He strode in boldly as if no one was there and approached where the master was sitting. "Yes," Feng Tian sighed. "I'm so tired, it's like a horse stable." Yugang immediately reminded him, "Feng Tian, don't speak disrespectfully like that." He bowed his head. "Yes, sorry, master." At that moment, a female voice spoke up. "You're really bold." He smiled warmly. Sorry, it's late at night. Please forgive my rudeness." Then he widened his eyes in surprise. The person opposite him was a delicate woman. His heart fluttered at the sight of such a stunning beauty. Yugong's face flushed red. He was mesmerized, thinking such a fragile beauty in 6 Forest Sect. Could they be holding a hostage? He quietly ordered Feng Tian, and Feng Tian replied, "Yes," he said. "Go quickly and rescue that lady." Suddenly Rulan stepped closer to him and said, "The moon is beautiful tonight." She smiled coldly and asked, "And who are you two?" A contemptuous smile appeared. "You bastards, who are you?" Yugang was confused and disappointed. Behind him, Feng Tian prepared to draw his sword. He jumped straight in front of Ruolan and scolded. "How rude!" But Ruolan was not to be outdone. She flicked her hand and unleashed a move. "Shut up and die." 2 circular weapons flew toward Feng Tian. He glared fiercely, revealing killing intent. Then, with one stroke, he cut one of Ruolan's circular weapons in half. Another tried to attack him from behind. Feng Tian jumped to dodge the ring. He aimed his sword precisely at the center of the ring and forcefully advanced. One sword thrust downward. Ruolan's weapon was completely subdued by him. Feng Tian spun his sword in the air and forcefully flung the weapon back toward Ruolan. The spinning blade flew straight at Ruolan, causing her to panic and lean aside, quickly dodged to one side. The spinning blade brushed past her body. It stabbed straight into the wall, creating a loud explosion. Ruolan froze, staring at the large hole in her house caused by a stranger. She gritted her teeth, "Damn it!" But before she could do anything, Feng Tian was right behind her. With just one hand, he grabbed her entire head and said, "This is the end." Ruolan trembled, but still laughed boldly. "You think so?" At that moment, the 6 Forest Sect surrounded Yugang, pressing knives to his neck, sneering and challenging. "Let go of our camp leader." Then he pressed the knife closer to his neck. "Or I'll take this brat's head." Feng Tian shouted anxiously, "Master." Ruolan laughed smugly. "You understand the situation now, don't you, damn it? Or do you want to see this brat's brains?" Her joke made the 6 Forest Sect burst into laughter. Yugang gritted his teeth, his face darkening. "You bastards!" He took out a hidden weapon from his sleeve and shouted, "Silent Soul Strike!" The hidden weapons pierced straight into the 2 men closest to him. The 2 men cried out in pain, shocked. Those around were stunned. No one had time to stop his action. They cautiously stepped back, keeping their distance. Yugang jumped toward Feng Tian. He landed lightly. He pulled the kunai string gently, and it flew back to him. Yugang coldly assessed useless. Feng Tian happily shouted, "As expected, the master's silent soul strike is really powerful." He said this and Yugang was annoyed. He scolded him. I told you to apologize, so why don't you listen? Feng Tian casually slapped him and replied, I'm carrying out the Jiaozhu's orders. But realizing he was also wrong, Feng Tian quickly bowed and banged his head on the ground, then hit Ruolan's head on the ground as well, saying, This humble one will punish himself. Yugang was furious but could only say stop. Ruolan looked up and laughed loudly, provoking both of them. You two are more troublesome than mountain bandits. I've never met anyone like you. Her laughter caught both their attention. Feng Tian raised his fist about to knock her on the head, but Yugang didn't stop him and looked away, pretending not to see. A scream pierced the quiet night. The bathroom steamed heavily. Yugang relaxed, enjoying soaking in the tub. He talked to himself, Jianghu is truly unpredictable. He recalled seeing Feng Tian injure Ruolan, blood flowing, yet she remained defiant. Damn it, that brat, that bastard. Standing nearby, he thought, that woman is not the camp leader. I don't want to see you again. It seems I've been cursed for life. After bathing, he stepped out of the tub and dressed himself. Rubbing his sore shoulders, he returned to his room. So much has happened in just one night. He entered a large, clean room. The camp leader had given it to him. Surprisingly, the camp leader, with a swollen face from being hit earlier, smiled to appease him. Make yourself at home. Yugang pushed the door open and thought, It's just a small mountain camp. I don't expect much, but it seems well equipped. He admired every detail. The landscape painting was beautiful. The gentle scent of scented candles helped relax his mind. He enjoyed leaning back on the bed, and above all the soft bed was true happiness. Suddenly his hand touched something. Huh. What's this? He glanced to the side and saw the camp leader, eyes tightly bound, pale, gritting his teeth and exhaling cold air as if ready to kill him. Yugang immediately jumped up and called Feng Tian. He respectfully said, Master, you called me. Yugang pointed at the woman tightly wrapped up, surrounded by a dark, murderous aura. How dare you do this to the camp leader? He asked further, Do you have designs on her? Feng Tian recalled Yugang, blushing while looking at the camp leader, and respectfully said, If the master wishes, I will offer her to you. Yugang immediately retorted, No need. I just think she's okay. Ruolan, on the other side, gritted her teeth, veins bulging as if wanting to say, Come back here. She hissed each word. Yugang, you're okay too. He thought, Really? Then said to Feng Tian, Enough, go unblock the camp leader's acupuncture points. She rubbed her neck, sighed. Finally, the acupuncture points are unblocked. He started a conversation. Sorry, I am Yugang. What is the camp leader's name? She replied calmly, I am son Ruolan. Are you the son of some noble? Yugang didn't answer, but spread out bedding on the floor to rest, thinking, Yeah, you keep cursing me. Then he said, I'm tired. Let's sleep. Ruolan blushed shyly. All right, no need to waste time. Her sleeve slipped down, revealing fair skin. Yugang frowned and quickly interrupted. What sleep? If you're tired, then sleep. Ruolan pretended to be disappointed, turned around and said, You're quite handsome. But are you a eunuch? Then she tried to pull her sleeve back up. He gritted his teeth and strode forward fiercely. Seeing him approach, Ruolan smiled slyly. You've fallen into my trap. Yugang stepped behind her. She smiled cunningly. If you dare to lower your guard in front of me, I'll kill you. Seeing his arms wrap around her chest, Ruolan chuckled smugly. Then Yugang tightened his grip on her amid her confusion. He flipped her backward, forcing her head to the ground. How dare you call me a eunuch? She still didn't understand as her head was pressed down. Then Yugang threw her through the roof, sending her flying outside. Get out! Feng Tian stood outside, laughing proudly, as expected of the master. The waterfall rushed under the dim moonlight. Yugang stood on a rock beneath the waterfall. He squatted, resting his chin on his hand, full of melancholy thinking. Because of a crazy woman, I can't sleep. Jianghu is full of weirdos. He pondered the most dangerous is Feng Tian. He easily countered all my attacks. A fish swam lazily in the water, also watching him. He frowned and threw a knife. But the knife missed the fish, only scaring it to swim away. Yugang grew sadder looking at his reflection in the pond. He thought, with this strength, if I enter Jianghu, I will surely die a tragic death. The one who can kill me anytime is Feng Tian, and Mo Jiao, those who want to hunt me down. He looked at his palm. His father had unified Jianghu, yet only taught him Silent Soul Strike. Clenching his fist, he wondered why. Yugang frowned, irritated with himself. While looking at his reflection in the pond, he accidentally noticed someone standing by a tree watching him. He looked up. The person was originally there, but when he looked, they had vanished, startling him. The place was silent, as if no one had been there. He wondered what was going on. The person suddenly disappeared. Yugang stood up and suddenly sensed a murderous aura behind him. He turned cautiously, weapon in hand, sensing something approaching. As he suspected, someone stepped right in front of him. It was Feng Tian respectfully saying, "Master, it's cold. Please come inside." After the tension, Yugang sat down wearily. What Feng Tian? His hands were still trembling. Could it be I'm too tense? He softly said to him. "Sit here, Feng Tian." But Feng Tian respectfully replied, "I prefer standing." Yugang insisted, "I have something to ask you. Sit down." Feng Tian hesitated a moment, then knelt before him. He began. "Father never allowed me to learn martial arts. Only Silent Soul Strike was an exception. Among many martial arts, he only allowed me to learn Silent Soul Strike." He stretched his legs to relax and asked, "Yet he made me Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao. How can I understand this contradiction? What is father thinking?" Feng Tian answered, "Master, Silent Soul Strike is not weak martial arts. Moreover, its internal power is profound." Seeing him flattering, he mocked himself. Just relying on internal power can't dominate Mo Jiao, let alone Jianghu. Why did father only allow me to learn Silent Soul Strike? Answer me. Feng Tian hesitated to answer. "It's because you must become the strongest." He stood up, annoyed at the nonsense. Yugang grew more agitated. "Do you think with my current strength I can rampage freely?" "Answer me." But Feng Tian calmly replied, "What you need is not in Mo Jiao. Now is not the time. I can only say this much." Unable to extract more information, he was annoyed. "Damn bastard." Feng Tian bowed submissively. "Master, please rest. We must reach the Six Forest Sect headquarters early tomorrow." Yugang timidly asked again, "What did you say? Why do I have to go there?" He answered clearly, "To unify the world." Hearing this, Yugang couldn't control himself and clenched his fist. What the hell is unifying the world? He punched Feng Tian hard, but didn't see Feng Tian react. However, his own hand cracked several times. Yugang trembled in pain, holding his swollen red hand. He was frustrated, thinking, "I don't want to be Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao, nor do I want to unify the world. Why does no one ask for my opinion?" Contrary to his discouragement, Feng Tian was full of spirit. "Master, I will lead you to the path of greatness. Follow me." Yugang was scared and silently screamed, "Help me." The next morning, the two were already riding a carriage. Feng Tian was in front, guiding the horse. He sat in the empty cabin thinking, "This journey is not what I want." Finally, we're heading to the Six Forest Sect headquarters. At the back, the camp leader Ruolan was also there. She started, "Young master, I have something to say." "Why do I have to share a carriage with people like you?" Her face was still swollen from yesterday. Yugang ignored her and thought, seems like this lady was also dragged along by Feng Tian. Seeing he didn't respond, she lost patience. "Young master, shall we talk about something?" He still didn't answer. Ruolan couldn't stand it anymore and exploded. "You bandits after robbing the mountain camp's property. Now you want me too? I'm a noble, not Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao. Don't expect me to talk to you." Her words struck him, making him tremble. She continued scolding. "Even if you're the young Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao, no one cares. Know your place and be quiet." His patience reached its limit. He clenched his teeth in frustration. He stuck his head out and called Feng Tian, who replied, "What does the master want?" He pointed at the furious woman in the carriage. "I can't stand her anymore. Drop her off." The carriage immediately stopped. Feng Tian opened the door to check the situation. Inside, Ruolan was still cursing. "Do you think I'll obey you? Feng Tian, you bastard, are you crazy? Even your master." He said nothing, grabbed her head with one hand and squeezed her neck with the other. She was startled and stopped complaining. A harsh sound pierced the peaceful space. Ruolan trembled, unable to close her mouth or speak, her neck twisted backward. Yugang was also shocked. Only Feng Tian calmly stepped out of the carriage. Now it's quiet, master. Yugong finally said. The issue isn't about quietness. Are you trying to force me? He thought, you want to bang your head again? Then imagined him bowing and apologizing to the master. He was smug, damn it, this time I won't stop you. But contrary to Yugong's thoughts, Feng Tian stood still. He had to ask, what are you doing? Why don't you bang your head? Feng Tian respectfully bowed. Forgive my disrespect. From now on, I will replace the master to guide you. He recalled last night's events, wondering if it was because of that. Feng Tian sat, back in the driver's seat. Then let's go. The horse began moving. He settled back in the carriage, thinking, damn Feng Tian. Roland beside him was still groaning. My neck, he stiffened, thinking, you're not going to break my neck before we leave, are you? You look like a demon. 2 days later at Flower Moon Inn, Yugong sat down. He frowned, thinking I'm exhausted. Luckily, he fixed her neck before we left. Earlier, he told Feng Tian I don't want to attract attention. Feng Tian replied, understood. Then he gently turned Rulan's neck back to normal. She was pleased and exclaimed, perfect. A waiter approached. The food is here. His mood lifted as he looked at the delicious food before him, thinking, what a lavish feast. The waiter nervously said, please enjoy. Looking at him, Yugong thought, this waiter seems suspicious. Maybe I'm just too sensitive from being around crazy people all day. He happily picked up his chopsticks, ready to enjoy the meal. Suddenly, Feng Tian grabbed the waiter's hand and shouted, wait! He sharply asked, how long have you worked here? The waiter stammered, what? Yes, this is my 3rd year. Feng Tian's gaze pierced through him. Why are you so nervous serving guests? The waiter broke out in cold sweat, scared and speechless. He put down his chopsticks and reminded Feng Tian, you're overreacting. The waiter didn't do anything wrong. The waiter withdrew his hand, bowed blushing, and thanked. Thank you, young master. Actually, it's because the young lady beside me is so beautiful that I misspoke. Roland smoothly said, you do have an eye for people. Yugong was about to pick up his chopsticks again, but reminded Feng Tian, now is the time to eat happily. Don't spoil the mood. Feng Tian obeyed, understood. At that moment, Rulan was about to pick up food, but noticed something. But Yugong was still excited, moving his chopsticks, finally able to eat. Before he could touch the food, Rulan suddenly became fierce, glaring at Yugong with murderous eyes. He tiredly asked, what's your problem now? She angrily replied, I feel disrespected. He was confused. What are you talking about? She went mad, overturning the table. There were 7 buns on her side, but only 6 on his. The food was thrown up, and a plate fell, hitting his head. Feng Tian was hit on the head by a bun. Yugong darkened his face and growled at Feng Tian. He knew what he needed to do. Roland was still venting. The shop is closed today. I'll teach you a lesson. Feng Tian, full of killing intent, approached her from behind. A loud noise rang out. Rulan's scolding was no longer heard. The 3 left the restaurant. Yugong said, let's go, Feng Tian. He replied, sorry. Roland was still furious. I'll kill them all, wipe them out. Everyone in the restaurant was terrified, sweating nervously, whispering about the young lady whose neck was twisted 180 degrees backward. Others also feared and kept their distance. The shop owner suddenly rushed out and grabbed Yugong Pei first, then Leave. He immediately turned his head, eyes wild, and shouted, I paid for 6. That night, loud sounds of punches and kicks echoed in a room. Someone was punched hard in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. The puncher asked, is colluding with the waiter the only plan you could come up with? He immediately knelt down. I'm sorry. He tried to defend himself, but she overturned the table. It turned out he was the leader of the Mo Jiao assassination team, Bak Shinshu. He knelt before another person, pleading softly. Please give me another chance. Shinshu called out to Tian Guang Tong Tu master. He was scared. I'm still not used to your face. Though over 70 years old, he still looked like a child. Rumor had it he ate human flesh since childhood, which cursed him to forever have a childlike appearance. He respectfully promised, this time I will succeed. In his heart he thought, if I fail to beg for forgiveness, I'll die. Tong Tu coldly ordered, this is your last chance. Succeed and return. Then he left. Shinshu jumped from branch to branch. He moved faster and faster. He planned that the assassination team must lure Feng Tian as far away as possible. Looking back at the 2 behind him, Shinshu was even more pleased. You two yin-yang twin demons follow me to deal with that young Jiaoju. At the lodging of the heavenly mandate, he raised his hand to signal the two twin demons to stop. The three stopped on the rooftop. They were in a position to observe Yugong, who was sitting by the window. Following his plan, he observed the person and transmitted a reminder. Remember this well. A masked man in another position slowly drew an arrow. He pulled the bowstring ready to shoot. The reminder echoed again. This is our last chance. Yugong stood on the second floor, looking down at the couple happily chatting. He felt a bit jealous, thinking a normal couple like any other. I wish I could be like that. But then Ruolan suddenly appeared. She whispered close to his ear. When will that brat finally go to sleep? He was helpless. Reality was harsh. He glanced at Ruolan with disgust. Feng Tian even wants me to share a room with this woman. Ruolan angrily scolded, if you stay up late, you'll get ugly. Are you responsible for that? Yugong just sighed and stood there. He turned back to the window, tired, and said, I know, be quiet and go to sleep. Suddenly an arrow flew straight at him, gliding past his face, piercing through Ruolan's clothes and embedding in the wall. Behind Yugong, several more arrows were shot. He was shocked to discover them. He quickly ducked down. Ruolan also swiftly jumped into the air. Countless arrows were fired into the room where the two were standing. Ruolan screamed in fear. I almost lost my life, Yugong. What exactly did you do to be hunted like this? He gritted his teeth, looking annoyed at her. Feng Tian suddenly jumped onto the windowsill, sitting there and anxiously calling out, Master! His back was covered with many arrows, yet he still worriedly asked Yugong, Are you all right? Seeing this, Yugong helplessly said to him, I'm fine. Quickly stop them. Feng Tian bowed his head and obeyed the order, silently emitting energy that caused the arrows to fall off. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pressed vital points on both of Yugong's shoulders. Yugong's body stiffened, unable to move. He was surprised. Feng Tian carried him and swiftly flew out the window. Yugong angrily shouted, I told you to stop the enemy. Why are you carrying me away? He closed his eyes while jumping out and said, I can't leave you in such danger. Yugong shouted in fear, You're taking me to an even more dangerous place. Ruolan was left in this room, standing at the window, yelling curses at them. You bastards, what about me? She was so terrified her face turned pale, but she still raised her hand to wave at the two. In some forest, desperate screams echoed from all directions. Feng Tian descended from the sky, holding a huge sword. His eyes glared fiercely at someone. He flew down and simultaneously swung his sword at an enemy. An enemy from another direction charged, cursing. Damn it. Feng Tian glanced at him. He swung his sword again toward the enemy. The slash was so powerful it cut down the surrounding trees. The remaining assassins fled. One looked back to see Feng Tian flying closer and shouted to warn his comrades that Feng Tian was coming. The lead assassin turned back and ordered, Try to delay him. Don't let him get close. Black Shinshu will come to help. While he was speaking, Feng Tian flew past, carrying Yugong. Got him then. Feng Tian flew into a rage, slashing at the assassin and shouting, How dare you plot against us? The assassin froze, stunned to see the young master there. Why is the young master here? Back at Flower Moon, Cat Shinshu and the yin-yang twin demons were at the room where Ruolan still stood. Shinshu asked in surprise, Did she say he went with Feng Tian? She casually replied, Yes, who are you to speak to me like that? He darkened and disappointedly declared, So it's a failure. The two yin-yang assassins were startled and sweating. They recalled Tong Tu's words, I told you this is your last chance. Succeed and return. The two assassins nervously glanced at each other. They immediately dashed out the window. Shinshu raised his hand, channeling internal energy, and coldly said, Running is useless yin-yang twin demons. He unleashed two streams of power at the two assassins. After his move, he watched them die on the spot. He smirked wickedly, raised his hand to channel energy to commit suicide, and said, Both must die. He ended his own life, blood splattering across the floor. Ruolan was horrified and shrank back. She approached them, touched Shinshu with her finger, and curiously asked, Just kidding, right? Are they really dead? She anxiously kept asking, Are they really dead? Ridiculous. How dare they treat lives so lightly? Suddenly, something caught Ruolan's attention. She looked out the window and saw Feng Tian carrying Yugong returning. He landed on the window frame. He put Yugong down and released his vital points. Yugong wiped blood from his face and scolded Feng Tian, are you trying to bathe me in blood? Then he looked around the room at the dead bodies and asked in surprise, who are they? Feng Tian approached, bent down to examine, and concluded that one was Black Shinshu, and the other two were the yin-yang twin demons. Yugong looked at Ruolan and asked, what happened? She awkwardly waved her hand to explain, I didn't do anything. You said he was Black Shinshu. He kept mumbling about some failure, then killed the other two and committed suicide. Yugong looked at her with disdain and smirked. He committed suicide, so that's why you survived. She tried to explain to him, but before she could ask anything, he was already dead. You left me here alone. She turned to scold Feng Tian. Listen carefully. What benefit do I get from following you? But he ignored her words, took out a small bottle of medicine from his clothes and opened it. Roland was still furious, pointing at him and threatening, be careful behind your back. I will definitely stab you. Feng Tian remained silent and poured the medicine onto the bloodstains of the dead men. Immediately, the corpses quickly decomposed. Roland saw this and changed her attitude. Inside, she was full of fear, but on the outside, she forced a smile and praised him. How can he burn the corpses so fast? Truly, Feng Tian. Feng Tian turned to Yugong and said, we should leave here. He agreed, and Rulan happily jumped up and said yes. The three of them left the room, leaving the corpses slowly burning on the ground. On the ground, a piece of unburned cloth revealed some words. Soon the corpses were completely burned and all traces of blood gradually disappeared. The next morning, a carriage passed through the forest, and voices were heard. Isn't Jianghu? A place where unexpected things always happen. Inside the carriage, Ruolan was grumbling to Yugong as if she would get used to being broken in. She complained, I've been running for 4 days and nights. I smell terrible. Feng Tian, can you stop and let me squeeze some oil on my head? Yugong crossed his arms, thinking he was already abnormal, and today even more so, plus he hadn't bathed for days. He ordered Feng Tian, find a nearby stream. He heard Feng Tian say to the master, you have to endure some hardship to train. He sternly told him, you've been outside for days, then talk. Now turn the carriage around. Then the carriage suddenly stopped. Yugong heard Feng Tian outside talking to someone. Identify yourself. He wondered what was going on again. He went outside and asked Feng Tian, what's going on, Feng Tian? Ahead, 2 people stood blocking the road. They greeted, sorry for the rudeness. An uncle standing in front of a girl calmly introduced himself. I am Shang Fei Hong, managing a small martial arts school in the West. On the road, a wooden wheel broke. Fei Hong explained I was taking this young lady for a walk when the wheel broke. Can we ask for your help? In the carriage, Feng Tian secretly drew his sword, suspicious of Fei Hong's martial arts. Could this guy be a third-rate martial artist? Yugong saw this and ordered him, Feng Tian, don't harm innocent people. Help them fix the carriage quickly. He bowed and obeyed the order. He stepped down and went to the carriage of the 2. He lifted the carriage body, surprising them. He threw the carriage body and the 2 horses down the cliff. Feng Tian calmly said to them, if you miss these horses, you can go down and find them. Yugong was horrified and held his head, cursing this bastard. Fei Hong turned to Yugong and suggested, if you don't mind, young lady can ride with you. You warmly invited them to get on the carriage. Please, hero, get on. The gentle girl introduced herself to him. I am. Thank you for your help. He led Shui Ban to the back of the carriage and invited her in. She politely declined. Excuse me. As she entered, she saw Ruolan's head twisted 180 degrees backward, her hair falling forward, and was horrified. This is... Zueban stepped back. Yugong caught her and reassured, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. She hesitated, then said, thank you. Finally, she sat inside next to Yugong. Ruolan eagerly asked Shui Ban, oh, beautiful one, have you ever made a man cry? She replied. Ruolan continued, judging by your clothes, you seem to be a noble lady. She denied it, no. Ruolan lost interest and turned away, scoffing, afraid to the point of just repeating one boring sentence. Yugong looked at Ruolan annoyed and thought, not afraid, that's strange. Then he turned to look at Shui Ban. The atmosphere felt suffocating. Suddenly, Shuiban used sound transmission to call him young Zhaoju. He was startled. He was suspicious and stared at her. Was this woman an assassin sent by Mo Jiao? She expressed, "I have something to say. Please promise not to speak out." He watched her cautiously. Shuiban looked up at him. What did she want? She shyly looked at Yu Gang. He was silently alert, wondering what Mo Jiao was plotting. He suspiciously asked her, "Do they want to kill me?" Shuiban glanced at him with lifeless eyes and said, "Mo Jiao wants to kill young Zhaoju." Suddenly, Feng Tian made a hole in the carriage wall with his hand and shouted anxiously, "Too dangerous, master!" Yu Gang and Shuiban were surprised. He grabbed Shuiban's head. Shuiban clenched her teeth. Then she stopped moving. Feng Tian turned her head to the side and said, "This woman is dead." Yu Gang was shocked and asked him, "Did you act on your own?" Ruolan sat trembling. Feng Tian admitted, "Yes, master. It's faster to use thread to seal vital points. The same with that Shang Fei Hong." Ruolan excitedly shouted, "Who are you? Why does everyone who meets us just drop dead?" Feng Tian gave her a cold glare. She yelled, "Who exactly are you?" Before she finished, Feng Tian knocked her unconscious. Ruolan immediately sat down silently. He told Yu Gang we should have knocked them out before they caused chaos. "Sorry, master." He ignored that and asked Feng Tian, "All right, but how did you know about that Shang Fei Hong?" He recounted I used sound transmission to ask him 2 questions. He recalled just now asking Fei Hong, "Are you from Mo Jiao, who is the mastermind behind this?" Fei Hong was startled and his expression immediately changed. He continued, "And just as I was about to act, he neatly committed suicide." Yu Gang reasoned that he used Shang Fei Hong as bait to probe him. Though Feng Tian was strange, he was very sharp. Feng Tian bowed, raised his hand to his chest, and said to him, "Master, it's impossible for them to secretly follow me without being detected." He frowned and said, "He told him you have been affected by the Wan Li Shui Xiang, which surprised him." Feng Tian explained that only those cultivating the divine pursuit path can smell this fragrance, the Wan Li Shui Xiang. It can spread over 1,000 miles, but this fragrance disappears immediately, so the target being followed cannot detect it. Yu Gang understood and asked him, "So is there a way to eliminate the Wan Li Shui Xiang?" Feng Tian suggested just use young internal energy to burn it off, but it will be painful. He said, "Just a little pain, then do it." He told him, "Yes, young master, sit properly." Yu Gang sat cross-legged on the ground for Feng Tian to remove the fragrance. "I will remove it." Just then Yu Gang opened his eyes. The removal process made him scream in pain. He lost consciousness, eyes rolled back. A dazzling light radiated from the carriage. The removal was complete. Yu Gang's body emitted thick smoke. He gasped and complained, "I can't endure it anymore." Luckily, it was just a little. Feng Tian suddenly placed his hand on his head. He continued to use internal energy on him. He cursed him. "You bastard," you said. "Just a little." He happily assured him, "Yes, master, just a moment." But his moment lasted 15 minutes. Yu Gang looked at him. This guy. He raised his head and screamed pitifully. His screams echoed through the forest. Clearly, Feng Tian was enjoying it. Fei Hong and Sui Ban were tied up and thrown under a rock engraved with the words, "If we meet again, I will kill you." Tongtu sighed. How miserable, affected by the Wan Li Shui Xiang, and then played by that guy. He was annoyed, thinking the Zhaoju's orders were wrong. They should have killed young Zhaoju to end it. Instead, they wanted to convey the intention to ensure Yu Gang's safety. Tongtu angrily kicked and broke a nearby rock. Since when did Mo Jiao become so merciful? He gritted his teeth, but the order had been given and could not be changed. He called his subordinate Huyet Fiu, who immediately said, "Please give the order." Tongtu dripped a few drops of medicine onto his hand. He coldly spoke and assigned the task to his subordinate. "I will leave the Wan Li Shui Xiang on myself and continue to pursue young Zhaoju. As for you, go to the Western River Branch to report the situation and gather reinforcements." He bowed his head and accepted the order. Tongtu reminded him, "After reporting, you may return to headquarters." He asked again, "Subordinate, do you mean?" but was cut off. No need for more words. Tongtu's face was full of hatred. If I get the chance, I Tian Guang Tongtu will go to the underworld with you. Feng Tian was still driving the carriage through the forest. Feng Tian kill him and convey Zhao Zhu's wishes to Du Yugang. Inside the carriage, Yugang was feeling tired and silently complained. So exhausting. He thought about his last moments with Shui Ban. Because of Feng Tian, I couldn't hear her final words. What did she really want to say? Rulan had woken up at some point and teased him. Young master, what are you thinking about ignoring me like that? She laughed excitedly. Are you still trembling from the assassination attempt? So cute. Don't be shy, just say it. Our poor young master. Come here. Yugang was furious when he heard that, gritting his teeth. He questioned Rulan's son. Rulan, don't you ever worry? Look at your situation, or do you just use your brain for fun? She felt guilty, but tried to act cheerful. You're being too much. Why should I worry? But then she angrily shouted at him. Or do you want me to cry and beg for forgiveness? Do you want me to comfort and soothe you? Is that it? He was surprised to see her raise her voice like that and clarified, No, that's not it. Rulan angrily turned away. Yugang watched her every move and thought. Her tone seems shaky. Is she pretending to be strong to hide her insecurity? He looked at her in frustration. He used sound transmission to apologize, Rulan. I was a bit harsh. Sorry. Rulan stubbornly replied via sound transmission. Why is Zhao Zhu suddenly apologizing to me? He answered her. Because you're my friend. I don't apologize lightly. Rulan smoothly replied. Well, if you say so, I'll accept it. But what's weighing on your mind? He told her it was about a friend. The carriage continued under the setting sun. He went on. His family was huge, but his uncle rebelled. He was lucky to escape thanks to his subordinates, but those sent by his uncle didn't want to kill him. He pondered they should have eliminated him completely. It feels like they wanted to convey something. Rulan stroked her chin, pretending to think. She told Yugang, with this smart brain, I think maybe they meant that as long as your friend lives in hiding, he won't be hunted anymore. He fell silent and didn't answer. He recalled the night before when they were attacked at Flower Mooncat. So it's true. There's no way Mo Zhao's elites could have missed. He remembered earlier with Shui Ban, what she wanted to tell him was, Mo Zhao doesn't want to kill Zhao Zhu. He realized it all came down to 2 words, doesn't want. Feng Tian opened the carriage door and informed him. Master, let's rest a bit before continuing, he thought. Now that I know Mo Zhao's territory, things will be easier. Yugang adjusted his sleeve to reach his hidden weapon and said to Feng Tian, he silently apologized. Sorry, Feng Tian. Feng Tian looked at him completely unsuspecting. He silently blamed himself for the freedom I've always wished for. He stepped down from the carriage. He walked away, straightening his clothes. I have to leave here. The street was bustling with laughter and chatter. Several delicious dishes were brought out. The waiter respectfully set the plates. The dishes you ordered are ready, sir. Rulan looked excitedly at the food on the table. It's been so long since I've seen this. Has Feng Tian really changed? But within seconds she frowned and looked around. He's not ordering for someone else, is he? Feng Tian remained silent. Yugang helplessly looked at Rulan. Yugang glanced to the side, but wait. He looked at the people at the next table and asked the waiter, Who are those martial artists from which sect? The waiter looked at the group laughing happily and replied, They are from the Ho Van Bang. The waiter looked at the group laughing happily and replied, They are from the Ho Van Bang. They are famous for their strong martial arts. When the waiter turned around with a bright smile, they wouldn't make the first move, so please rest assured. Yugang didn't look at the group anymore and replied, I know. Yugang silently considered Ho Van Bang's strong martial arts. That's even better. He crossed his arms and glanced at Feng Tian sitting beside him. They will be moving sandbags to block Feng Tian's path. Yugang silently planned, I will use soul force to severely injure Feng Tian. He ran away while deliberately shouting loudly for the group to hear. What you dare say? Ho Van Bang is useless. How arrogant. The Ho Van Bang members heard this and glanced fiercely at Feng Tian. The Ho Van Bang saw this as a provocation, so they drew their swords toward Feng Tian. A perfect plan was arranged. Then when he was careless, I would run away. Yugang picked up food, but kept thinking Feng Tian can destroy a rock, but he is strong, and will surely recover quickly. Feng Tian, unaware, picked up a bun and put it in his mouth. Yugang glanced at Feng Tian with some guilt. Sorry, Feng Tian, don't blame me. Thinking this, he held the knife in his hand, pointed straight at Feng Tian. A beam of light flashed, dazzling a corner of the restaurant. Yugang gaped, unable to believe his eyes. Rolan was also so shocked she dropped the bun in her hand. The part of Yugang's shirt pierced by the knife was only slightly torn, and the skin was just a little scratched. Yugang still couldn't close his mouth, his hand trembling slightly. He silently marveled, it didn't pierce through. Feng Tian turned to look at him. Yugang cursed silently when met with Feng Tian's deadly stare. Damn it. Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, Master. Yugang's mouth was still open, sweat pouring down his face from fear. He silently marveled. What kind of body does this guy have? His voice trembled. I was wrong. Feng Tian didn't react much, only slightly frowned and asked, You called me Master? Yugang and Ruolan were both surprised by Feng Tian's attitude. He widened his eyes, thinking, Master, what's with that? Ruolan frowned and said, This Feng Tian guy is really crazy. Yugang heard this and slammed his hand on the table, showing agreement. Yes, Feng Tian, I'm very angry. He trembled, pointing at the Ho Van Bang group. Look at them. They dare draw swords in front of me. I have to teach them a lesson. The group noticed and drew their swords, shouting, Brat, are you talking to us? Feng Tian quickly stood in front of Yugang, gripping the sword on his master's back. He had to use soul force to summon him, so the master must be very angry. Yugang saw this and pointed at the group, ordering, Capture them alive and teach them a lesson. If anyone dares to be rude, I won't spare you, Feng Tian replied sternly. Yes, sir. Rulan quickly hugged the table and dodged to the side. The Ho Van Bang members charged at Feng Tian angrily. You bastards, you have to bleed to learn your lesson. Feng Tian bent his knees to gain momentum. He rushed into the group, grabbing the heads of 2 gang members as he passed. Feng Tian shouted loudly and slammed one's head down hard. The others were thrown far away by his strength. One member saw this and panicked. Yugang quickly opened the door and silently reminded himself, Now's the time run. A loud explosion came from the room earlier. Yugang had run outside, panting and running fast. Ho Van Bang, I won't forget your kindness. He used his lightness skill to jump across rooftops in a hurry. Even if it drained his internal energy, he had to escape while they were holding Feng Tian back. Yugang looked at the large city gate ahead and sighed. Finally, the city gate. His face showed joy. I'm free now, Yugang exclaimed. Wonderful. Suddenly, Feng Tian appeared behind him. Yes, Master, this was a great lightness skill training. Yugang gaped, eyes wide in amazement. Because of carelessness, when he landed on the next rooftop, his footing was unstable, and he fell forward. He was caught in time by Feng Tian, who held him suspended in midair. Yugang turned his head, his voice betraying fear. How are you so fast? Do you dare disobey my order not to capture them alive? Feng Tian was a bit silent, then replied, Let's go, Master. He frowned. They have already. The Ho Van Bang members were bowing respectfully, loudly chanting, Long live Tien Tien Te. Please punish us. Feng Tian was somewhat proud. They are begging for forgiveness. Yugang, however, felt completely the opposite, as if he had stepped in dung and was disgusted. Yugang was so angry he trembled, thinking I trusted Ho Van Bang, believing they could buy me time. He looked at the group bowing before him and clenched his fists tightly, only to receive the chant, Long live Tien Tien Te. One Ho Van Bang member, full of resentment, dared to kneel before this brat and took the opportunity to attack. Feng Tian quickly grabbed the man's head with his hand. The man didn't understand what was happening, but was unconsciously afraid. Yugang poured all his anger into the man, slamming his head to the ground, unforgiving. Feng Tian saw this and crossed his arms, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, truly the master! Yugang's heart was full of hatred as he screamed, I will kill them all! A wonderful morning, gentle sunlight filtering through the leaves on the branches with birds singing. But Yugang's mood was completely opposite to the beautiful scene outside. He was solemn, hands clasped tightly unconsciously. Yugong was deep in thought, recalling Feng Tian helping him escape from the Ho Van Bang and Mo Jiao's elite group. Then he remembered his knife only lightly scratched Feng Tian, and even his soul force couldn't harm him. Yugong felt like he was in Feng Tian's palm. Could it be that he couldn't escape Feng Tian? At that moment, Rulan used her thoughts to communicate with Yugong, young master. She raised her eyebrows, curious. Do you want to kill Feng Tian? Yugong was solemn. I didn't aim for his vital points. Anyway, my sword can't pierce him. Ruolan asked. Or is your sword just too dull? He took from his sleeve something called soul force. Yugong raised it in his hand. Just by looking, one could see the sharpness of the soul force. Ruolan was amazed looking at the curtain that was cut cleanly with a single stroke. She couldn't hide her surprised mouth agape. Does Feng Tian have an indestructible diamond body? Young master has a formidable subordinate. Yugong frowned tightly. What do you want to say? Ruolan smirked lightly when her intention was recognized. She didn't hide it and made a proposal. Young master, do you want to escape from that guy? I can help you. Yugong looked at her sharply. What can you possibly help with? Ruolan smiled lightly. I have an interesting toy. Without hesitation, she took out a pale yellow pill and held it in front of him. So do you want to try it? Yugong frowned, looking at Ruolan suspiciously. That looks dubious. What is that? Ruolan curled her lips into a sinister smile. It's a special medicine that can cause severe stomach pain, twisting even the intestines and liver. Just one dose, and shortly after you won't be able to hold it and must defecate immediately. After knowing its effect, the pill seemed to emit a toxic aura around it. Yugong's mouth twitched. He pointed at himself. You want me to take that? Ruolan propped her chin up, smiling. It will definitely be interesting, but the one who takes it will be me. She smirked and instructed, listen carefully. Kid, if I take this, you tell Feng Tian that. The two of you will enter the arranged play. Ruolan will clutch her stomach, pretending to be in pain. Yugong will turn to Feng Tian and say he can escape while defecating, and you must stay behind to watch her. Feng Tian bowed respectfully and replied, Understood. Ruolan will lead Feng Tian deeper into the forest. Then I will go as far as possible to buy time, and you will take that opportunity to escape. After you leave, Feng Tian will be busy searching for you. When Feng Tian returns, he will definitely hunt you down. At that moment, I will take the chance to escape. Back to reality, Ruolan was confident in her plan. At least it could buy half an hour. For you, kid, I have to sacrifice. Yugong rubbed his chin, looking at her with sparkling eyes. If you say so, I'm very grateful. I really feel sorry for Miss Sun. Ruolan held the pill in her hand, a smug expression on her face, laughing loudly. Enough, I will teach that Feng Tian a lesson he won't forget. Yugong smiled. I agree with this plan. Thank you, Sun Ruolan. Ruolan raised her eyebrows. You're sensible. Remember to treat me to a drink afterward. After speaking, she quickly put the pill into her mouth. A loud scream came from inside the carriage. She clutched her stomach tightly, sweat beading on her body, shouting loudly outside Feng Tian. My stomach hurts. Stop the carriage quickly. Feng Tian frowned in annoyance. The carriage gradually slowed down and then stopped completely. Inside, Yugong and Ruolan looked extremely pleased. All right, now I will order Feng Tian. The two stood up and approached the door tightly closed with wooden bars. However, Feng Tian outside still had no intention of opening the door. His face darkened, eyebrows furrowed tightly. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Inside, Yugong and Ruolan froze upon hearing this. Yugong shouted firmly, It's true! Stop the carriage! Feng Tian Ruolan also chimed in with a few cries. Feng Tian helplessly reminded, Don't let her deceive the master. Hearing this, Yugong became anxious, sweat beading on his face. I'm telling you, it's true. I order you to stop the carriage immediately. He slammed hard on the door, ordering, You bastard, stop! I tell you to stop! Ruolan beside him was crying uncontrollably, wailing. Yugong kept banging on the door. Stop! But outside, there was still no response from Feng Tian. Ruolan was drenched in sweat, trembling continuously, beginning to worry. Yugong also did not expect this situation and frowned deeply at her. He turned his head and clenched his teeth. Ruolan seemed about to go mad, eyes wide open, screaming terribly. The pill inside her suddenly glowed. A strong light burst from inside the carriage. Yugong's voice was full of despair. Feng Tian was surprised and turned his head. He hurriedly opened the door and shouted loudly, "Master!" Strong fumes poured out from the carriage. Feng Tian quickly dragged Yugang away, who just closed his eyes and clasped his hands. Feng Tian flew away, holding him, apologizing to the master. Feeling that the place was safe, he landed. Feng Tian bowed his head. I didn't expect she would really defecate. Yugang turned his back to Feng Tian. "You disobeyed orders. I must punish you," he replied, "but the path to becoming a Jizun must go through countless trials." Yugang laughed angrily. "The Jizun path you mentioned means smelling someone else's shit." Feng Tian glanced around as if searching for something. He slammed his head hard against a large tree trunk. "Sorry, master, I was wrong." The birds scattered because of the loud noise Yugang's voice echoed. "Damn it!" After a while, he finally had to return to the carriage. Inside, Rulan was dazed, clasping her hands. Yugang was lost in thought. "Do I want to die? Why did I—" Rulan's voice cut through his thoughts. "Do it again." Yugang turned around in surprise, seeing her like a lost soul. Ruolan clenched her teeth. He shouted at her. "Son Ruolan, why did you do that? For me." She angrily snapped, "Shut up." Ruolan seemed unable to accept it and laughed loudly. The Sun family never knows how to give up, understand. Her laughter still echoed when Feng Tian suddenly flung the door open from outside. Yugang thought to himself, "I can't let her sacrifice be in vain." Then he quickly raised his hand to order Feng Tian. "Feng Tian, hurry and take Sun Ruolan to defecate." A sword was swung down hard. Rulan dodged and screamed in fear, clutching Yugang's clothes tightly. Feng Tian seemed to radiate a murderous aura, gripping the sword tightly. "This is bad. I have to kill her." Yugang and Ruolan were stunned, unable to believe it. Yugang firmly told Feng Tian, "She's just sick, hurry up." Ruolan looked at the sword in Feng Tian's hand, trembling uncontrollably, tears threatening to fall. She held Yugang's clothes tightly, scared. "What are you afraid of?" Yugang reminded himself. "This is the moment." He angrily shouted, "Do you want to disobey me again?" Feng Tian, sword in hand, hesitated. He quickly bowed and apologized. "I will obey the master's orders." Yugang pointed and ordered Feng Tian, who was holding Rulan, to leave. "The smell is terrible. Take her far away and watch carefully." Feng Tian replied, "Understood." After Feng Tian left, Yugang turned around. He spread his legs, preparing to take off. He used lightness skill to jump onto the carriage, then dashed forward quickly. Yugang clenched his hand, deeply moved Sun Ruolan. "I will not forget this kindness." Thinking so, he quickly continued rushing forward, thinking to himself, "If I use lightness skill, Feng Tian will catch up." Yugang gritted his teeth, then he suddenly stopped on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yugang glanced around. "This place is good." He gathered a pile of leaves to hide himself discreetly. Just as he predicted, Feng Tian quickly caught up, but the trail disappeared here. Yugang lay beside the pile, a bit nervous. Feng Tian wondered, where has the master gone? Yugang silently hid under the leaves. Feng Tian closed his eyes, thinking, "There's no way the person would abandon the Jiaozhu Mo Jiao position and run away. Surely they were kidnapped while practicing lightness skill." Then he quickly dashed forward, his tone tinged with anger. "I won't forgive them." Yugang lay under the leaves, sensing no trace of Feng Tian, but still suspicious. "He's gone." He calmed himself down. "Don't rush." Yugang crossed his arms and began counting calmly. 1, 2, 3. The sunset gradually descended the sky, turning a beautiful pink. The counting continued, 19,999, 20,000. After the final count, he sat up from the leaves. Yugang closed his eyes peacefully. That should be enough. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. But right beside him was Feng Tian. Yugang was startled, looking at Feng Tian as if seeing a ghost. He stammered, trying to explain, This is Feng Tian approaching Yugang, who is practicing hidden body technique." "Right, master." Yugang grabbed the straw of hope and forced a smile. "Yes, Jianghu is dangerous, and you're good at tracking." He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and quickly ran away. "It's done. Let's go. The road is still long." "The road is still long." From behind, Feng Tian called out, "Master." Yugang turned his head, face full of worry. Feng Tian's face darkened, his tone oppressive. "You must punish yourself." Yugang blinked. What? Feng Tian seriously listed a Tula Tianmo wants you to follow the path to become a Jizun. Actions against that path are unforgivable. This is already the third time, Master. Yugong panicked. Had he realized it long ago? He tried to defend himself. You dare to slander me. He reproached Yugong. A Jizun must not lose dignity, so hold your head high and move forward. Yugong shouted back, What nonsense are you talking about? I am your master! Feng Tian didn't care. Hit your head then. He was angry at this guy, but still had to follow Feng Tian's wishes. I was about to do that anyway, Yugong said irritably. Feng Tian looked at him and instructed, Repeat after me. 1. I am Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao. 2. I fear nothing. Start. Yugong whispered, I am Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao. Feng Tian shouted louder again. He was dissatisfied. Damn it, I am Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao. Feng Tian loudly corrected, Stop babbling, number 2. Yugong shouted irritably, I am invincible in the world. Fear nothing. Feng Tian praised good number 1. He gritted his teeth and yelled, I am Jiao Zhu Mo Jiao. At night inside the carriage, Yugong was thinking, because of Feng Tian I have to suffer like this. He looked up. Ruolan was lying miserably on the seat, cursing Feng Tian. That bastard even used pressure points to paralyze me. She recalled having to stand until her limbs went numb, so she had to. Yugong felt pity, miss, son. You've suffered a lot, too. Feng Tian was driving and reported, Master, there is a carriage with a broken wheel blocking the road. Hearing this, he got off to check and saw a wheel broken in half. A man introduced himself. I am Qingyun Field, in charge of escorting. Sorry to bother you. May we ask for your help? Yugong showed obvious annoyance, thinking, Again, these Mo Jiao have no creativity. Then he ordered, Do it like last time, Feng Tian. He obeyed and went to the broken carriage, flipping it off the road. Qingyun and Wang Yuyu were stunned by Feng Tian's action. Qingyun said to him, As long as the young lady goes with us. Yugong waved. You sit there. Qingyun thanked him. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was very awkward. Wang Yuyu then introduced herself. I am Wang Yuyu, hoping for your help in the future. Yugong sneered inwardly. So clumsy, so clumsy. He warned telepathically, behave and stay there, then leave. Don't sacrifice yourself in vain, Yugong warned. Wang Yuyu held him for a moment, then replied telepathically. Do you think I'm afraid to die? He despised her foolishness. Why do you think Feng Tian let you come along? Yugong telepathically gave her a glimmer of hope, then immediately extinguished it. Wang Yuyu pressed her lips. I don't care. He sighed. You really are. If that's Xiao Mian Mojun's will, I knew it before. Before he could finish, Wang Yuyu interrupted. As long as I can say, I love you, even if I die, I'm willing. Hearing this, Yugong was scared and sweating. He panicked. No way. Then telepathically to Wang Yuyu. Love nonsense. Did Xiao Mian Mojun order you? She stood up. How dare you say my love is nonsense? Yugong was dumbfounded. Who are you? Wang Yuyu slapped him. How dare you belittle my love? Yugong still didn't understand what was happening. Roland, lying aside, watching the drama, cleared her throat. Miss, take it easy. Outside, several horses were panicking and neighing. Feng Tian outside was choking Qingyun, asking, Master, what's going on? Yugong shouted inside. It's a misunderstanding. Don't kill her, he hurriedly said. All right, nothing's wrong. Feng Tian noticed his flushed face. He angrily shouted, You spared my life, yet you dare touch my people. Feng Tian boldly stepped in front of Wang Yuyu. He fiercely said, Death penalty unforgivable. She was scared. She used her strength to attack Feng Tianyu. Insolent, but he used Qingyun to block her attack. Wang Yuyu panicked, gritting her teeth. You bastard! She charged at Feng Tiandi. He calmly stood there, observing every move of Wang Yuyu. Feng Tian frowned. He stomped hard on the floor of the carriage. Wang Yuyu lost her balance and fell down. She was scared. As soon as she set foot down, he kicked under the carriage, causing her to lose balance. Before she could recover, Feng Tian grabbed Wang Yuyu's neck. He forced her down onto the floor. He drew his sword from behind, preparing to behead her. Yugong was horrified. Feng Tian swung the sword down. Yugong shouted to stop him. Stop, Feng Tian! The sword blade stopped at Wang Yuyu's neck. He explained, Don't kill her, it's just a misunderstanding. I was just teasing her a bit quickly. Put the sword away, Yugang said. Feng Tian glared at Wang Yuyu. Then he sheathed his sword. Respectfully, he said, "As you command, master." Yugang breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, let's continue." Feng Tian acknowledged, "Yes, master." Suddenly, he hesitated. Yugang was helping Wang Yuyu up and asked, "Did you forget something else?" Unexpectedly, Feng Tian grabbed Wang Yuyu's head and squeezed her neck. Yugang panicked. "Feng Tian, don't." At that moment, the mountains echoed with Yugang's voice. "Feng Tian!" Wang Yuyu was now sitting holding her head and crying. Her head was twisted 180 degrees backward, looking pitiful. Ruolan saw this and said, "Useless that Feng Tian is good at breaking necks." Wang Yuyu glanced at Ruolan with watery eyes. Then she asked, "Who exactly are you?" Ruolan cheerfully replied, "I don't know either, but I know how to cure you." She took some pills from her clothes and held them out to Wang Yuyu with a sinister smile. "Take this, it will work immediately." Yugang quickly grabbed them. "You want to sabotage the carriage again?" Wang Yuyu whimpered. She burst into tears. "My neck." Feng Tian, driving, angrily threatened, "Be quiet, if you keep crying, I'll kill you." Wang Yuyu fell silent, but tears streamed down like rain. She sat sadly in one spot. Ruolan comforted her. "Don't be too sad, just listen to me and I'll cure you." Confidently, she said, "I've been through this many times." "Poor you, Wang Yuyu, little sister." Wang Yuyu's eyes sparkled as if she found a savior big sister. Roland smoothly said, "Right, little sister. Where are you headed?" Wang Yuyu leaned close and replied, "To Mount Imi." "Big sister." She smiled. "What a coincidence, we're going there too." Yugang was speechless at this scene. Women's world is really hard to understand. But he spoke up. "Let me tell Feng Tian to let you come along." Wang Yuyu clung to Ruolan. "Luckily I have you, big sister. In 24 years of life, this is the first time I've encountered something so scary." Hearing this, Ruolan's face darkened. Wang Yuyu looked up and called big sister. Roland frowned. "Wang sister, let's sit a bit apart. I'm only 21, you know." Wang Yuyu was shocked and speechless. Outside, Feng Tian shouted, "I told you to be quiet. Looks like I have to kill you. Master, please allow me to kill her." Inside, Rulan's voice rang out. "Wang sister, are you riding alone?" Yugang sat silently in one spot. He was helpless. What a mess. At the foot of Mount Eme, Feng Tian said, "From here, we have to walk." Yugang looked up at the mountain. "Is this Mount Eme?" Feng Tian respectfully replied, "Yes." Wang Yuyu also spoke. "Then I entrust my neck to you," Roland mischievously said. "Wang sister, isn't your destination here? Where else are we going?" "At least we should say goodbye." She heard this and turned away. "I don't want to talk." Roland was angry. "Likes to keep secrets, huh, bastard?" Yugang held his head. "All right, treat Miss Wang." Feng Tian obeyed, standing behind Wang Yuyu, reaching out to adjust her head. Wang Yuyu was secretly happy, finally escaping him. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and attacked them. They surrounded Feng Tian and Wang Yuyu. One of them licked his sword and said, "Hey, you brats! What are you doing on this mountain?" Young men and women getting cozy? What a lovely pair. Wang Yuyu glared while Feng Tian cast a deadly look at them. He hesitated. Lovely pair, secretly scared. Oh my, so scary. The others talked among themselves. "There's a woman here. How strange." And there was one more. Ruolan only then noticed. She whispered to Yugang, "Young master." "Who are they?" He silently replied, "This is the territory of the Six Forest sect." "Why do you ask me?" Yugang glanced at Feng Tian. "Anyway, they're not from the Six Forest sect. Feng Tian, deal with them." He bowed and obeyed. The others laughed mockingly. Obey what obedience? Everyone likes to show off now. He acts like he's the Jiaozhu Mo Jiao. Yugang clenched his fists in anger. He growled, "Feng Tian, what are you hesitating for?" Seeing him look elsewhere, Yugang was about to speak. "Hey, Feng!" But before he finished, another voice rang out, along with the arrival of a group of people stopping the fight. Gongyuan, Xiaoming, Anle, and Yuntian were approaching them. Gongyuan lead and shouted, "Black Dragon Gang, aren't you? From the Six Forest sect. Don't harm innocent people." The others arrogantly replied, "Our target is the Six Forest sect, but we're busy right now." Yugong stood aside, thinking Black Dragon Gang is one of the 5 strongest sects. Those in white look formidable too. His group was caught between 2 factions. He wondered why they were provoking them. The white-clad group charged into battle. The black-clad group responded fiercely. Both sides clashed fiercely. Feng Tian bowed his head and said, "Master, a little commotion is fine. Seems like the 6 Forest sect is in trouble." Yugong agreed. Otherwise, Mount Ime wouldn't be so chaotic. Ruolan stood beside, cheering. "Fight harder, you bastards! Tear each other apart." Wang Yuyu timidly approached Feng Tian and asked, "When is it my turn?" Feng Tian barked. "Can't you see I'm talking to the master?" Wang Yuyu apologized. She sulked away, muttering curses, damn it. Feng Tian heard and asked, "What did you just say?" Wang Yuyu replied, Nothing." Feng Tian stepped closer. "You swore just now, didn't you?" Wang Yuyu denied. "I swear I didn't," Ruolan shouted. "Silence. Watch the fight." Wang Yuyu complained. "Why are you scolding me? That guy swore, not me." Feng Tian leaned close, growling. "She's already suffered a lot. She defecated twice on the spot and wasn't normal to begin with," he said. Ruolan scolded the bastard. "So detailed. Surrounded by handsome men. Why pick me?" Yugong stopped Feng Tian enough. He was silent. "Clear the path quickly." Ruolan shouted, "They're blocking me from watching the fight." Wang Yuyu sulked loudly. "Fine, I admit I swore. Happy now." Feng Tian smugly said, "I knew it. Master was right." He laughed loudly. Wang Yuyu cried on the side. Ruolan kept cheering. "Keep fighting, tear each other apart." Yugong stood helplessly. He looked up at the sky and sighed. What a mess. While Yugong was sighing, Ruolan noticed something. She asked, "What's this that was dropped here?" Ruolan happily picked it up and blew on it, cheering, "Come on, kill those bastards!" The sound of a yellow whistle echoed across the mountain. It reached the ears of a man holding a similar whistle. He jumped down from a tree branch. He opened the door of a house below and respectfully reported, "The area around the 6 Forest sect headquarters has been cleared." The Black Dragon Gang leader respectfully called to a man in armor holding a large sword standing among corpses. He ordered, "Gather everyone. We're heading to the 6 Forest sect headquarters." Ruolan puffed her cheeks and blew the whistle excitedly. Come on, let's fight!" Her action made Nam Gongyuan frown in confusion. The fighter was surprised. He turned to her angrily and shouted, "What are you doing?" Someone behind advised him. The woman blew the whistle. "End the fight and gather." Yugong stood aside, worried. Are there more Black Dragon Gang members? We must leave quickly before. Feng Tian laughed heartily. Wang Yuyu was forced to have her neck twisted and could only cry. Ruolan happily cheered. "Keep fighting." Yugong shivered, determined to leave. He turned and ordered Feng Tian enough. "Treat Miss Wang." He immediately replied, "Understood." Feng Tian's hand appeared before Wang Yuyu. She was overjoyed, finally freed. Feng Tian glanced at Wang Yuyu, who bowed her head silently, cursing the bastard. "Don't ever meet again." Still, she forced herself to say, "Thank you, Feng Tian." His eyes revealed danger. Feng Tian coldly said, "No need to thank me." Before Wang Yuyu could understand, 2 beams of light hit pressure points on her waist. She screamed. Yugong was horrified, his face darkened. "Feng Tian, why are you making the young lady crawl like that?" Ruolan was laughing uncontrollably, pointing at Wang Yuyu crawling on the ground. Feng Tian placed his hand on his chest, looking straight ahead without fear. "She insulted me, the subordinate of the master. That's like insulting the master." Yugong angrily scolded. "Why did you act on your own?" He silently complained. "You only talk, but never listen to me." Ignoring Yugong's fiery gaze, Feng Tian remained calm. "Let's go up the mountain, master. If we stand here watching the commotion, it will get dark." Yugong helplessly turned away gruffly. Since when did you listen to me?" "Just do as you please." Feng Tian bowed. "Thank you for your kindness." They strode away while Wang Yuyu crawled after Ruolan, who smiled and waved. "Good luck, young heroes." The fighting group stared blankly after their backs. They stood frozen like statues, wondering who they were. After a while, a tower surrounded by high mountains appeared from the forest. Yugang was tired. Finally near the Six Forests Sect headquarters. Suddenly, Feng Tian stopped. Yugang, confused, asked him telepathically, "What's wrong?" Feng Tian used his power eyes wide open. "I'm counting enemies, master." In his sight, many were holding swords ahead. At the farthest point stood a man pressing a large sword into the ground. He had 2 long scars on his face, looking very fierce. Feng Tian reported, "Seems like about 500. Yugang smiled as if achieving his goal, but showed regret. "Damn, looks like we can't reach the Six Forest Sect headquarters." Feng Tian calmly said, "I can eliminate the entire Black Dragon gang, but I worry it will endanger Master." His words dampened Yugong's joy. He had no choice but to agree. "Then I'll wait here." He looked around for a suitable hiding spot. Meanwhile, Feng Tian was digging a hole vigorously. Yugang was suspicious. "Feng Tian, why are you digging a hole?" Feng Tian clenched his fist confidently. "Last time Master hid underground to practice hidden body technique. I want to recreate that brilliant strategy." Yugang's face turned pale, eyes wide. "In other words, you want to bury me alive?" Roland stood beside him, nagging young Master. "Why are you standing still?" He was silent, not answering her, then urged, "Don't block the way, let's go." Feng Tian dug the earth, turning to look at Ruolan with a terrifying gaze, like looking at his target. She immediately realized and panicked, running away. "I can't be buried alive here." Feng Tian swiftly dashed after her. His hand squeezed Ruolan's neck, turning her pale and struggling to breathe. Feng Tian threw her into the hole, shouting, "Silence and get in." This scene terrified Yugang, who stood frozen. He was scared, glancing at the hole as if seeing his own future. In moments, Feng Tian stood before him, large and imposing. "Master, everything is ready." Yugang was also thrown into the hole, half a foot, trying to hold on, but failing. He fell into the deep hole, desperate, reaching out and crying, "Feng Tian, you bastard!" At the same time, on a cliff, a man wearing wolf fur was listening to the sounds below. He frowned, looking down. "What's that noise?" "This is Guangsha, a scout of the Six Forests Sect." Behind him, another asked Guangsha, "What's the situation?" Guangsha wondered. "Is the Black Dragon Gang still waiting for reinforcements from the 7 demons of Wushan? The other guest seems like they'll attack us as soon as reinforcements arrive." He was also a scout of the Six Forests Sect named Tian Ying. Below, many people split into 2 sides, clearing a path for those in the middle. Tian Ying said, "Looks like they've arrived." "Look at that guy. He was a bit scared. Could he be one of the 7 demons of Wushan?" Even from afar, I could feel his terrifying martial arts. Below the cliff, Feng Tian was steadily approaching the Black Dragon Gang leader. The leader looked at him in astonishment. "You are Feng Tian," his face emotionless despite the chaos around. "Who are you?" "Black Dragon." Wang sneered, turning away. "Why listen to the words of a dying man? I order my subordinates to finish this quickly." Hearing this, the armed men charged at Feng Tian, obeying orders. The armed men charged at him. He obeyed. The leader sighed in annoyance. Such a waste of time. A gust of wind rose, sending those men to their deaths. Black Dragon Wang also sensed the terrifying scene behind him. He turned around, fear evident on his face. At this moment, Feng Tian held a bloodied sword, his cold eyes full of murderous intent, like the presence of death itself. The men were fearless and kept charging, damn bastard. Feng Tian ignored them, gripping the arm of the man who tried to attack from behind. The arm was torn off, blood splattering everywhere, blinding the attacker charging forward. Blood from his comrade splashed into his eyes. Angry, he wiped it away. "Damn dirty trick!" Before he could strike, Feng Tian sliced him in 2. Seeing their comrades brutally defeated, Black Dragon Wang was furious and shouted, "Gang leader!" He charged, sword spinning like a whirlwind. Feng Tian frowned, swung the man's arm behind to gain momentum. The arm was thrown forcefully toward Black Dragon Wang at an incredible speed. He took a blow to the stomach, flew back, crashing through large trees. Seeing their leader beaten helplessly shook the subordinates' faith. How could their leader be so easily defeated? A high-ranking member launched a full attack on him, and the subordinates charged again. Feng Tian gripped his sword, preparing to strike backward. He swung hard, creating a gust of wind toward the enemies. The attack caused a huge explosion, stones flying everywhere. Guangsha and Tianying watched from above, shocked. Guangsha doubted his eyes. No way the mighty Black Dragon Gang was wiped out in one strike. The Black Dragon Gang was completely destroyed, bodies piled up. Feng Tian stood firm, looking like a death god. Guangsha broke out in cold sweat. With such overwhelming power, he must not be one of the 7 demons of Wushan. Who is he? Tianying hurried back, calling out, "No time to waste, quickly report to the Six Forests sect." Guangsha followed swiftly. Tianguang sat on a nearby branch. Watching the two swiftly return, he glanced in surprise. I could have killed Black Dragon Wang, but... In Tianguang's mind flashed Feng Tian's earlier figure. What if he had to eliminate all enemies and kill Black Dragon Wang within 10 seconds? Remembering this, he shuddered. This must be Atula Tianmo's plan, the one who unified Jianghu. Could I truly be on the same path as him? He pondered and forced a smile. Later, at the Six Forest sect headquarters on Mount Imei, 2 people knelt on the ground. Guangsha had just reported that the Black Dragon Gang would soon be destroyed. Uncle Sun sat on Wang's seat, smiling triumphantly. The Black Dragon Gang deserved it. Good. Anyone opposing them is a friend of the Six Forest sect. Welcome them with the grandest ceremony. Yugang was covered in mud, glaring angrily at the person before him. Feng Tian closed his eyes slightly, bowing, looking somewhat remorseful. He placed his fist on his chest and reported, I have dealt with the Black Dragon Gang. Sorry for not providing a comfortable refuge for you. Hearing this, Yugang trembled with anger. Each buried person had a bamboo stake above resembling graves. Seeing Feng Tian's attitude, Yugang shouted angrily, Who dares say that after burying me alive? Feng Tian bowed and said, I will prepare a bath for you. Yugang warned angrily, If you repeat this, I won't spare you. Behind him, Rulan clenched her teeth. She pointed at Feng Tian, shouting, Feng Tian, you're truly a bastard. Before she finished, Feng Tian raised his fist above her head. Seconds later, she was unconscious with a bump on her head. Yugang just sighed in exasperation. Feng Tian warned, someone is approaching master. From somewhere, 2 people came. Feng Tian watched them cautiously. The 2 clasped their hands in greeting and introduced themselves. Hello, we are scouts of the Six Forests sect, Guangsha and Tianying. We are here on orders from the Six Forests sect. They stared blankly at Ruolan lying flat on the ground. What's that? Looks like a corpse. Guangsha tried to smile, but it was forced. Are you the benefactor who destroyed the Black Dragon Gang? Hearing them, Yugang was suspicious. Destroyed. Feng Tian's face turned fierce. Master, I had to gouge their eyes out. Yugang was startled, stammering, Why? Feng Tian's gaze terrified them. A Jizun must be perfect. They can't see their master dirty and muddy. Yugang was immediately angered by this. It's because of you that I'm in this mess. Besides, I told you not to kill recklessly. Feng Tian rubbed his forehead helplessly. They were too aggressive. I had no choice. He fabricated a story. They seemed eager to die, attacking me relentlessly. They underestimated life. It was a tough battle. Feng Tian played his role well, imagining himself weak against the Black Dragon Gang, so killing them was a respect to the warrior spirit. Yugang believed him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So the Black Dragon Gang was that fierce. Then I have no choice. The 2 watched, mouths agape at Yugang's trust. Do you really believe him? They were also amazed at Feng Tian's storytelling skills. Clearly he killed everyone, even bystanders. Feng Tian slowly approached the 2. They stepped back in fear. Yes, sir. He grimaced, radiating anger. Lead us to the Six Forests sect headquarters. They grew more frightened. Yes, sir. Suddenly something felt wrong. Master, I think we're in trouble. Not long after, at the Six Forests sect, everyone came out to welcome them. Leading was Uncle, looking surprised. He looked at them happily. You must be the benefactor who destroyed the Black Dragon Gang. He smiled, stepping down with open arms. What do you want? I will fulfill all your requests. Feng Tian ignored Uncle's words and coldly ordered kneel. Hearing his arrogant words, Uncle grew annoyed. Did I hear wrong? What do you want? Before he could finish, Feng Tian angrily shouted, Kneel now. Do you know who stands behind me? His arrogance pushed Uncle to his limit, daring to be insolent in the Six Forest sect. Are you tired of living? Feng Tian frowned and threw the unconscious Ruolan down. Her head hit the hard stone floor. She woke up in pain, crying out. Ruolan slowly sat up, gently rubbing her head. Seeing her uncle's face was full of disbelief. You are… Ruolan took a second to recover and smiled. Guangsha and Tian Ying were shocked to recognize Miss Ruolan. Yugang's eyes widened in surprise. Sun Ruolan is the daughter of the Six Forest sect. Wang, uncle clenched his fists, trying to stay firm. Even if you take my beloved daughter hostage, I will not kneel. He shouted loudly, asserting his position. I am the Six Forests sect Wang. Wang Yuyu crawled out, placing her hand on her chest. Cheeks flushed, eyes moist, gently saying, Uncle Sun, Wang Yuyu is here too. Seeing Wang Yuyu also taken hostage, he hurriedly said, I kneel. At night, under the bright moonlight, the entire Six Forest sect knelt before Feng Tian and Yugang. Though kneeling, Uncle's heart refused to submit. It was humiliating. Others gritted their teeth eyes, wanting to devour the two standing above. How could the Six Forest sect be oppressed by these two kids? Yugang sighed helplessly. Uncle looked resentful. Moreover, that kid was really outrageous. Yugang glanced at Feng Tian with displeasure. Is the Six Forest sect not enough to subdue you? Uncle turned to Ruolan and asked, Who exactly are they? She closed her eyes, looking thoughtful. I don't really know. First, the big guy is Feng Tian. He has no concept of reason and is mentally unstable. She described Feng Tian as a demon. If you don't obey him, you'll end up like the Black Dragon Gang. In her words, Yugang became strange and mysterious. And that little one is Yugang. This guy is also very strange. Feng Tian made us kneel because of him. He is hiding something, but I don't know exactly what. At this point, Ruolan was angry, clenching her fists. Sometimes he pretends to be innocent, but I have been humiliated by him twice. Uncle misunderstood her meaning of humiliation. Ruolan suddenly became curious. Why did Wang Yuyu call Father Uncle Sun just now? What's going on? Uncle cleared his throat, looking embarrassed. Your mother passed away long ago. She questioned. Could it be that Father intends to marry her? He signaled quietly. After so many years, I finally want to love again. The two argued loudly. Feng Tian shouted silence. Yugang watched them below, thinking, Just escaped Mo Jiao, now it's the Six Forest sect. So tiring. Feng Tian gestured toward the throne. Master, please sit. Yugang frowned, thinking, Why do I have to sit there? Feng Tian turned to look at him. Feng Tian thought he understood and broke the chair. Yes, master. Yugang's face turned pale. What do you mean, yes? Feng Tian tore off the leopard skin from the chair. How dare you touch this Grand Tutor's chair? The skin was torn into pieces. The Six Forest sect members were shocked and speechless. They all grabbed weapons and charged. I won't spare you. Uncle prepared to rush forward, but was stopped by Ruolan, who was scared and raised her hand. 4 people quickly surrounded Feng Tian. Blades tore his clothes, but his skin was unscathed. One man looked at Feng Tian in horror, face pale. It didn't pierce. He was now scared, voice trembling. Sorry. Feng Tian's cold gaze asked about what? The man froze. He said what I asked. What's going on? If you call me out, you have to say something. He was stunned for a few seconds, not understanding. Suddenly, his expression became ready to bear responsibility. I want to replace you. Feng Tian turned to the others. You too. They nodded repeatedly without hesitation. He turned away, all right. They felt relieved, as if a burden was lifted. Feng Tian picked up a piece of wood and threatened. But if the chair you bring is unsatisfactory… He crushed the object in his hand. You will be like that chair. They felt freed and used internal energy to flee. Understood. Uncle was astonished. Roland smiled slyly. See, Father, they don't understand reason at all. He frowned, gritting his teeth, eyes fixed on Feng Tian and Yugang. The wood was crushed to dust by Feng Tian's hand. He radiated intimidation. Roland continued, if you want to survive, you must obey. Very quickly, they brought a large chair. Then Feng Tian quickly said, please sit, master. This left everyone present confused and speechless. However, Yugang remained silent. Seeing this, Feng Tian asked Master, "Are you not satisfied with this chair?" The 6 forest sect members panicked, sweating profusely. Then they secretly thought, "Could it be that I will die here?" After a while of silence with no reaction from Yugang, Feng Tian said, "Looks like you don't like it." The 6 forest sect members were sweating and silently begged, "Please sit down." Finally, Yugang sat down with great dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the 6 forest sect and his subordinates all sighed in relief. A second later, he was so angry he gritted his teeth, thinking, "What do you want to say that you keep stammering?" And as he thought, Yugang wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. However, Feng Tian pretended to understand, bowed and said, "Yes, master," leaving Yugang a bit bewildered. Then he quickly turned and shouted, "Listen carefully. The master has ordered. First, bury all the bodies of the Black Dragon Gang. The Black Dragon Gang never came here. Second, the 6 forest sect should act normally but monitor each other. No one must escape. Finally, bring the best chef here. And lastly, he emphasized, if anyone dares to escape, kill them all." After hearing Feng Tian's words, the 6 forest sect gritted their teeth, faces full of anger. Besides, in his heart, he thought this kid was as ruthless as that Feng Tian. But suddenly Yugang stood up and called him Feng Tian. Feng Tian quickly responded, "Yes, master." He suddenly reached out toward the chair. Immediately, Yugang angrily hit Feng Tian with the chair he was sitting on and said, "Is this how you treat your master, you insolent brat?" Seeing this action from him, the 6 forest sect members were both confused and terrified. Then seeing Feng Tian lying collapsed before him, he feared and thought, he just gave orders and now he's hitting his subordinate. He thought of Yugang's angry face and feared that the guy was mentally unstable. Meanwhile, Yugang looked at Feng Tian lying on the ground, angry, thinking, "I haven't even said anything yet, and this bastard—" Suddenly, a man blew a whistle and ran in. At this time, Feng Tian had already woken up, and Yugang asked him, "What's that sound?" But in the blink of an eye, someone shouted, "Black Dragon Gang," and that group had already arrived at their location. Moreover, the leader shouted loudly, "6 forests sect surrender." Hearing this, the 6 forest sect asked back, "Surrender." And soon after, the Black Dragon Gang was surrounded, to the whistleblower's astonishment. Moreover, he wondered and asked why the Black Dragon Gang only had. Very soon after, the 6 forest sect shouted loudly, ordering to kill. Then the whistleblower shouted, "Despite the bloody battle between the Black Dragon Gang and 6 forest sect on Mount Eme, Yuntian An Le Xiaoming and Gong Yuan were happily eating and drinking in the inn." Yuntian lamented that they couldn't deal with the scar-eyed guy. He was more curious about the 5 men. He poured wine and laughed, saying they were very special. Hearing this, Anle happily said, "One crawls on all fours and a beauty talks like a thug." Xiaoming added to the conversation, "One is a bumpkin and a young man has an extraordinary aura. They've walked into their deaths. They're probably dead by now." Then Gong Yuan agreed, "Probably so. Why are we fighting anyway?" Hearing this, Tian Yun laughed loudly. "Didn't you hear them say it's for the younger generation to train?" Then the group laughed heartily together. After a while, suddenly, someone from the 6 forest sect rushed into the inn and shouted, "Where's the chef?" As soon as he saw them, Yun Tian recognized and said, "6 forests sect." Xiaoming also guessed what was happening. Mount Eme was besieged by the Black Dragon Gang. Moreover, the 6 forest sect member shouted, "I need to borrow the chef for a moment." Seeing the other holding a hammer and looking fierce, the chef reluctantly stepped outside. The 6 forest sect member said, "If you have any objections, come find me at Mount Emi." Seeing this, Gong Yuan picked up his sword. Then he stepped forward and said, "We should go see what's going on." But just as they stepped outside, Gong Yuan was both surprised and confused. They saw many chefs captured by the 6 forest sect and wondered, why did the 6 forest sect capture all the chefs? What's going on? At this time, in the 6 forest sect meeting room, the 10 top masters of the 6 forest sect, including Yan Qiao, were angry. Yan Qiao said, "This kid is really hard to deal with. We tried to lure him with all kinds of delicacies, but in the end he still didn't eat." At this point, the 6 forest sect sadly told everyone, "We can't guess what he wants. Gongsun Chang." How is the disposal of the Black Dragon Gang's bodies? Hearing this, the Six Forest Sect camp leader Gong Sun Chang replied, All have been buried, and all traces erased. Seeing this, he responded, You've worked hard. Damn it now, let's get to the main issue. He thought of Yu Gang and Feng Tian. It didn't matter who they were. As long as they lived, the Six Forest Sect would fall into a dark period. At this, the Six Forest Sect angrily said, This concerns the survival of the Six Forest Sect. Find a way to kill those two. Hearing this, Sun Ruolan and several elders remained silent. Then the Six Forest Sect said, I told that bumpkin we want to discuss the future of the Six Forest Sect, but if it drags on too long, he'll definitely get suspicious. After hearing this, the deputy camp leader of the Six Forest Sect, Qingli Miaoshan, suddenly spoke up. I have a question. He asked about that kid, but Sun Ruolan reminded him to call him Yu Gang, and he replied, Thank you, miss. Then he turned back to the Six Forest Sect and said, Our plan will change depending on Yu Gang's martial arts. The stronger he is, the more effort the Six Forest Sect must expend. Ruolan covered her mouth and laughed confidently. I observed him on the way here. It seems his martial arts aren't very strong. Hearing this, Miaoshan asked irritably, Are you sure? She gritted her teeth and replied, That's just my speculation. Come on. However, the Six Forest Sect stopped them, saying now is the time to unite. No more arguing. So both stopped, but she was still angry, gritting her teeth to endure her anger. Then Miaoshan spoke up. The first plan is to kidnap Yu Gang. Hearing this, Yanqiao strongly opposed. That might be difficult. The deputy camp leader is always close to Yu Gang. Seeing this, the Six Forest Sect asked, What's the second plan? Miaoshan replied, Plant explosives to kill both of them. The Six Forests Sect Wang asked, But what if that bumpkin doesn't die? They suddenly thought of Feng Tian, whose aura was fierce even in the explosion. So Miaoshan replied, Then we will die together. Yanqiao, annoyed, said, Why do you only know stupid methods? Use the Chi-Men formation to trap them. Seeing this, the Six Forest Sect exclaimed. Then he stepped forward and patted Yanqiao's head. Yanqiao asked who in the Six Forest Sect can use the Chi-Men formation. But before finishing, he grabbed Yanqiao's hair, causing him pain. While Yanqiao was being punished by the Six Forest Sect, Gongsun held his head sadly thinking, Could the Six Forest Sect be doomed? Seeing the tense situation, Ruolan stood up and slammed the table. Then she said irritably, Why didn't we think of this earlier? The Six Forest Sect quickly stopped what they were doing and asked, What are you thinking? She smiled slyly and replied, Poison Father. It seemed he had figured everything out and let out a sigh. Then the Six Forest Sect said, We will use the strongest poison fire, red poison, to poison that guy. Blue sky, white clouds, sparkling sunshine at the temple area beside the mountainside. A man sat relaxing, enjoying a cup of tea. Yu Gang unconsciously looked up at the sky, eyes half closed, face full of enjoyment. What a wonderful morning, comfortable place. Delicious food. Raising the teacup near his mouth, he continued, I want to stay here forever. At that moment, a noise came from outside the door, so Yu Gang casually said, Come in, without changing his attitude. Just as he finished speaking, the two doors opened. It was Feng Tian and Ruolan. Soon after, she quickly put on an excited expression, clasped her hands, and said, Young master, did you sleep well? But Yu Gang barely paid attention, just glanced at her. He raised his hand to wipe his mouth and said, Feng Tian, how many times have you hit her to make her like this? Hearing this, the other slowly bowed his head and replied, I didn't do anything. It seems she realized resisting is useless. As soon as he finished, Yu Gang naturally guessed, This bastard is good at making up stories. Then he tilted his head and asked Sun Ruolan Feng Tian, Hit you how many times? She slowly clasped her hands, bowed her head, and seriously answered, Feng Tian never touched me. Please trust my loyalty. I will serve him for life. Yu Gang's face darkened slightly and praised, Good. You came to find me early just to say that. Immediately, Ruolan maintained her attitude. I dared to come here to offer advice to you. Yu Gang's eyes sharpened, voice cold advice. Thinking of the fierce smile of the young Thunder, Ruolan spoke. Yes, young master. If you want to control the Six Forest sect, you must eliminate Deputy Camp Leader Qingle Miaoshan. The image of him standing behind Uncle Sun appeared. Qingle Miaoshan is cunning the brain of the Six Forest sect Wang, while the Six Forest sect Wang is useless like a mindless person. Hearing this, Yugang immediately shouted, "Six Forests! Sect Wang is your father!" But he only received a ruthless reply from Ruolan. To achieve great things, one must abandon personal feelings. So please think carefully about my advice. Yugang's tense eyes were reflected in the full teacup. He clenched his fist. You dare insult your father and betray the Six Forests sect. How disgusting. How? At the same time, Ruolan quickly stepped back outside the door, leaving a sentence, "I will return later, when there is a better plan." Finally, the door closed. Feng Tian stood calmly and said, "It's best to eliminate Qingle Miaoshan as soon as possible." As soon as he finished, Yugang angrily slammed his hand on the table, thinking, "Is killing the only thing on your mind? He's smart. Imprison him, don't kill." However, something made him gape in disbelief. Feng Tian couldn't hold back and struck a deadly blow, shouting to threaten Yugang, who was stunned. "I don't want to obey your orders anymore." What's wrong with you?" The two exchanged tense words. "Yesterday you tried to kill me with a chair in front of the Six Forest sect. Right?" Yugang's face darkened when questioned, now ordering not to kill Qingle Miaoshan. His mind was confused while Feng Tian stood right before him. "Am I going to die here? I really admire this guy." His hand clenched, tone sarcastic. "The dignity you showed before the Six Forest sect yesterday and today, you've decided to use Qingle Miaoshan." The two continued their conversation. "I don't know how to express this gratitude." "Yes, dignity. I will often hit you to make others fear you." At this, Feng Tian put on a sly face and loudly said, "Exactly, master." Hearing this, Yugang finally relaxed, eyes tired. "I'm alive, but why do I feel like Feng Tian is infecting me?" Later, Feng Tian stood at the door, peeking in and announcing, "Then I will go persuade Qingle Miaoshan." Scene shifts elsewhere. The young Thunder was slowly led in by a man and a woman. He was silent, glancing up. Though prepared mentally, he couldn't help but worry. The night before, Uncle Sun sat in the master's seat and said, "We must gain that bumpkin's trust to poison him. You've been chosen. Do you agree?" The other quickly closed his eyes and replied, "I will try to escape." Ruolan sat aside, teasing, "I will be there to stop Feng Tian. Don't worry." Back to the present. Feng Tian coldly said, "Qingle Miaoshan, I will use your head to serve the master." This made the young Thunder speechless and stammer. Just like that, both showed aggression, slamming the table, making him panic. "What you said? Nothing about serving the master." Both made Ruolan purse her lips in confusion. "I will make you stubborn. Indeed, Deputy Camp Leader, I will use all means to persuade you." Feng Tian seemed to have used force. "Though I tried all ways to lure you, you still won't submit. I have to do this. It's all because you don't obey the master." This action made Miaoshan silently scream, "Help me!" Elsewhere, someone's large hand slammed the table. Uncle Sun held his aching head. "The plan to sacrifice Qingle Miaoshan is good, but I feel a bit uneasy." He turned to the person opposite and asked about Qingle Miaoshan's condition. Hearing this, Yan Qiao immediately replied, "It seems he won't be able to move for a while. All his bones were broken by Feng Tian." Then Uncle Sun looked at Ruolan, who was resting her chin on her hand, and said, "Luckily, he's still alive." It seems Ruolan persuaded young Thunder Miaoshan to serve Yugang. "I'm proud of my daughter." But she seemed confused and asked, "What are you talking about? I just told him to kill him." This made the others and two others gape in shock and panic. Then Ruolan calmly raised her hand. "Why, it will make him trust more, right?" After going with Feng Tian, I realized their trend is... After thinking for a moment, her eyes were cruel. If not satisfied, killing the Six Forest sect should also follow the trend. After she finished, Uncle Sun quickly held his head and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Enough! Let's get back to that Yugang guy. I heard he never misses a meal, right?" Gongsun Chang, sitting beside, replied, "Yes, he eats very well, as if his attitude never changed." Two pairs of eyebrows, furrowed tone deepened. "Not only that, Feng Tian also ate with him tonight. If so, we can poison both of them at the same time." Hearing this, Uncle Sun was a bit suspicious and asked if he had any doubts. Often recalling the stack of dishes on the table, he answered, "No, sir." Then Uncle Sun clasped his fingers together and praised, "That's good news. Have you prepared the fire-red poison?" Holding up the bottle in his hand, Gong Sun replied confidently, "Yes, sir." At this moment, the other's mouth twitched continuously, teeth clenched. "Good, let's begin." A voice echoed in the air. The last feast of those two. Meanwhile, Yugang was standing outside, casually admiring the scenery. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly approached from behind. Yugang instinctively called out, face uneasy, "Feng Tian, you're not going to kill Qingle Miaoshan, right?" Feng Tian bowed his head and said, "Certainly not." I persuaded him with words. As soon as he finished, Yugang immediately held his head doubtful. Should I trust him? Never mind, that's not important. In the quiet night, the voices of both rang out one after another. Feng Tian said, "I have something to ask you. Please wait for the master's order." They stood facing each other, continuing, "Surely you have a reason for taking over the Six Forests sect. If you don't intend to make me the Six Forests sect Wang, tell me why. How could you not be the Six Forests sect Wang?" Feng Tian slowly explained, "I took Mount Eme because the Six Forest sect is there, and the Black Dragon Gang was an obstacle, so I destroyed them." Thinking again of the figure with two horns on his head, continuing the arrangement that Atula Tianmo had painstakingly prepared. It was right here at Mount Eme. This truly shocked Yugang, his face showing panic. What? Yugang's eyes widened as he realized Feng Tian's strange actions always had a legitimate reason. Sun Rolan is the daughter of the Six Forest sect. Wang, is it all because of that arrangement? He clenched his fist, wondering what his father had left for him. Yugang looked at Feng Tian kneeling on the courtyard under the moonlight and coldly asked, "What exactly is my father's arrangement?" Feng Tian parted his lips to answer. He closed his eyes and frankly refused, "I can't tell you." Yugang angrily swung his hand, questioning, "How dare you lie to me?" But Feng Tian remained calm and said to him, "Sorry, master. Then I will go and straighten out the discipline of the Six Forest sect." Saying that, he left as fast as lightning, leaving Yugang angry, shouting, "Tell me my father's arrangement before you go." After realizing the other had left, he was furious. "Feng Tian, you bastard!" The next day, gentle sunlight covered the courtyard. People came and went, the courtyard crowded like a packed market. After a while, Uncle Sun suddenly approached Feng Tian, who was guarding outside the door. Feng Tian was surprised and raised his eyebrows, asking, "Why did you bring food here yourselves?" It turned out Uncle Sun was on the opposite side, seriously carrying a plate of food. With him were Ruolan and Yanqiao, all bringing food. Uncle Sun's face was full of determination. Back in the past on the table was a dish that looked extremely delicious. Uncle Sun smiled, but his eyes gleamed with scheming. He said, "This 5-spice green vegetable looks really delicious." The chef beside bowed respectfully and replied, "I put all my heart into this dish. It's so delicious you could die at any moment." Uncle Sun laughed heartily and waved his hand. "You've worked hard. Tomorrow I will release you. Now please leave." The chef's face was pale, but he still managed to say, "Thank you, sir." Uncle Sun glanced behind at the perfect signboard. Yanqiao nodded and slipped something into his sleeve. It turned out to be a small porcelain bottle. Yanqiao sneered and poured the entire bottle directly into the dish from earlier. To be sure, Uncle Sun carefully asked, "Have you thoroughly checked the poison?" Yanqiao confidently replied, "I tested it on 3 wild boars. They all died instantly without a sound." He involuntarily thought of the dead boars. He was even more certain, affirming that just a drop of poison in the water barrel would suffice. Uncle Sun smiled and gruffly praised, "Good, you've worked hard. This humiliation will end today." Back to the present. Uncle Sun bowed respectfully and sincerely said, "I was once the Six Forest sect Wang, but now I am only a subordinate of the master. To show loyalty, I brought this dish myself." Feng Tian stood silently watching them. He was secretly considering while Uncle Sun kept making excuses that the food was getting cold and needed to be taken inside quickly. Feng Tian smiled and somehow produced a pair of chopsticks. He excitedly said to them, "Even a lowly person like you shows loyalty. I can't just stand by and watch. I will test the poison myself." Uncle Sun's group was startled and bowed their heads, faces full of worry. Suddenly, Rulan slyly smiled and silently transmitted to her father. "Father, this is an opportunity. Yugang is not a master." At the same time, she glanced at Feng Tian, calmly testing the poison, while plotting that if Feng Tian is killed first, Yugang will be easily defeated. Hearing this, Uncle Sun's eyes showed a bit of anticipation as he watched Feng Tian's actions. He observed slowly until Feng Tian finished chewing and swallowed. Uncle Sun grew more excited and couldn't hide his joy. "How does the poison taste, bumpkin?" Then he laughed heartily. Strangely, Feng Tian also laughed loudly with enthusiasm. Uncle Sun watched this scene in astonishment, his face pale. Feng Tian kept laughing cheerfully and praised. "No poison. Such a delicious dish. Laughing is normal." The three on the other side were horrified, eyes wide, thinking about Feng Tian and Yugang. The poison didn't work at all. Are they immune to all poisons? If so, our plan to kill both of them. Uncle Sun quickly turned and whispered to Ruolan. "Ruolan, is Yugang also immune to all poisons?" Her face darkened as well. Uncle Sun was so scared he wanted to cry, but still held a small hope, and asked again. "He's also immune to all poisons, right?" At this moment, Ruolan suddenly shivered. She looked at the dish, fearfully thinking, "Damn it if Yugang eats this and dies. The Six Forest sect will be destroyed, and this whole place will be engulfed in flames with thousands dying." She hurriedly transmitted a plan to Uncle Sun. Father, quickly drop the food and spill it all outside. Seeing this, Uncle Sun pushed the plate away and used his acting skills to shout, "Oh, I slipped." But Feng Tian on the opposite side quickly grabbed the plate and returned the food. He swiftly used his other hand to steady the plate back in Uncle Sun's hands. Ignoring the other's trembling efforts, Feng Tian calmly reminded, "Oh dear, be careful. This delicacy is special. I'll carry it in myself." Uncle Sun hurriedly stopped him. "No need. I want to show loyalty." Then Feng Tian looked up and asked, "Why are you crying?" Uncle Sun was already in tears, silently screaming inside, "Yes, you bastard! Are you planning to kill your master?" Uncle Sun sobbed, "I want to present this to the master myself." Feng Tian laughed happily. "Your loyalty is commendable." But then he narrowed his eyes and threatened, "You bastard, before I kill you." Uncle Sun was helpless and knelt down, watching the plate of food being taken away. Suddenly, Ruolan behind whispered a suggestion to detoxify. Uncle Sun grabbed at this lifeline, stood up, and shouted, "Right. Detoxify. Bring the antidote." But Ruolan bit her lip and insisted throw away all the antidotes. Uncle Sun was stunned and asked, "What are you saying?" Ruolan began to explain. "Listen to me." She started detailing, "We will pretend to be victims of poisoning. If we put poison in the well and throw away all antidotes, we can blame others." Roland firmly gestured toward the door and urged, "Even if a few must die, it's better than the Six Forest sect being destroyed. I will stall. Father, hurry to the well." Uncle Sun hurriedly rushed outside, not forgetting to shout back, "I understand, daughter." Meanwhile, in the room, Feng Tian had arranged the dish for Yugang. "Rest assured and enjoy the meal. It's very delicious." Ruolan planned a counter-strategy, placing another plate on the table, and softly said to Yugang master, "Please eat more." Ruolan saw him bring chopsticks near the poisoned dish and suddenly flinched. She glanced at Yanqiao behind and whispered an order. Yanqiao quickly eat the 5-spice 6-vegetable dish and die. She looked at the dish repeatedly, explaining, "This way Yugang will be saved, and the Six Forest sect will also be saved." But the traitorous servant Yanqiao ignored it, pretending to rub his neck, and excusing. My neck suddenly stiffened. Ruolan was furious inside, cursing that guy, but Yanqiao kept ignoring her. She turned to see Yugang picking up a piece of food and bringing it to his mouth, unable to help, but curse silently. Damn it. She quickly put on a cheerful face and warmly called out, "Master, I also want to try the 5-spice 6-vegetable dish." Yugang was uneasy with food at his mouth, looking at her confusedly. Feng Tian also looked confused, narrowing his eyes. He quickly cleared his throat and scolded impudent. "When you're done, get lost," Ruolan stubbornly said. "Just let me have one bite." Feng Tian angrily clenched his fist. "I said no." She quickly made an excuse. "We've been together for so long, I don't think we're strangers to that extent." Then she put on a fierce face, determined, and stepped forward. "So please, let me have one bite, damn it." Feng Tian immediately pushed her hand away and shouted, "How dare you be insolent!" Ruolan was caught off guard and cried out in pain. Yugang on the other side couldn't bear to watch this and angrily scolded, "Stop it, Feng Tian! Why are you causing trouble during the meal?" Feng Tian obeyed, stepped back, bowed respectfully, and apologized to Yugang, lowering his voice to ease the situation. "Ruolan, I will quickly prepare a separate dish for you. Please eat later." Ruolan pretended to be happy, smiling and thanking him. She was secretly pleased, thinking, "No need to eat," but still succeeded. "I actively asked to eat. Surely they won't think the Six Forests sect poisoned the food." Yugang finally had peace and stared intently at the dish, muttering, "How delicious is this dish that she wants to eat it so much." He picked up a piece and opened his mouth, ready to enjoy it. Ruolan and Yanqiao tensely watched him sitting there. The two widened their eyes and silently cheered. Inside, he ate it. But Yugang was still safe and sound. He even praised indeed, very delicious. No wonder Ruolan wanted to eat it. Suddenly, Uncle Sun ran in worriedly, shouting, "Master, are you all right?" Feng Tian angrily growled, "How dare you cause trouble during the master's meal? Just wait, I'll deal with you soon." He was about to rush forward when he suddenly heard Yugang groan. Feng Tian was surprised, eyes wide open. Seeing Yugang vomit with a hand full of blood, he worriedly shouted, "Master!" Yugang weakly leaned his body. His whole body almost completely drained of strength and collapsed. Feng Tian anxiously ran over with all his strength. He quickly applied pressure point techniques all over Yugang's body to block the spread of the poison. Feng Tian hurriedly lifted him up, muttering urgently, "Master, you must not go! I can't let you leave!" He took out a blue pill and stuffed it into Yugang's mouth, saying, "I will definitely find a way to detoxify you, punish me later." At this moment, sweat covered his face, as he weakly let out a groan. Feeling the medicinal pill inside him, he thought to himself, "Soul Origin Heart Pill, a divine elixir comparable to the Great Perfection Pill of Shaolin, a precious medicine only used by the Jizun level of Mo Jiao." In the midst of chaos, Uncle Sun hurriedly interrupted with a sly excuse, fabricating the cause of the incident. "Someone poisoned the well water, and over 30 of my subordinates have also been poisoned." Suddenly, a cold voice cut him off. "You have 2 hours, Uncle Sun," he finished and involuntarily shuddered. Feng Tian's face turned deadly serious, eyes glaring threateningly. "If you don't bring the doctor here, the Six Forests sect will be officially exterminated." Uncle Sun panicked, quickly bowing and shouting, "Understood." In the quiet midnight, many tall pavilions still had their lights on. Gong Yuan was inside frowning and discussing, "Tomorrow we should go to the Six Forests sect headquarters." Yuntian beside him also expressed agreement. It's strange that the Black Dragon Gang suddenly disappeared. And Lei curiously asked, "Why did the Six Forests sect take all the chefs? Could it be that they want to run a tavern?" Xiaoming saw this and added, "We'll find out when we get there, but remember, we're not going there to start a fight." Gong Yuan turned his face away and pretended to say, "Of course." But seeing his awkward expression, both Gong Yuan and An Lei understood this was just lip service. However, everyone knew that the Six Forests sect was the strongest force ever. Even the Black Dragon Gang had to ally with the 7 mountainless demons to deal with them. Just knowing the current situation was enough. Yuntian slightly raised his eyebrows. "I'm looking forward to it." Before he could be cool for more than 3 seconds, he was distracted by a cry from below. "The doctor is here! We must catch the doctor!" Seeing Uncle Sun and Ruolan below, An Lei was puzzled. What's going on? Is one of them a leader of the Six Forests sect? Yun Tian quickly signaled shh, and there's even that crazy woman blowing the whistle. The group agreed to remain silent and secretly observed below. Uncle Sun was in extreme panic, clutching his head. We're all going to die. What should we do? What should we do? Roland angrily shouted, Father, you're acting like a puppet. Use your mind. Maintain the dignity of the 6 forests. Sect King. The 4 people above were shocked and gaped at this statement. Seeing the fierce girl below, they were surprised. She was the daughter of the 6 Forest Sect King. Looking at the man crying in the middle, they were even more terrified. And that man was the strongest in the history of the 6 Forest Sect. He was the 6 Forest Sect King. At that moment, someone approached, respectfully bowed, and reported, I have brought all the doctors here. Uncle Sun smiled and shouted, Good now, select those with real ability, causing the others to tremble. A pioneer shouted, I'm just a quack who picked up some medical skills. The person beside him, hearing this, almost rolled his eyes. He imitated with a strange face and made an excuse, I have a habit of killing patients. The next person was even more outrageous, kicking a fruit box hard and shouting, I'm not even a doctor, I'm just a thug, worse than a bandit. The situation grew more chaotic. Those brought in desperately fabricated stories, I'm a quack, and so on. Uncle Sun was stunned by the scene. He angrily raised his weapon, gritted his teeth, and ordered, Take the last one behind the mountain. And if you want to survive, choose the best. Yuntian watched the whole process and immediately felt confused. After the chefs, now the doctors, the 6 Forest Sect King still looked healthy. He was secretly puzzled inside. Then who is injured? Meanwhile, Yugang lay on the bed, his face pale and covered in sweat. The so-called doctors approached, standing humbly beside him and observing. Seeing his expression, they guessed his condition was serious. He was barely clinging to life. Feng Tian suddenly stood up and urged, What are you standing there for? At the same time, Uncle Sun reached out and pushed their shoulders, forcing them forward. The doctor angrily turned around, growling, Who pushed me into this situation? It was me, a savage voice rang out, and he immediately faced Uncle Sun's fierce expression. The doctor hurriedly bowed and said warmly, I will diagnose him first. Seeing him step forward to diagnose the young master, Feng Tian coldly threatened, If you can't cure him, you won't be leaving here either. The doctor took out an acupuncture needle and pretended to be thorough, saying, First we must identify the type of poison used. He pricked Yugong's hand and continued explaining, There are thousands of poisons, and when combined, they create tens of thousands of different toxins. At this moment, Feng Tian interrupted, I don't have time to listen to your explanations. The doctor drew some blood while replying, Yes, what I mean is, he said he could distinguish all poisons by tasting them, then brought the needle close to his tongue. Immediately he collapsed, cried out in pain, and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Feng Tian was stunned by this scene. Uncle Sun hurried forward to drag him away. Yugang lay on the bed, sighing. That bastard is considered a doctor! Time slowly passed as a series of acupuncture needles and blood-stained handkerchiefs were placed on the bed. Several doctors stood close by, diagnosing Yugang. One wiped the needles and quietly reported, This is not a poison extracted from animals or plants. Feng Tian anxiously asked, Then what kind of poison is it? The imperial doctor replied awkwardly, It seems to be a mixture of many poisons. My knowledge is limited. I don't know what to say. He turned to Feng Tian, summoning all his courage to say, He has passed the critical stage. But the problem is... The man opposite hurriedly urged, What problem? The doctor spoke gravely. If the antidote is not found, this young master will die within 3 days. Yugang painfully opened his eyes, silently heartbroken, as tears flowed from the corners. I haven't even lived a peaceful life yet. He imagined a peaceful, sunny day. He sighed inwardly. Not only can I not live peacefully, but I won't see the sunlight after 4 days. Meanwhile, Feng Tian asked again. He will die within 3 days. The doctor replied firmly. Yes, that's correct. At this point, Feng Tian's face darkened as he ordered Uncle behind the 6 Forests Sect King kill all these doctors. The man respectfully replied, Understood. The doctors were startled and shuddered. They looked at the large axe in Uncle Sun's hand and trembled uncontrollably. One hurriedly knelt down, shouting, Please spare my life! Feng Tian was filled with murderous intent and coldly asked, Why should I do that? Then he turned away and coldly ordered, even if they beg, kill them. The man screamed in fear. He quickly added, I know a divine doctor. The axe's blade approached his forehead but suddenly stopped. Feng Tian immediately turned and asked, Divine doctor? He replied, yes, yes. Thinking of that person, the doctor quickly recounted, he can cure all diseases in the world. He is Hua Xian, the divine doctor. Feng Tian asked suspiciously, divine doctor. The kneeling doctor trembled and said, what I know is that the divine doctor can cure all diseases in the world. Uncle Sun angrily shouted, nonsense, Hua Xian is dead. The doctor slightly raised his eyes and retorted, have you witnessed Hua Xian's death with your own eyes? Uncle Sun seemed shaken, but said, Hua Xian, the divine doctor, has been missing for 20 years. The doctor turned to Feng Tian and affirmed, I have met him. I can stake my entire family's life on it. Feng Tian stroked his chin, doubting. Can he really cure all diseases? The doctor's face turned pale with fear. His medical skills are so advanced that he looks down on even the imperial doctors in the palace. Many think comparing him to Hua Tuo and Bian Kui is an insult. His hands trembled, but he said, if you meet Hua Xian, please keep what I've told you a secret. Feng Tian didn't care about this. I don't even know who you are. The doctor quickly replied, thank you, sir. He told him about the location of that person. Hua Xian, the divine doctor, is in Shuilian Valley at the foot of Longqi Mountain. After hearing this, Feng Tian gave the order. Luckily, it's not far. 6 Forest Sect King, quickly prepare white cloth for me. The doctors present were immediately terrified. White cloth. They seemed to realize what was happening. He wanted to kill them. All of them knelt down at once, begging desperately. The story about Hua Xian, the divine doctor, is true. Please spare our lives. He angrily shouted, silence! Uncle Sun beside him asked confusedly, why do you want white cloth? Feng Tian responded, this is obvious to carry the master. Prepare cloth to carry a child. Yugong, lying on the bed, heard this and whispered back, no need to go fast, Feng Tian, but could only barely say the 2 words. Go slow. Seeing the master's pale face, Feng Tian was startled. He hurriedly turned around and waved his hand, ordering, the master is in critical condition. Hurry up. Uncle Sun also quickly obeyed and rushed off, yes. But it seemed he misunderstood Yugong's meaning. Yugong rolled his eyes and said, I meant go slowly. Feng Tian was startled once again. He turned back and shouted at Uncle Sun. You bastard! The master said, to go quickly. And you just went back and don't understand anything. Feng Tian gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't say a word to that guy. Feng Tian stepped forward to help him up. Master, let's set off immediately. He placed him on his back and tied him securely with a rope. I will use lightness skill slowly so as not to affect you. He said that, but his hands tightened the rope forcefully. Yugong was startled and wanted to shout. Feng Tian acted as if unaware and tightened it even more. His face turned pale and full of pain. Yugong, looking like he was about to die, lay silently on Feng Tian's back. I'm suffocating you, bastard. Ruolan, behind, looked on curiously. She looked eager. Is he dead? How is the young master? He ignored her and said to Yugong, Master, let's go. Rulan's displeasure was obvious. As soon as Feng Tian finished speaking, he shot up into the air, but instead of choosing the main door, he crashed straight through the wall of the room. Uncle Sun behind watched him with confusion. That guy said to go slowly. Ruolan, not understanding the situation, asked her father. Why is Feng Tian like that? Uncle Sun explained. It seems Hua Xian, the divine doctor, is still alive. He wants to find the divine doctor to save Yugong. But her reaction was unexpected. Ruolan shouted, What then? We must chase after them. She urged if Yugong dies on the way, the 6 Forest Sect will face disaster. We must pretend to be loyal as much as possible. Uncle Sun then realized, You're right, damn it. He waved his hand and ordered quickly summon all the leaders. Elsewhere, a group of 4 people were moving along a forest path. Gong Yuan spoke suspiciously. Are there really no members left of the Black Dragon Gang? And Lei was equally confused. No sign of the Black Dragon Gang, not even the 6 Forest Sect. Is there anyone living on this mountain? At that moment, a streak of light flashed above their heads, startling them all. Gong Yuan was full of confusion. What was that? Just now Xiaoming beside him was no better. It seemed like a person. He cautiously raised his hand, feeling very uneasy, but it was too fast, not like a normal person. Yun Tian looked up. If it's not a person, it can only be a ghost. A ghost was carrying something on its back. Behind them, two dark shadows rushed by, causing Gong Yuan's body to stiffen. He turned back, Ghost An Le denied. That was the Six Forests Sect King and his daughter. Following them, several more people appeared above. He confirmed and guessed they were people from the Six Forests Sect. Something must have happened at the Six Forests Sect. Should we continue up the mountain or follow the Six Forests Sect King? Several more dark shadows appeared and rushed past. An Le was surprised. So many people. What was that? Something just flashed by. Gong Yuan looked up even more confused. 7 people dressed in black. Could they be the 7 mountainless demons? Xiaoming spoke up. But don't they see us? The atmosphere immediately grew tense as they passed by. The trees in the forest began to sway. Someone stepped forward. Gong Yuan was surprised. The person was a child. The young boy silently stood before him. Seeing the other's identity, he felt slightly relieved. A child. This is not the time to think about that. We are from a noble family. We must help this child. He smiled kindly. Kid being alone on the mountain is very dangerous. But the boy didn't listen and angrily shouted, "Silence!" Everyone was immediately terrified. Realizing this was not someone to mess with, they stood still and obeyed. The young boy demanded, "You must answer my question clearly. Do you know who the 7 people dressed in black who just passed by are?" They were terrified looking at the boy in front of them. How could a child have such a terrifying aura? He showed irritation when he didn't get an answer. Kids these days are really useless. In my time, it wasn't like this. The young boy sighed deeply, muttering "really," then turned and disappeared. The 4 of them were left standing alone in the mountain forest, still not understanding what had happened. Yun Tian, probably stressed from everything tonight, seemed unsettled. Who is that kid? What on earth is going on? An Li was no better. I don't know either. Oh, Gong Yuan inquired. So should we follow them? They all agreed we have to go. Above, a group of people hurried along a path. One said, "Boss, how long do we plan to besiege the Six Forests Sect?" Another repeated, "Boss, how long do we plan to besiege the Six Forests Sect?" This man was Troihun Ruins, the 3rd of the mountainless demons. He showed displeasure. "We came to help the Black Dragon King, but there's no one left on the mountain. Why are we being treated like this?" Troihun Ruins turned back and warned the 3rd brother. "You'd better keep quiet." Another didn't object, but confirmed. But the Black Dragon Gang suddenly disappearing is true. Boss? Could it be that the Black Dragon Gang was wiped out by the Six Forests Sect? Their leader suddenly laughed loudly. This was Wuchang Gos, the great mountainless demon. He showed no resentment. If that's the case, there must be piles of corpses. The Black Dragon King is not someone easily defeated. Troihun Ruins bowed his head and admitted I was wrong. Wuchang Gos clasped his hands behind his back. "But if the Black Dragon King really died, we will make them pay dearly for our friend the Black Dragon King," he said with a challenging smile. On a deserted road, Feng Tian carried Yugang and ran desperately. Yugang sat on his back, panting heavily, as if a second longer, and he would die immediately. His eyes were white mouth, gasping like a fish out of water. He helplessly shouted in his mind, "Finding Hua Xian, the divine doctor, is good, but at this rate I'll suffocate to death." Almost unable to endure, Yugang recalled when he was on the bed, confidently telling Tian, "This time I must be clear. No need to go fast." He weakly said, "Go slow." Yugang, exhausted, leaned on Tian's head, face dull, and gritted his teeth. "I can't breathe, just go slow." "Feeling cool?" He smirked. "All right, this time I've made it clear." Feng Tian was annoyed after hearing this, turned around, and glared at him. "If you can't breathe, you should go slow, right?" After speaking, he increased his speed, activating jet propulsion under his feet, running while shouting, "Master, why say such irresponsible things?" His voice rang loudly as he questioned, Is it because your body is weak that your spirit is also weak? Promise me you'll never say such weak words again, Feng Tian said bluntly, ignoring his pale face. Yugong, panting heavily, silently replied, "No, I'm about to suffocate you, bastard." Feng Tian worried about him and quietly suggested, "If you're too tired, I'll speed up the search." At the end of the sentence, Yugong was startled. He puffed his cheeks, trying not to vomit on him. Feng Tian calmly comforted him. "You'll get better soon. Let's keep going." Then he swiftly leapt to the top of a towering mountain. Yugong lay on his back, flying swiftly like a mother bird, carrying her chick tears and snot streaming down his face. He hated not being able to swallow him alive. "Feng Tian, I will definitely kill you." Meanwhile, in a desolate place, the sound of footsteps striking rocks echoed. It was Uncle Sun and Ruolan. She sat on his back as he ran forward. Uncle Sun glanced at the surroundings and sighed with relief, thinking, "Luckily, I know the shortcut in this area, or I would have been left behind." Ruolan sat, silently bored, then suddenly asked Father, "Why did you leave before we set off?" He seemed not to understand and grunted in response. She remembered earlier when Uncle returned, he hurriedly ordered her and everyone there to leave. She thought so and immediately said that he had gathered all the leaders and then went somewhere else. Knowing he wouldn't answer sincerely, she provocatively curled her lips in disdain. "Could it be that you went to see Wang Yu? I didn't expect someone to like her." Uncle, hearing this, almost had a heart attack and directly retorted, "That is the child of my wife." Ruolan ignored him and continued to pout. "Oh right, I heard Wasian is stubborn, preferring death over submission." Uncle flew into a rage at her teasing words, shouting loudly, "I'm the one who told you that." She still calmly asked, "Oh really?" She curiously asked her father, "Do you think Yugong can survive, I guess, with Wasian's personality? Feng Tian will definitely tear him apart." Uncle frowned and immediately opposed her thought. "No, Wasian, the divine doctor, will not die." His voice was resolute and loud. "I will prevent that from happening at all costs." She glanced at him and smirked. "What if you can't cure Yugong? The Six Forest sect will be doomed." She laughed mockingly. "I trust you, Father." Then Uncle immediately dashed off, shouting orders to speed up and chase after them. The brothers below responded in unison, "Yes." At Longqi Mountain, the towering peaks stood majestically. Below the vast forests were two familiar figures, none other than Feng Tian carrying Yugong. Yugong's eyes were completely white. He had fainted on his back long ago. After a while, Feng Tian slowly approached the base of a tree where an old man was gathering herbs. That old man was none other than Wasian, the divine doctor. Seeing a stranger, he quickly turned his head to look back. Feng Tian's fierce face looked down from above, his voice filled with killing intent. "Where is Shuilian Valley?" The old man hugged his basket of herbs to his chest, looking fearful. "I don't know what Shuilian Valley is." Feng Tian refused to leave and insisted on questioning him. His voice turned cold. "Shuilian Valley is the name of a valley." The old man helplessly shook his head and replied, "I don't know. Please spare my herbs." Feeling it was a waste of time, Feng Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you heard of Wasian, the divine doctor?" The old man's wrinkled face answered honestly, "I have never heard of any sleeping immortal." Hearing this, Feng Tian decisively left, muttering angrily, "This country bumpkin knows nothing." The old man glanced at him and silently judged him. Then he waited for him to leave. He slowly stood up, holding his basket of herbs. Suddenly, a group of people flew down from the sky, catching the old man off guard. He was stunned, barely uttering a few words. "What is this?" Then fell silent. The group landed right in front of him, startling him. He stared wide-eyed at the rough-looking men approaching. The group was none other than Uncle and Ruolan. The old man looked at them fearfully and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Uncle frowned, and without beating around the bush asked, "Tell us the truth. Where is Shuilian Valley?" The old man lowered his head obediently and replied, "There is no such place in this mountain range." Before he finished, Uncle cut him off, losing patience and shouting, "It's the name of the valley where Wasian, The divine doctor lives. Ruolan, observing from the side, shook her head and interjected. Father, this old man must be senile. Uncle agreed with her thoughtlessly, then immediately flew off. I think so too. Let's go. The old man watched them leave, muttering unhappily. Today is really unlucky. He shook his head and muttered as he walked away. I have to gather more herbs here. But just as he turned, another group dressed in black suddenly blocked his path. The leader of this group was none other than Wu Chang-gos, the third divine doctor. Judging by his fierce expression, something was wrong. The old man sighed and honestly said, There is no place called Shuilian Valley in this mountain range. Wu Chang-gos remained motionless, saying nothing. The old man was so scared he got goosebumps and shakily said, I don't know who Huaxian the divine doctor is. Please spare my herbs. Hearing this, Wu Chang-gos furrowed his brows, rubbed his chin, and muttered, Shuilian Valley and Huaxian, divine doctor. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked the men in leather jackets, Where did you go just now? Huaxian the divine doctor honestly showed him the way. Immediately, Wu Chang-gos and the men in black flew away before the old man's tired eyes. He was sweating profusely and tired, thinking to himself, I must go down the mountain. Not long after, a boy flew over. The old man turned and immediately saw him. He pointed behind his back and said tiredly, Hey kid, if you're looking for Shuilian Valley. Before he finished, the young boy glared at him and only gave a look. In the old man's bewildered eyes, the boy deliberately bumped into his herb basket and then left. Huaxian, the divine doctor, held his herb basket tightly speechless. Suddenly, someone approached him. It was Gong Yuan and two brothers. They looked at him for a while, then politely said, Excuse me, sir, but do you know? But before he finished, the old man angrily shouted, Damn you bastards! I said, I don't know, Shuilian Valley or Huaxian divine doctor. The force of his curse startled Gong Yuan and Yun Tian behind, who were tired, but instantly alert. Gong Yuan glanced at Yun Tian and thought to himself, Shuilian Valley Huaxian divine doctor. Then he and the group immediately left, not forgetting to politely say, Thank you, sir. The group left, leaving the old man and a cold wind blowing against his face. Huaxian, the divine doctor, was so angry he couldn't hold back and threw his herb basket to the ground. He stood silently against the wind, his hoarse voice ringing out. 6 forests sect and those kids. What's going on? Who are the 7 men in black and that child? He recalled the fierce, murderous face of Tian and wondered who the most dangerous one was. After a while, he stomped on the scattered herb leaves on the ground and muttered irritably, My head is about to explode. With a puff, he leaned forward and sped off faster than a bird. After some distance, he muttered, So it's time to leave the mountain. The sunset shone on the mountains. Yugong admired the scenery and exclaimed, Huangshan is truly a beautiful place. He looked down at the pine trees. The pines were majestic. Then he admired the waterfall. The waterfall was magnificent. Finally, Feng Tian was running like crazy, exhaling white smoke. This guy is crazy! He carried Yugong running along the cliff, jumping swiftly from one mountain to another. Yugong was helpless, his face twisted, running non-stop since dawn. My head is about to explode. Feng Tian encouraged him while running, Master. Please endure. I definitely won't let you die. He looked pale. I'm about to die because of you, you bastard. Feng Tian jumped down from a mountain cliff 1,000 meters away, saying, If many people join forces, there will surely be good news. Yugong was surprised, many people. In front of the two appeared a group of people kneeling and greeting. Feng Tian asked them, Have you found Shuilian Valley yet? Uncle reported to him, Sir, we still haven't found it. Feng Tian angrily scolded them as useless. They bowed their heads and apologized. Someone jumped down from a mountain. A group of people were jumping down from that mountain. One shouted loudly, You bastards, stop running around. One person landed where Feng Tian and Uncle were standing. The man frowned, pointed his sword forward, and threatened, If you dare run around again, I will kill you all. He was one of the 7 mountainless demons, the 3rd demon, Troihun Ruins. A hand patted him on the shoulder. Calm down, 3rd brother. Uncle looked at the group and asked, Who are you? The great mountainless demon Wu Chang-gos replied, We didn't come here to fight, but your answer will decide whether we leave or not. Uncle asked him what was going on. Wuchang Gos explained, "We don't see the Black Dragon Gang at Mount Ime. Could it be that the Six Forest sect has made peace with the Black Dragon Gang?" He imagined the Black Dragon Gang leader and Uncle becoming friends. Uncle recalled the past. "We buried them." He glanced at Feng Tian. Now was not the time to care about the mountainless demons. Feng Tian, full of murderous intent, carried Yugang on his back. Feng Tian was very sensitive because of that brat of a master. "If we anger him, we'll end up like the Black Dragon Gang." Uncle frowned, troubled. "What should we do, Ruolan beside him?" said casually. "They're all dead anyway." She said to the group, "Don't you know the Black Dragon Gang was wiped out long ago?" Uncle heard this and was dumbfounded, unable to believe she said it so casually. Wuchang Gos frowned. "Insulting my friend the Black Dragon King is like insulting me. You're really funny." Ruolan arrogantly told him, "He never considered you a friend." The spirit suddenly flew into a rage, rushed at Ruolan, and shouted, "You bastard!" She laughed provocatively while Uncle held his weapon ready to fight. Suddenly Feng Tian shouted silence. His shout made Uncle and Ruolan step aside as Truihun ruins charged straight at Feng Tian. He froze, stopped, and clutched his chest, gasping. "What kind of internal power is that?" Ruolan teased him, "I also feel sorry for the Black Dragon King. He tried to escape, but Feng Tian chased him down and personally beheaded him." She turned and asked Feng Tian, "Is that true?" Feng Tian, Uncle glanced and mocked them. "Do you want to provoke a fight between Feng Tian and the 7 mountainless demons?" Wuchang Gos doubted, "Is that true?" The space became silent. No one spoke. Feng Tian pondered, "Maybe I missed something. It's that old man." Everyone was bewildered. Yugang thought silently, "That's right, Feng Tian. I also have doubts." He recalled Huaxian, the divine doctor, the old man gathering herbs. Feng Tian suddenly remembered, "How could an ordinary old man stay calm in front of my aura? This is really strange." Feng Tian turned and left, leaving a message. "Get lost. We'll find you and deal with you later." Ruolan shouted at the group, "You bastards, what are you looking at? Feng Tian told you to get lost." Wuchang Gos gritted his teeth angrily and shouted, "That guy, no!" Before he could finish, Feng Tian's group jumped up and left. On a cliff by a rushing waterfall, Yugang looked at the waterfall and recalled, "The last time I saw that old man was here looking at this waterfall. Next to this valley, Shuilian Valley seems reasonable." Feng Tian carried him and passed through the waterfall. He was hit by the rushing water on his head, but endured it. "I don't expect any help from you." The two entered a cave behind the waterfall. Yugang looked up at the cave. Soon after they came out. Yugang concluded, "Surrounded by cliffs, no wonder they couldn't find it." Before them 2 people knelt, begging an old man, "Please, please." A man kept begging Huaxian to save his son. Why would heaven abandon the dying? "Please save my son." A woman tried to explain, "Huaxian, I told you my daughter is just sick, not a martial artist." Huaxian coldly turned his face away, ignoring them. Feng Tian said to Yugang, "It seems he is Huaxian, the divine doctor." Some people ran inside the cave. Uncle's group ran out of the cave. Huaxian frowned, clicked his tongue, and grabbed the strap of the bag on his shoulder. He threw the bag toward the 2 and chased them away. "Get out. I won't treat martial artists. That is my oath to heaven and earth. I'd rather die than betray it." Feng Tian looked at the divine doctor and sighed. What a strong-willed person. Uncle added, "I heard even one of the 4 heavenly kings couldn't subdue Huaxian." Feng Tian sneered. "So what if it's the 4 heavenly kings?" Uncle lost interest and fell silent. Feng Tian decided, "Then I'll cut off your legs first. As long as you have hands, it's enough to cure." Uncle suddenly said, "Then?" But he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Cut off what?" Feng Tian stepped in front of Huaxian and demanded Huaxian treat my master. "You have 3 seconds to decide. Every time you refuse, I'll cut off one of your legs." Huaxian frowned upon hearing this. He thought to himself, "I've met all kinds of people, hot-tempered, begging, flattering." He looked at Feng Tian standing tall before him, but this guy showed no emotion. Was he really going to cut off my leg? He drew his sword and began counting down. Huaxian was scared, but still resolute. I will not break my oath, Feng Tian continued counting 2. He raised his sword to head level 1. At the count, both the Ghost Gate leader and Quan Son rushed forward to attack. He threw a dagger at Feng Tian, shouting, Huaxian must not die. When the dagger was very close, Feng Tian raised his sword high. Then Feng Tian chopped down. He easily blocked the dagger, causing it to bounce back. At that moment, the Ghost Gate leader, full of momentum, stabbed straight at him from close range. But Feng Tian's reflexes were superior. He jumped back and avoided the deadly stab. He swung his sword in the air, preparing to strike again. Suddenly, Feng Tian was startled, sensing a golden, mysterious energy around him. It was Quan Son, attacking from behind with powerful internal force from his hand. He shouted, putting all his strength into this strike. Feng Tian quickly turned and used his sword as a shield. From Quan Son's hand shot out a massive force that could blow everything away, all directed at Feng Tian. Due to the overwhelming power, Feng Tian was thrown far back, sliding on the rocky ground with dust flying everywhere. Uncle and Rulan watched from afar, surprised and amazed. This was no ordinary human battle. The surrounding trees were broken and shattered from the tremendous power. Quan Son quickly landed beside the Ghost Gate leader. But reality was harsh. Both were stunned by the scene before them. Impossible. Feng Tian was unharmed except for Yugang on his back, who was dizzy and nauseous from too much movement. He asked, "Are you okay, master?" Huaxian could no longer tolerate and loudly called out to the Ghost Gate leader and Quan Son, "This is none of your business!" They shared the same reason. If he lived, Huaxian's legs would be cut off. "Yes, to save my daughter Huaxian, you cannot die." He reluctantly accepted the fact that the Ghost Gate leader, known as the Immortal Demon Blade, could kill with a single move. Quan Son was a martial artist on par with the 7 great families. Yet he was defeated by this bastard. Feng Tian frowned and reassured Yugang, "Master, I will kill him after he finishes healing you. Please be patient." Huaxian angrily said, "They all want me to break my oath." Ruolan was equally defiant, angrily scolding Old Man, "Why make such nonsense vows? Whatever happens, just heal him." He clenched his fists and said irritably, "You don't understand." Memories of that fateful afternoon flooded his mind the day a ragged man with critical wounds collapsed at his door. Huaxian recounted 25 years ago, a middle-aged man badly injured came to me. He tried his best to treat him. Thanks to his efforts, the man survived and gradually recovered. Seeing how he cared for the village children, Huaxian mistakenly thought he was a martial artist with good character. It was a pity if he died. But he had massacred indiscriminately, not distinguishing civilians from Jianghu people. His hands were stained with fresh blood, the hands of a demon disguised as a man, etched deeply in Huaxian's mind. And the scene of that night, the village brutally slaughtered. Bodies lay scattered on the roadhouses, burned in fierce flames, all under his shadow. Huaxian felt despair, guilt, and mixed emotions witnessing that scene. He blamed himself for saving one man while hundreds died. Back in reality, Huaxian affirmed he swore never to interfere in Jianghu grudges again. He would rather die than treat them. Yugang frowned, seriously determined not to let Huaxian die. He threw the cloth bag to the ground and said, "But it seems you all really need my help. Fine, I'll handle it quickly." Uncle the Ghost Gate leader and Quan Son all breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. Huaxian, the divine doctor, finally agreed to treat. But the truth was otherwise. He raised his fist to his head with a face full of anger and said firmly, "I will commit suicide to keep my oath." Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised and frightened. Without hesitation, Huaxian used all his strength to strike his head with his fist. But suddenly a flash of light appeared before him. His whole body stiffened, unable to move, making all his efforts useless. 2 strange marks appeared on Huaxian's shoulders, emitting smoke. He angrily thought, "Someone used thread sealing to block my acupoints. I can't move. Can't." It was Feng Tian who did it. He said irritably, "You are not allowed to die without my master's permission." Yugang looked confused and wondered silently. "Since when do you ask my permission before killing someone?" Feng Tian turned to look at the Ghost Gate leader and Quan Son and said, Eliminate those who obstruct. Both were startled and terrified upon hearing this. His face darkened as he slowly drew his sword and advanced toward them. Yugang helplessly cursed Feng Tian, "You bastard! Do you only plan to spare Huaxian? They are just fathers who love their children. Why should they die here?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from somewhere. "You bastard!" Swift as lightning, Wu Chang-gos and his comrades kicked a tree and charged at Feng Tian, shouting, "How dare you underestimate us!" He was annoyed, clicked his tongue without saying a word, then jumped high and easily grabbed the head of the great mountainless demon with one hand. Then he jumped high again, easily grabbing the head of the great mountainless demon with one hand. Feng Tian threw him forcefully toward the other two, causing all three to scream and be thrown far away. Wu Chang-gos's eyes rolled back as he coughed in pain from the powerful blow. The Ghost Gate leader and Quan Sun were shocked, mouths agape and eyes wide, exclaiming he easily defeated the 7 mountainless demons. The other 3 lay crawling on the ground, looking utterly miserable. Feng Tian glared at the weak, trembling group and said coldly, "I told you to spare your lives already." His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, ready to execute them one by one. Suddenly, Yugang struggled to call out Feng Tian. Seeing he could speak, Feng Tian hurriedly turned back and responded, "Master." Yugang weakly ordered, "Do not kill anyone here, not even Quan Son or the Ghost Gate leader." Though sweating profusely and extremely weak, he still forced himself to speak. "Answer me, Feng Tian." He had to suppress his anger for his master's sake, his face darkening as he obediently complied. At this moment, the assassins under the 7 mountainless demons finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out from the bushes to help the 3 leaders. Suddenly, Feng Tian cracked his knuckles and asked, "Is it enough just not to kill?" Hearing this, Wu Chang-gos panicked, realizing the matter was not over yet. After a while, all 3 senior assassins were beaten to a pulp and piled up like a mountain. Ruolan curiously approached and poked them to see if they were still alive. The Ghost Gate leader turned pale with fear, wondering what kind of martial art Feng Tian was using. Huaxian stood stunned and helpless, saying, "Truly formidable. I really admire you." Feng Tian slowly stepped toward him under the wary eyes of the Ghost Gate leader and Quan Son. He grabbed Huaxian's neck with one hand, making him both angry and breathless, his face turning pale. Feng Tian loudly ordered, "Heal him, Huaxian." Ruolan also worriedly persuaded him, "Yes, don't anger him anymore. Hurry and heal him." But Huaxian, still fiercely determined to keep his oath, firmly refusing. "No, I can't. I've lived enough. I have no regrets. You can cut off my legs or rip out my guts. I don't care," he said firmly and resolutely. Feng Tian angrily gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, his aura thick and suffocating. His hands loosely gripped the sword as if preparing to attack. Uncle Quan Son and the Ghost Gate leader panicked and rushed forward to rescue Huaxian, secretly worried he really intended to kill him. Huaxian stood still, accepting his fate, tensely closing his eyes, waiting for death. Suddenly, Feng Tian spoke, "Huaxian, I beg you." As he spoke, he bowed his head, showing a solemn plea that surprised Huaxian. Hearing this, Uncle and Ruolan were shocked and alarmed, thinking Feng Tian bowed to someone else. Yugang was also very surprised. Uncle turned to look at Ruolan and saw her crying. He asked, "Why are you crying?" She replied, "Why did he end up like this, father? Aren't you crying?" "Yes, it's very touching." This confused Uncle. The divine doctor raised a hand, looking displeased. "So the young boy on your back is more important than your own life." With a serious face, he said, "Even if you kneel and beg, it's useless. I have my own rules. I cannot treat him, so just kill me." Feng Tian maintained his calm demeanor. He raised a hand intending to touch the divine doctor master. "Please understand me." Feng Tian placed his hand on the old man's head. "My master ordered me not to kill you, so I won't. But let's see how long you can endure my torture, divine doctor." Suddenly, Uncle shouted, "Stop, Feng Tian. You can't do that to the divine doctor. He has his principles." Feng Tian withdrew his hand from the old man's head and glanced at Uncle. Uncle clenched his fist and held it before his chest. "Please give me a chance. I guarantee we will get the antidote for you. Even if we have to do whatever it takes, the Six Forest sect will succeed. Feng Tian looked at him and said, "Is that what you mean?" "Fine, I'm not in a hurry either. Do as you wish as long as it works." As he left, he said, "I'm giving you one chance. If you fail, the Six Forest sect will go down with you." Uncle replied, "All right, we will succeed," at a thatched house in the village. The divine doctor was slammed hard against the wall. The one who pushed him was Uncle. Ruolan loudly asked Father, "What's wrong? Why are you torturing the divine doctor like this?" The divine doctor leaned against the wall. "Beat me all you want, but I won't hand over the antidote." Yan Qiao raised his hand. "What if we press hot iron against him? He won't be able to endure that." Ruolan shouted, "Father, if you plan to hit him, hurry up. There's only 1 hour left or we'll all die." Suddenly a hole was punched through the wall by some force. Ruolan wondered. Why? Suddenly the divine doctor was startled by the words, "Wait, let me think, divine doctor." Ruolan looked at Uncle and said, "In this situation, even Father Tian's strikes are nothing. Why do you want to point acupoints to put him to sleep?" "What is he doing?" Uncle took out a box containing something purple and said, "The antidote for the scarlet poison." Everyone present was shocked. Ruolan said, "Didn't Father throw this away that day?" Uncle explained, "I planned to throw it away, but I kept it just in case." Ruolan smiled brightly and said to her father, "That's really lucky for us, isn't it, Father? You're really amazing." Yan Qiao was still panicked. "If Feng Tian finds out, we're all dead. So we need to be careful." Suddenly, Uncle and Ruolan looked at him with a scary expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gongsun spoke up. "But it would be unreasonable if the divine doctor suddenly agreed to hand over the antidote before he'd rather die than give it. We need someone to scream as if tortured in his place, so we can use that as the reason for him being tortured and handing over the antidote." Yan Qiao was grabbed firmly by both shoulders by Uncle, who said, "Let's begin. Divine doctor, scream as desperately as you can." Then Ruolan charged at Yan Qiao with some weapon, making him scream. Yan Qiao kept screaming loudly. Uncle turned to talk to Gongsun. Gongsun said, "To be sure, you should also replace the bottle with a fake one immediately." He agreed. An hour later, Yan Qiao lay on the floor, tears and snot streaming down. Ruolan happily said, "That was satisfying. Don't worry, outside they'll believe we tortured the divine doctor." Uncle frowned at her, thinking it's like she prepared this long ago. In his hand he held a small jar. Uncle stood before the divine doctor. He loudly scolded, "No wonder you're the divine doctor. So the medicine is fake scarlet fire. You must have realized how important your life is while being tortured. So you handed over the antidote, right?" Uncle thought to himself, if he had profound internal power, he would have heard us torturing the divine doctor in here. He continued, "I will show my respect by being gentler with you, divine doctor." Uncle went outside and opened the door. Standing before him was Feng Tian. He asked, "Is it true? Those following Feng Tian also spoke Chatan is so ruthless that even the divine doctor changed his mind. I thought the Six Forest sect camp only knew how to beat others without thinking, but they actually know how to do this." Uncle became angry and said, "Do you really think the Six Forest sect camp are just fools who only know how to use their fists?" In his heart he thought, "You're right, but now we have some cunning too." Feng Tian grabbed Yugong's shoulders. He said, "Give me the antidote quickly." Yugong handed him a small bottle. Suddenly Feng Tian shouted loudly, "Heavenly demon, I admire you. Myriad demons, I respect you." He knelt down and held the bottle out before Yugong. "Master, I hope you can recover your strength." Yugong's face darkened. He took the bottle. He tilted it up and drank. Suddenly Yugong emitted a kind of light. In his heart he thought the pressure compressed in his veins was gradually disappearing. Yugong's body showed rays of power. He thought silently, "If it weren't for Feng Tian's internal energy protecting my vital meridians, I would have died." But Feng Tian turned back and reminded, "You two stand guard. I will circulate energy to help Master recover faster." Under the shimmering night sky, Feng Tian sat and circulated energy for Yugong. Suddenly Yugong spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Tian behind him said, "The blood blockage and meridian circulation have been cleared. How do you feel?" Master Yugong wiped his mouth with his sleeve and replied, "I'm fine now, no problem at all." but then both of them sat frozen. Yugong thought to himself, I just realized I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Feng Tian suddenly stood up and said, We will return to the mountain camp immediately. He bowed. Allow me to carry you, master. Yugong replied, It's okay, I can walk myself. I'm feeling better. But immediately after a wave of pain hit him, Feng Tian quickly supported him. Walking was still a bit too much for the day. Yugong thought, I'm still weak after just recovering. Then he carried Yugong on his shoulders, though it seemed Yugong didn't like it much. Feng Tian said, Then let's go. After finishing, Feng Tian carried him on his shoulders and flew off. The two flew past a cave. Suddenly Yugong opened one eye slightly. They had moved out of there. Yugong thought silently, now that I'm recovered, everything seems so beautiful through this eye. He looked up at the sky and smiled, thinking, Safety has been tightened, so I won't be in danger for a while. I need to rest and recover first. However, things were not so simple. The mountain camp appeared right before them. Suddenly in a room, Yugong lay on the ground, stammering, calling Feng Tian. He reached out as if wanting someone to save him. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he looked very tired. At the mountain camp where Yugong was staying, Yugong sat at the dining table admiring the delicacies. The best meal was to enjoy it with everyone. At the table besides him were Feng Tian, Uncle Ruolan, and Yan Qiao. Eating alone was not only lonely. He thought of a family gathering to eat together with laughter filling the meal. That was the perfect seasoning for the meal. Dining with everyone at the Six Forest sect was truly wonderful. Yugong clasped his hands together, looking contemplative. Suddenly Feng Tian shouted, Start! The three from the Six Forest sect quickly grabbed food from the table. They quickly put the food in their mouths and chewed. Uncle in the middle shouted, No poison, long live the master! But Yugong looked very bored, thinking, I really want them all to disappear. He picked up a piece of food while thinking, It's been 7 days since I was detoxified and recovered at the Six Forest sect. Recalling that time, Yugong thought silently. Although Feng Tian prepared in advance to prevent poisoning, I didn't expect to be so sick that I couldn't eat. As Yugong was struggling to swallow the food in his hand, Yan Qiao spoke up. I have something to report. Feng Tian looked at him and replied, What is it? Yan Qiao said, My subordinates discovered a wolf while patrolling. He continued, That wolf was eating the corpse of the Black Dragon gang that we buried. Hearing this, Yugong's expression didn't change. He still looked gloomy and disgusted with the food. Feng Tian guessed it was probably because of the 3-day rain. Yan Qiao replied, Yes. So my subordinates sent someone to dig up and rebury the corpse. Roland also spoke up. How about we just kill all those wolves? Hearing that Yugong found it even harder to swallow his food, Feng Tian added, Using wolf meat to cook isn't bad either. He turned to look at Yugong, thinking to himself, Forget it, I have to change the subject. He asked Yugong, Master, don't you like this food? He picked up a cup of green tea and replied, I ate a lot this morning, so I'm not hungry now. You go ahead. By the way, my recovery like this is thanks to Huaxian. Yugong drank the tea and said, Feng Tian, we have to visit Huaxian soon to thank him. He said this, and Uncle and Ruolan were alarmed. Feng Tian told him, Master, you don't have to do that. Treating someone is the greatest honor for a doctor. The three from Six Forest sect were sweating profusely and replied, Yes, just to meet the master, Huaxian would feel like he's dreaming. Uncle and Ruolan turned angrily to Nuoc Lam, thinking, If we meet Huaxian and talk like that, he'll be suspicious. Uncle thought, just say whatever. Yan Qiao was sweating profusely. Huaxian is a bad guy. Recalling the earlier beating, Yan Qiao sobbed and said, That means Yan Qiao opened the door. But then father and son, Uncle and Ruolan rushed in to beat Yan Qiao. What did you eat, young master? Wait for me a moment. This guy needs a lesson. Ignoring their fight, Yugong looked at the sky and drank tea. He thought silently, I hope he's still okay, Huaxian. In a wooden house, a loud scream was heard. Inside, the divine doctor was tied to a chair. The torturer said irritably, You've been subdued by the Six Forest sect's Chatan. Don't be stubborn. Gongsun added, They've been treated, so why won't he treat us? The divine doctor with a gaunt face said, They're tricking me. I swear I won't treat them. He angrily thought, 4 days ago, that guy with the broken neck didn't believe me either. I've been tortured unjustly for a week. Where is that young man hiding to play such tricks? All of them. Gongsun frowned and said, Kwanson, this time, let me. But suddenly something flashed past him. The door of the house was blown open by a kid who asked, Who is Wasian? The boy had a very serious face. Gongsun thought silently. I didn't sense his presence until he got close. He must be a master. Suddenly the divine doctor spoke, I am Wasian. The young boy looked annoyed. Damn, it's the old herb picker. The young boy continued. I only asked one question. Deputy leader, what's the condition of that young man? Seeing the divine doctor annoyed sitting on the chair, someone said, He has been cured. The young boy asked, What illness? Someone explained it seems to be the scarlet fire poison. The young boy pondered, only 3 places can produce scarlet fire poison. But seeing that they targeted the deputy leader, it's likely the poison was smuggled out. If so, it may involve a high-ranking figure in Mojiao. Anyway, I have to report more to the headquarters. The young boy frowned. Do I have to eliminate them all? Then the young boy thought, surely he doesn't intend to destroy all the places producing scarlet fire poison. He turned away in frustration. You've worked hard, old man. That young man is not allowed to die. The divine doctor behind angrily shouted, I said I won't treat him. The young boy turned back and glanced at him. What are you hesitating for? Hearing this, the divine doctor's face turned purple with anger. Then the room fell silent. Someone said, let's continue the unfinished work. Another shouted, Wasian has broken his oath. How joyful! While they were happy, the two noticed something. Someone's coming. Outside, 2 people were walking together toward them. The 2 were Ancient Bamboo and Heavenly Scent Maiden. Ancient Bamboo said, I arrived first. Heavenly Scent replied, Of course, with Wasian here, order doesn't matter anymore. Inside, the divine doctor thought, with this momentum, at least 20 people are surrounding us. Let's see what those 2 are talking about. He continued thinking, those who come to find me all have incurable diseases. Surely they will torture me worse than these 2. He thought about Yugong's image. Whether he treated him or not no longer mattered. That young man was destined to die. He had clearly witnessed the sacrifices the survivors had to bear. A muscular, intimidating man appeared in his mind. The divine doctor spoke, I only ask one question. Is your daughter really not injured due to Jianghu disputes? The man in blue shouted, I swear by everything I have. The others chimed in. Me too. The divine doctor still lowered his head and said, Fine, I will treat them. But this time I will demand a higher price. Suddenly he looked at the 2 with a harsh face. The price is the life of the young man who came here 7 days ago. The man in brown worriedly said, Wasian, I understand you want to prevent the tragedy of 25 years ago from repeating. The man in blue added, But why do you want to kill an innocent person to save my daughter? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but it's not impossible. The man in blue said, We can pay half the price. I will hire an assassin for you. The divine doctor, still angry, replied, All right. But is that assassin reliable? The man in blue confidently said, Of course. They are silent assassins. No one can detect them. He continued, They act like ghosts and spirits, always completing their missions. Images of the assassins he described appeared. They were called Yuling Valley. Not long after, 2 members of the 6 Forest sect carrying lanterns passed below Yuling Valley. The black-haired one hesitated about what they were doing. Zhongxian returning to headquarters will be very busy. Should we rest a bit? Zhongxian disagreed, advising if we're discovered, the camp leader won't spare us. Hurry before he gets angry. Just as Zhongxian finished speaking, Yuling Valley jumped down from the trees and attacked suddenly from behind. They aimed at the napes of the 2 men. The strike was so strong that the 2 lost consciousness, fell to the ground, and were tied up like ducks by 2 of the 3 attackers. One of the 3, looking like the leader, crossed his arms and ordered, 7 tigers, 10 tigers, disguise yourselves as 6 Forest sect members and infiltrate according to plan. Report the situation and carry out the mission. If difficulties arise, retreat immediately. The 7 tigers and 10 tigers pulled down their masks and replied, Understood. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yugong sat cross-legged, meditating, regulating his internal energy, silently acknowledging that when regulating and calming his mind, the bloody battles before seemed meaningless. They seemed meaningless. He closed his eyes, regulating while deciding. That said, it's currently impossible. Everyone has the right to choose and freedom. Then he recalled the 2 previous failures beside Feng Tian. His vivid imagination painted a picture of a puppy before a fierce tiger mocking himself. Even if he tried to escape again, it would be like a puppy trying to flee a tiger's den, foolish. The situation seemed to change slightly, causing a hint of panic in the tiger's eyes. But the puppy suddenly stood firm and grew stronger, seeming to overwhelm the tiger. What if that puppy was stronger than the tiger? Thinking this, Yugung smirked confidently. If I master peerless martial arts, what is a tiger? When I escape my father's arrangement, I will be free. Before he could rejoice, laughter came from outside. They rejoice, the auspicious hour has come. Happy birthday, master. Surprised and interrupted mid-energy regulation, he immediately coughed up blood. Yugung lay sprawled on the ground, complaining, If my internal energy disperses, I'll go mad. Damn Feng Tian. How dare he make noise at this hour? The cheers echoed throughout the world. Let's celebrate the birthday of the Jizun. Inside, Yugung was in pain on the ground, thinking, What am I giving birth to? I'm about to die because of you. Yugung reached out trembling toward the familiar large shadow. I can't die here, especially not because of Feng Tian, my subordinate. Feng Tian finally entered the room, opened the door, and cheerfully wished the person a happy 19th birthday. But when he looked back, he saw Yugung lying on the ground, raising his hand for help, which made him panic and worry master. Feng Tian quickly caught the pale-faced man, helping him up while calming him. Are you having a mental breakdown? Don't worry, I'll handle it immediately. Then Feng Tian immediately transmitted internal energy into Yugong's body. He transmitted while smiling proudly. Master, if I had been a little later, you would have been in danger. Yugong sat in front, scowling. Ugly face, do I have to listen to an assassin? Feng Tian, still unaware of the situation, enthusiastically advised. When circulating internal energy, you must carefully observe your surroundings. Yugung grew more annoyed. Now you're lecturing me. After transmitting the internal energy, Feng Tian stood up, showing loyalty. Placing his hand on his chest and loudly repeated the birthday wishes while urging the annoyed master. Happy birthday, master. The birthday party is ready outside. Let's go. Yugung grimaced, gritting his teeth, looking at his indifferent subordinate. You scared me. I almost met my ancestors. I bitterly think I almost died because of this birthday party. I'll see if it's worth my life. Yugung stepped out of the room and saw the 6 Forest Sect King respectfully clasping his hands. Not only him, but everyone in the 6 Forest Sect was here clasping their hands and shouting in unison, Long live, long live, long live. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000, 10,000 years. Happy birthday to the wise one. Feng Tian watched, secretly pleased, but Yugung was not surprised and smiled softly. Then he went to his chair, sat down and sarcastically said, Long live. 10,000. 10,000 years. Feng Tian proudly wished the master a happy birthday for the nth time, wishing him immortality. Yugung sat comfortably in his chair, mocking his subordinate's words. Immortality. How wonderful. Even more wonderful is this matter. His face darkened as he looked at Feng Tian, implying, On such a happy day, someone wants to assassinate me. Feng Tian still doesn't know he's the culprit. This bastard dares to do this. Tell me and I'll tear him apart. Yugung sat majestically unafraid and directly poured cold water on Feng Tian. Before you came in, I was circulating internal energy. Then someone shouted, Happy birthday, master! But somehow I heard, Fine, just die. Fearing Feng Tian still didn't understand, Yugung continued explaining. Immediately, my internal energy became chaotic. I couldn't breathe. I almost died on my birthday. He punched and rubbed, laughing scornfully. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have died. Now do you know who wanted to assassinate me? Perhaps now Feng Tian had absorbed everything, pressing his lips tightly, not daring to say a word. At this moment, patience reached its limit. Yugung became furious, clenched a wooden chair until it cracked. He roared and threw the broken chair pieces at Feng Tian. "Is this all you can do on my birthday?" Annoyed Yugang left without paying attention to his subordinate standing still. "That's enough for today. Come see me tomorrow." The recent events made the two from Yuling Valley sweat profusely. Both were somewhat wary of the arrogant young man who was the assassination target. The entire Six Forest sect knelt before him saying, "Is that all indeed a genius? Alone he can shake Jiang Hu." 7 tigers and 10 tigers noticed the Six Forest sect king stepping onto the stage, puzzled. The king approached his subordinate. "What's going on?" Both looked toward the highest stage where Feng Tian was shamefully trembling, seemingly comforting his subordinate. Both sympathized seeing the Six Forest sect king approach Feng Tian humiliated before so many people. No matter how loyal, no one could endure that. Uncle walked toward Feng Tian and placed a hand on his shoulder. He gently comforted his comrade with understanding. "You must be in great pain." 7 tigers and 10 tigers below also felt a ripple in their hearts. If comforted like that, I'd want to cry even more. Hey, no matter how touching the hug, I won't cry. Brotherhood sure lasts long. 1 second moved, the next second feeling cold. Feng Tian aimed a punch at Uncle's face. He didn't expect to be punched, so he couldn't stay standing, and was knocked out, falling to the ground, holding his face, not knowing who to blame. The 2 Yuling Valley members once again witnessed an unbelievable scene, leaving them stunned for a few seconds. Uncle's eyes widened and mouth agape as he looked at Feng Tian going crazy, thinking, "I should have died today." Feng Tian shouted loudly, as if everyone was deaf and couldn't hear. "But the master spared my life. What could be more touching than that?" "What suffering?" he cursed harshly. "You bastard, get lost quickly!" The 2 Yuling Valley members turned pale at the scene. One panicked dare to touch the Six Forests sect king. "The Six Forests sect won't let this go." The other seemed to have realized. "Right, we should leave before something happens." He looked around hesitantly at everyone, avoiding eye contact, confused. "Wait, these guys are pretending not to see anything." Uncle walked down from the stands, holding his face dejectedly. The 2 saw the chaos and signaled each other. "Shall we act?" The atmosphere seemed strange, but the Six Forest sect had no mind to pay attention to them. This is the only chance to carry out the mission. In the sky, the full moon stood out among clouds and twinkling stars. 10 tigers and 7 tigers looked at the moonlight, reflecting on the clear blue well. "Look, there's no one here." One of them smiled dangerously, taking out a small orange-yellow box. In his mind was a dark plot, probably carefully brewed. The poisonous herb is a toxin that acts after 6 hours, killing them without knowing why. We just need to poison the well water and leave before the toxin takes effect. A perfect plan. "Sorry, Six Forest sect, but you must die with that kid." Before they could poison the water, both Yuling Valley members were startled to see Feng Tian's reflection on the clear well water. They immediately turned, clasped their hands respectfully, and asked, "You have arrived. Are you here to drink water?" Feng Tian looked at them, resting his chin thoughtfully. Outside, the 2 appeared calm, but were secretly panicking and trembling. Why are they so terrifyingly silent? To handle this awkward situation, the 2 acted out a play together. One stammered while drawing water, "Waiting for you to come drink." The other held a fresh bowl of water, echoing, "Please drink first." Feng Tian's menacing face, radiating killing intent, rubbed his chin and stared at them intently. The affectionate gaze from Feng Tian made the 2 uneasy. Could they have discovered our poisoning plan? Damn, we must retreat. Still, they had to continue acting happily, pouring water into their mouths and praising. "The water here is really delicious." As soon as they finished drinking, 10 tigers and 7 tigers immediately spat out all the water. They lay on the ground, pale. One still couldn't believe it. How could this be? The poison was already in the well. The other guessed colorless, odorless, and instantly lethal. It must be scarlet fire poison. One of the 2 supported himself, looking up at Feng Tian unwillingly. Could they have anticipated our arrival? The consciousness of 7 tigers and 10 tigers gradually faded, but they couldn't close their eyes peacefully because Feng Tian's large shadow followed them to the end. Truly extraordinary. As for Feng Tian, perhaps he had no killing intent, but was actually confused watching the two clowns acting out a play in front of him while he hadn't uttered a word. He coldly turned his back on them, complaining, "Why do I keep encountering ghosts today?" The wind gently stirred, causing leaves to float in the air around the two Yuling Valley members, who had long since died peacefully. Suddenly, a figure dressed entirely in black arrived with the wind at the spot where the two unfortunate men lay. He wiped the eyes of one of the 7 tigers with one hand, and did the same for the other with his other hand, then sighed softly. He drew his sword, anger mixed with deep hatred in his heart. "I will not let your deaths be in vain. I will definitely take that kid's life." The wind rustled. The assassin from Yuling Valley stood looking at his 2 subordinates, who had died unexpectedly, lying scattered on the ground, filled with intense hatred. Remembering earlier, he hid behind the door, watching them congratulate Yugang, trying to stay calm, and thinking that no matter if he shouted "Long live" or hit his subordinates with a chair, he could endure it. Then he looked at his 2 loyal subordinates, who died without closing their eyes. He was unwilling, but seeing his close subordinates die so meaninglessly, he could no longer stay calm. He knew Feng Tian witnessed everything but didn't care at all, which made him hate that bastard even more. That wretched man stood with crossed arms watching them die. He would never forgive him. Gritting his teeth in anger, he was determined to take revenge. "I will definitely kill that brat and you!" After declaring his oath, he gradually transformed into black smoke and slowly disappeared. Now, half an hour later at Mount Eme, the smoke gathered into a body standing on a large tree branch. Choosing a high position to observe the situation, he silently examined and pondered. "Is that the residence of that brat? First, I must check if anyone is around. It's a bit far, but with the special skill of Yuling Valley, I can manage." He used his vision to activate the Black Cloud Dark technique. His sight expanded through beams of light running inward, passing through the garden. It crept through every corner to gather information and spy on the situation. He was satisfied and thought, "Good. No one is here." Just as he finished thinking, a mysterious black shadow appeared on the roof tiles. No one else but Feng Tian. Seeing him made the man involuntarily surprised. The assassin of Yuling Valley smiled faintly, not in a hurry, thinking, "Oh, it's that subordinate. He can't stand there all night. As soon as you leave, I will kill that brat." An hour later, Feng Tian was still standing there, unmoving. 2 hours later, he was still there, quietly observing the situation. Standing and waiting too long made his legs ache. He sat down silently, praising Feng Tian. "I have to admit, he's no ordinary person, but I once endured 2 days in a foul place." Suddenly, the black shadow gradually disappeared from the roof. Thinking he had given up, he remained confident. "That's right, you are no exception." The assassin of Yuling Valley thought Feng Tian had left and intended to act. "Now let's deal with that brat." But he didn't realize Feng Tian had appeared beside him. Feng Tian slowly spoke. "What are you doing?" He turned around, startled, stammering, "What? Why are you here?" Feng Tian calmly replied, "I've been waiting for you a long time." The assassin tightly gripped his sword and quickly drew it to greet the opponent. He rushed forward and stabbed a fatal blow into Feng Tian. Filled with hatred, he shouted, "Now I will send you to the afterlife." The sword pierced through him, but there was no blood. He was stunned immediately. He slowly dissolved and vanished into the air. The assassin realized the cause could only be an afterimage. Feng Tian suddenly appeared behind him. His pale face analyzed. "You were discovered and didn't commit suicide. You are not an assassin of the headquarters." A cold voice from behind made him jump in fright. He gathered all his strength and swung the sword fiercely backward, intending to injure Feng Tian. Angry, he shouted, but the speed was too slow. Feng Tian was once again behind, with eyes flashing. Raising both hands to firmly hold his head, Feng Tian disdainfully said, "Moreover, you're slow." Even when the forest was shrouded in darkness. At the same time, Feng Tian had captured and was interrogating him. Crossing his arms, he asked, Which sect are you from? The assassin of Yuling Valley turned pale. He was tied in a sack, his neck being twisted round and round. He stubbornly refused to confess and could not speak. Feng Tian showed no mercy and continued physical pressure, spinning his head like a top. He angrily shouted, "Who hired you?" Feng Tian kept applying force, making his head spin rapidly. Unable to bear it, he surrendered. "Wait, I'll tell you." He still didn't stop torturing him relentlessly. Thinking he was about to lose consciousness, he thought, if this continues, I'll never be able to speak again. He raised his hand in surrender, painfully shouting, "Yuling Valley, Huaxian Divine Doctor!" Feng Tian was puzzled. Huaxian hired Yuling Valley to assassinate. He looked toward the assassin of Yuling Valley. Feng Tian pointed at him and yelled, "Useless, you revealed everything after just a little torture. Are you even worthy to be an assassin of Yuling Valley?" He turned his head confused about what Feng Tian was doing. The assassin of Yuling Valley was speechless, thinking, "You told me to talk." Feng Tian ordered, "Go back and report everything to Yuling Valley." He asked blankly, "You're not going to kill me?" Someone like him who values vanity heard this and immediately became furious. "Today is my master's birthday. I cannot kill anyone on this day of grace." Feng Tian said a few words and left. "If Yuling Valley dares to come here again, I will annihilate them all. Consider yourself lucky to survive today, you useless fool." He teleported away, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke behind, leaving him alone there. Tears streamed down his face as he painfully thought, 7 tigers, 10 tigers. Sorry, I couldn't avenge you. And return my neck before you leave, you bastard!" He was still deformed and unable to escape. A sunny day at the villa. Yugong looked out the window, curious and eagerly awaiting the special event. Finally, the day came when he found his father's arrangement. He was very eager to know what it was. Feng Tian appeared at the door, bowed and greeted Master. "Did you sleep well?" Yugong happily looked at him. "You arrived right on time." He still bowed, admitting his fault. "Sorry for my carelessness yesterday that put you in danger." Yugong approached the tea table without paying much attention and said, "What's done is done." "Sit down," Feng Tian replied. "Thank you." He stepped forward to report another matter. His sudden words made Yugong look at him in confusion. Feng Tian sat opposite him and continued. 3 assassins sent by Huaxian, Divine Doctor, infiltrated the 6 Forest sect. Yesterday was the Jizun's birthday. I spared one, and the other 2 tried to drink from the well. I signaled them, but he pretended to be in pain, clutching his hand, saying they kept tilting their heads and didn't understand, so I had to leave them. Hearing this, Yugong understood everything. He was silent, thinking, "So you abandoned them to die?" He replied grimly, "Yes. It seems Huaxian was very heartbroken. It's understandable because he had to create an antidote for me. Even though I was saved, I still feel guilty." Yugong looked at him approvingly for a moment, then got to the point. "You did well sparing one assassin. Now let's get to the main issue. Tell me about that arrangement." Feng Tian took out a red tube from his body and replied, "At your command." He gently placed it on the table. Suddenly it bounced a few times. Feng Tian pulled out a secret map from the tube. He bowed respectfully to him. "Please forgive me for hiding this from you all this time. Atula Tianmo instructed me to find the arrangement when you turn 19. Yugong somewhat guessed, and slowly asked, "Is that arrangement martial arts?" He immediately responded, "That's right!" He clenched his fist proudly, thinking, "My father's arrangement must be peerless martial arts. The day of my freedom is near." He pointed to the center of the map to find their current location. "This is where you are." Moving his finger, Feng Tian continued, "And if you go northeast from here..." He stopped at a high mountain on the map. A candle icon appeared to mark it. He said, "This is the location of Chu Yufang's arrangement. At that mountain, if you go down the cliff, Chu Yufang has a cave. In the middle is a large crevice formed strangely emitting light inside. The cave entrance is hidden by the Chimen formation, but Feng Tian used his sword to cling to the cliff. He used a blue light to investigate and found a way to dispel the formation." They looked at each other. He added, "I have entered and checked inside. It's definitely as such. Yugang asked, "What kind of martial arts is it?" Feng Tian frankly replied, "Sorry, I thought spying on martial arts was disrespectful, so I only observed around." Inside the cave was a giant spider corpse with red eyes and a red-black checkered pattern on its abdomen. He was secretly pleased. A giant spider. How mysterious. It seems that arrangement really is peerless martial arts. Yugang couldn't wait and said, "Good. After breakfast we'll go immediately." Feng Tian respectfully obeyed at your command. The meal included familiar people, Ruolan Uncle Sun Yan Kiao, and 2 others. When I said goodbye to the Six Forests sect before leaving, he leisurely bid farewell to everyone. Sun Ruolan and the Six Forest sect leader couldn't hide their joy. The 2 were so happy they cried in support. Feng Tian also babbled for a while, but everything was fine. He spoke calmly. "The Six Forests sect is no longer useful, so I will destroy them." His words shocked Ruolan and her father. Yugang had to warn the Six Forests sect has already hailed you as eternal. We were solemnly sent off by the Six Forests sect. Feng Tian and Yugang sped away before Uncle Sun's farewell words. After they left, everyone in the Six Forest sect was in chaos, driving away evil spirits, scattering salt, using up all the salt in the warehouse. He was silent for a while, thinking, a solemn farewell. Half an hour later, it was hard to breathe in a place full of mountains. Yugang had reached the peak of Chu Yofang's journey, admiring the majestic mountains. Feng Tian came beside him and asked, "Master, are you ready?" He eagerly replied, "Of course." Yugang thought silently. Just one more step, the final step to regain my freedom. The 2 looked ahead. He spoke, "Then let's go. Are you ready to experience a new future?" Standing before the high cliff with a gentle breeze blowing, Feng Tian embraced Du Yugang's waist and said, "Then let's go." Then he jumped up. Feng Tian drew his sword. He pointed the tip of the sword downward, then used it like a tool to stab into the mountain to prevent falling. But at that moment the sword was knocked out of the crack. Feng Tian reacted quickly and swiftly stabbed the sword back in. But it was through another space connected to the mountain. Yugang, held by Feng Tian, was stunned as he looked down at his feet and marveled. "Is this an illusion created by the Chi-Men formation? How wonderful it looks like we're floating in mid-air." Feng Tian turned to remind him, "Now we have to break the Chi-Men formation. Hold on tight to me." Yugang obediently held tightly onto his shoulder. Immediately after Feng Tian broke the formation, smoke swirled thickly around Yugang and then gradually dissipated. Yugang gazed for a while, thinking, "Is the Chi-Men formation about to be broken?" At this moment, Feng Tian spoke, "Master. The cave entrance has opened." The 2 jumped inside the cave entrance. The sound of footsteps landed with a thud. The 2 looked up and around inside the cave. Yugang exclaimed finally, "We made it here," Feng Tian said. "Please wait a moment." He then waved his hand. "I will conceal the cave entrance so no one can see it from outside." The cave entrance above them slowly closed. After the cave entrance was completely closed, Feng Tian reported to his master, "Everything is ready. You will now hold Jianghu in your hands." Yugang smiled with satisfaction. This is only the beginning. A cold wind suddenly blew out from inside the cave mouth, marking the start of my freedom. Outside, someone had been standing guard and secretly watching everything. I can't understand what is happening. It was Tianguang Young Boy. He silently observed from afar and saw everything embracing and jumping into the deep abyss like that. Young Boy's face darkened, his pupils contracted and then widened. Could it be? In his mind, he imagined the 2 of them in love, sobbing, "Feng Tian, I can't bear it anymore." "It's okay, Feng Tian is here." He then fabricated a story that they developed feelings, fought Mo Jiao together, and finally jumped into the abyss to commit suicide. Young Boy finally abandoned his irrational thoughts. Of course, there couldn't be so many suspicious points. He pondered deeply. At first, I thought they wanted to unite forces against Mo Jiao, but they parted ways with the Six Forest sect. Young Boy looked at the arm radiating dark energy and continued thinking. Moreover, I marked the myriad-mile blood fragrance and contacted Mo Jiao. Strangely, no reinforcements or news have arrived yet. To deal with Feng Tian, at least 5 demon gods should have come here. Thinking this young boy suddenly had another idea. Wait, could they have jumped into the abyss to shake me off? Meanwhile, at Yugong's location, he was being led by Feng Tian into the cave. Master, we're almost there. The two arrived at a wall carved with a spider image. Yugong curiously asked, "Is the arrangement behind that wall?" Feng Tian replied, "Yes." He pressed the red button on the spider's eye, then touched its body. Immediately the door opened. The wind inside blew strongly outward, making Yugong's hair fly wildly. Inside, there was another giant spider. Yugong stepped inside, looking at the spider, and exclaimed, "That spider is really big." Suddenly a voice echoed, "O destined one, welcome." Hearing the voice, Yugong was surprised. It was the voice of an old man. He bowed politely and said, "Do Yugong pays respects." Seeing this, Feng Tian explained, "Master, this is a voice from the past. You don't need to respond." Yugong awkwardly coughed and replied, "So that's it." The voice sounded again. "I am Zhou Yachuan. I have despised demons and heretics, and only followed the righteous path." Hearing this, Feng Tian suddenly became agitated and shouted, "Shut up!" Yugong glanced at Feng Tian's fierce reaction helplessly. "You told me not to respond." At this moment, Yugong asked Feng Tian, "Is this righteous martial arts? Is this my father's arrangement?" Feng Tian immediately replied, "Yes, the important thing is the martial arts. You don't need to pay attention to those words." The voice continued, "I can confidently say that Chu Yu Xuan Gong is the strongest martial art in the world. I spent 50 years mastering it." Hearing this, Yugong excitedly shouted, "50 years? I have to be 70 years old to master it." "You're lying." The voice continued, "But I found a way to master it in 10 days. Surely no one is foolish enough to train the way I did for 50 years. Yugong got annoyed as the voice kept pausing. "Speak properly, old man." Seeing him so agitated, Feng Tian reminded Master, "It's just a voice." Then he turned and left. Heroically, the sound continued to cultivate Zhou Yachuan needs the Neidan inner core of Wan Nian Zhou Yu. It referred to the cup below. Do you see it? The Neidan inner core of the myriad year. Chu Yu is melting and accumulating. It further revealed this Neidan inner core has another function. After drinking it, you will be immune to all poisons in the world. Then it called out, "O destined one, please drink the Neidan inner core first." Feng Tian suddenly bowed, showing joy. "Master, congratulations. You have reached the realm of immunity to all poisons," Yugong replied. "Thank you." Then he took the cup containing the elixir and drank it. After drinking, the voice continued, "It will take half an hour for the medicine to take effect, because you only spent a dozen days to cultivate it, so there will be some pain." Hearing this, Yugong's face turned pale. "You bastard, you say it's just a little pain." His muscles began to transform. His legs also underwent changes. Yugong cried out in extreme pain. He screamed for help from Feng Tian. Seeing this, Feng Tian immediately worried about his master. Just as he ran to support Yugong, the voice rang out again. "Absolutely do not use internal power to resist the pain." The voice explained that if you do, the inner core will be broken, and you will not be able to cultivate Chu Yu Xuan Gong. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian and Yugong silently looked at each other. Feng Tian suddenly grabbed Yugong. "I will help you stabilize your body." Yugong screamed in pain. He exclaimed, "Why is it always so terrible for a while?" 2 hours later, Yugong seemed ravaged by the pain. After it ended, Feng Tian released him. "Master, are you okay?" Yugong bitterly replied. "Do I look okay?" Suddenly a beam of light surrounded him, and Yugong's body began to glow. Mana accumulated around him. The voice echoed, "Congratulations, destined one. You have endured well and are ready to cultivate Chu Yu Xuan Gong." It told Yugong to stare at the wall. He looked up and followed the voice. "The internal power will automatically operate, and when you awaken from the long sleep, Chu Yu Xuan Gong will be cultivated." The proud image of Yugong reflected through the spider's eye freedom was finally right before him. Yugong was cultivating under the supervision and guidance of the Chu Yu Xuan master. After receiving the martial arts from the old man, mists like spider silk appeared around him. Martial arts knowledge was automatically transmitted into Yugong. He closed his eyes and focused on feeling the new knowledge. The martial arts were now deeply imprinted in his mind. Spiritual energy from the dantian spread throughout his body. First was the general application of Chuyu Xuan Gong. Yugong could now glide swiftly like the wind. Second, it helped him move quickly on walls and ceilings. He also received a technique to counter enemies. The third was a type of pursuit technique called Chu Yu Bao Long Shou. With a body full of killing intent, he faced the fourth enemy technique Yin Gong, which could terrify opponents and cause soul-shaking sound waves. His senses were enhanced to hear even the sound of water droplets falling from the cave ceiling. The fifth helped improve hearing vision danger perception and conceal killing intent. At this moment, Yugong emitted an extremely powerful aura. Finally, it helped increase attack power Chu Yu Juexin Zhang. The pressure he radiated even forced Feng Tian nearby to block it. After finishing, he condensed the martial arts back inside and returned to a normal state. Feng Tian approached and congratulated him on his achievement after a long period of hard training. Yugong seemed to have lost track of time and was confused. "Hasn't it only been one day?" Feng Tian replied, "No, today is already the 10th day." Yugong marveled silently at Chu Yu Xuan Gong. "The 10th day already, I not only don't feel hungry, but am full of energy. Truly, a miraculous martial art." He asked Feng Tian, "What have you been eating all this time?" Feng Tian smiled lightly and respectfully replied, "Master is busy with great affairs. How could I indulge in food? Just seeing your achievements feels like eating 1,000-year ginseng." Yugong stood up. "You've worked hard," he thought to himself. "Feng Tian, you haven't left my side even a step to protect me, haven't you?" Yugong felt a bit regretful inside. "If you hadn't forced me to become Jiao Zhu, maybe we could have become friends." After thinking, he excitedly wanted to test what he had learned over the past 10 days. "I want to see my results. Please be my sparring partner." Feng Tian immediately agreed. "It's an honor, Master, but first I need to handle something." After speaking, he grabbed the sword. In the blink of an eye, Feng Tian slashed the Chu Yu Xuan Master's image on the city wall, aiming to ensure no one could have power like Yugong's. After slashing, he said, "Don't hold back during training." Yugong became serious. "Then let's begin." He positioned his right foot back to gain momentum. In the blink of an eye, Yugong dashed toward Feng Tian. Feng Tian raised his hand to catch him. After receiving the martial arts, Yugong's senses were enhanced. He easily dodged Feng Tian's attacks. "I see it." His gaze focused on Feng Tian's abdomen and his movements. His hand, quick as lightning, was placed on Feng Tian's stomach. At that moment, Yugong activated his internal energy. He performed the Chu Du Xuan Gong, Chu Du Juexin Zhang, causing Feng Tian to be knocked flying into the wall. Seeing Feng Tian up there, he thought to himself, "I just knocked Feng Tian away." Indeed, the destructive power was worthy of the Chu Yu Xuan Master's pride. It didn't take long before Feng Tian bounced off the wall. In an instant, he circled behind Yugong, intending to choke him. "I truly admire you," not letting Feng Tian succeed. Yugong caught both his hands and used internal energy to try to break Feng Tian's arms. He sensed Yugong's intention and immediately kept his distance. Yugong provocatively launched a sudden all-out attack, then withdrew his sword. Feng Tian heard this, his eyes filled with killing intent as he gripped the sword hilt. "Then, Master." Immediately, 3 slashes came toward Yugong. Before the first slash, he remained calm. "You seem very angry." But then he executed a move, leaping onto the ceiling to dodge all 3 slashes, Chu Yu Xuan Gong Fuk An Kuai Than. Then Yugong gathered his strength and charged straight at Feng Tian. Before the attack, Feng Tian raised his sword to block. He swung a slash at Yugong to counterattack, but failed, and was caught by Yugong's head. "It's over, Feng Tian." Immediately, the ground around shattered under Yugong's move. The noise settled. He hesitated, looking to see if Feng Tian had fallen. He was now head down on the ground. Yugong saw no reaction from him and rejoiced finally. "I have defeated Feng Tian." He quickly revealed his true nature as a bandit. "I'll sell the pearl to get money and run far away." Best to go to Hainan, the southernmost part of the Central Plains. He kept picking up pearls. I'll find a job, marry an ordinary woman, and build a family. Jiaozhu Mo Jiao. Ends here. After finishing, Yugang turned to leave. You keep sleeping, Feng Tian. To Yugang's surprise, Feng Tian stood up gently. Let's go, master. Yugang was stunned. You can move. No need to try, Feng Tian calmly said. I can still endure. I will follow you anywhere. Yugang was bitter. Feng Tian, you bastard! You pretended to lose to encourage me like back at Six Forests Sect. He performed Chuyu Xuan Gong Fuk An Kuai Tan and flew straight away. So deceptive, Feng Tian chased after his master. Yugang showed obvious annoyance. You say this is the strongest martial art? My father's arrangement. Why can't I defeat Feng Tian? How can it be the strongest? Feng Tian hurriedly chased after his master. Please wait for me. Yugang realized Feng Tian couldn't catch up. At this speed, I can escape him. Thinking this, Yugang dashed off, leaving Feng Tian calling behind master. Feng Tian's voice echoed through the mountain master. Roland, far away, naturally got goosebumps, looking very displeased. She hugged herself, trembling. I suddenly shuddered when I heard Feng Tian's shout. Yan Qiao joked, sprinkling so much salt, and it's still not enough. Roland was fearful. I think I'm definitely unlucky. I have to see a fortune teller or do something. Yan Qiao turned back. But we're lucky, aren't we? Just then, a few fortune tellers were climbing the mountain. In fact, those two were senior assassins Gong Ling, a senior Yuling Valley assassin, and Dragon Chaser II, a senior assassin of Yuling Valley. They were secretly laughing at the fools. We're not fortune tellers, but senior assassins. We came here to complete the mission to assassinate Yugang, which Yi Hao failed at. That Yugang is surely dead. Upon arrival, Rulan pointed at the door, signaling the two to stop complaining and hurry inside. Yan Qiao and Gong Sun Chang talk about the future of Six Forests Sect later after my father. They passed through the gate and entered the courtyard. Then Ruolan led them into a room. If you don't want to die, come in here first. The two assassins were stunned upon entering the room. What is this? Inside were Guju, the merchant Tianxiang Xianzi, and the 5 great Orthodox families. The two were senior assassins of Yuling Valley, confused. What kind of gathering is this? Ruolan led them to a table. Sit comfortably. 2 assassins sat in front of Qinglei Miaoshan. His face looked like he wanted to devour the two. Ruolan acted naturally, rubbing Gong Ling's bald head, making him angry. Don't worry, we won't kill the fortune teller because of bad luck. So don't worry. Dragon Chaser II whispered to Gong Ling, now is not the time to cause trouble. So sit tight. Ruolan casually pinched Dragon Chaser II's face, telling him to relax too. When it was his turn, he was also annoyed, feeling like his head was about to burst. I haven't felt like killing for money in a long time. Gong Ling replied, there will be a chance. Then Gong Ling looked at Qinglei Miaoshan's face and whispered to Dragon Chaser II. First, you must be careful not to let him discover your identity. Finally, Gong Ling spoke. Sir, what aspect do you want us to tell your fortune about? At that time, he was a-thinking. This is Elder Miaoshan, the strategist of Six Forests Sect. Does he want to know about the future of Six Forests Sect, or the time to unify the demonic sects? Finally, Miaoshan relaxed his facial muscles a little. With that serious expression, he said something like, throwing a joke. I wonder if I can find my soulmate this year. The two assassins froze immediately. Ruolan was sitting at the next table, looking cheerful. Her face was calm as she spoke to An Legong Yuan and Xiao Ming. So you guys are still alive? Weren't you the ones who suddenly rushed out to fight the Black Dragon Gang before? She raised her cup. Why did you come here? Let's talk slowly. Let's toast first. Ruolan was enthusiastic and spirited about the prosperity of the Six Forests Sect. Gong Yuan was embarrassed, thinking we are the righteous path, and now we have to... Ruolan looked a bit annoyed. What's with that expression? Could it be that you... She put on a seductive face and asked, have you fallen for me and followed me all the way to Six Forests Sect? He immediately retorted, what are you talking about? Ruolan suddenly got angry and shouted, looking like that, you're really mad. If you like me, just say it. What's there to be shy about? If you don't say it now and later dare to say you like me, you'll be dead meat. The three encountered a fool and felt annoyed. Gong Yuan restrained himself. We need to stay calm. Xiaoming timidly asked Miss Rulan. I have something to say. Recently, the Black Dragon Gang seems to have disappeared. Could it be that they have reconciled? Rulan was very uncomfortable. Reconciled. When they're all dead, then maybe. Don't bother looking for them. He was surprised. They're all dead. Isn't that an exaggeration? Rulan replied. It's true. Xiaoming pressed on. If that question is too hard, then I'll ask another. Are the 4 people who accompanied Miss still here? What are their true identities? Rulan seriously said. 2 stayed at Six Forests Sect, but the young scholar and the rustic guy have left. I'm not sure about their identities. Xiaoming pondered. Not sure seems like a hard question to answer. Rulan, lost patience, fine, just believe it. Now it's your turn. I'll ask you a question. Those people sitting at that table over there. Before Rulan finished speaking, someone slammed the table hard. Ancient Bamboo stood up and shouted loudly. I heard you brought 5 Xian Wei to the Six Forests Sect, is that right? Rulan glanced over. No, why are you like this, Yanqiao? Yanqiao rolled her eyes, I don't know either. She suddenly emitted something, her tone mysterious, as if to enchant lying Kuang Son already told me. Back then, Kuang Son revealed that Feng Tian had kidnapped the divine doctor, forcing them to chase all the way to Six Forests Sect. Heavenly Scent began manipulating Yanqiao's mind. Is it true that Feng Tian and the 5 immortals aren't here? Bamboo looked at Yanqiao and smiled secretly. Soul enchantment technique. That's a method to confuse the opponent's mind. I can hardly defend against it. That guy is doomed. Suddenly, Yanqiao trembled violently. He angrily grabbed an axe, ready to chop her. How dare you mention Feng Tian in front of me? You want to die? Heavenly Scent panicked. Can he resist the soul enchantment? The axe stopped at her neck because Ruolan intervened. Stop causing trouble. It's already too troublesome here. You all should leave. She declared, honestly, if you dare mention Feng Tian in front of me, you're dead for sure. Those people there began to suspect. Who exactly is this Feng Tian? Suddenly a loud call came from outside, making everyone turn around in surprise. Feng Tian, the wall that was normal, suddenly exploded. Wuchang Gos led some Yuling Valley members rushing into Six Forest Sect. Get out of the way. We must fight to the death with him. He shouted loudly, come out quickly. Uncle Sun roared. Feng Tian, go, what are you still shouting for? Wuchang Gos didn't believe it. Lie's Uncle Sun replied, why should I lie to you? Your Black Dragon Gang leader has already left. You should leave too. He refused to believe. Do you think we're fools? We saw what we needed to see at Mount Wu Tai. Rewinding to Mount Wu Tai, Wuchang Gos and a few others were digging a grave to bury someone. I'm sorry I intended to spare you, but you sought death. He wept. Please forgive me. I must bury you here. After revenge, I will bury you properly. Suddenly someone shouted. Trihun Ruins pointed at the gravemaster. What are you doing? Shouting like that as if you saw a ghost. When he looked down at the grave, his face showed undeniable surprise. There was already a corpse inside. Wuchang Gos stammered at the body. Back to the present, he finished the story. It was the body of the Black Dragon Gang leader supposedly killed by Feng Tian. The righteous sect members were also shocked and speechless. So the Black Dragon Gang has been wiped out. Heavenly Scent and Bamboo were stunned. So the one who kidnapped the 5 immortals was Feng Tian. Is he really that strong? Gongling whispered to Dragon Chaser. Too looks like Lu Jiang has left Six Forest Sect. He replied sarcastically. Indeed, quietly leaving. Ruolan suddenly pointed at the Yuling Valley gathering. Feng Tian, the hero, they're here. Trihun Ruins and the Yuling Valley members saw this. So Feng Tian, you're hiding here. Then they quickly rushed over, flying past Ruolan, who was terrified. She asked her father why he suddenly looked so strange. Uncle Sun helplessly replied, Be quiet. That is violent energy. He vividly explained. When the violent energy technique is unleashed to the extreme, flesh and blood fly like hidden weapons. Once unleashed, it cannot be stopped midway. Rulan casually said, "Really, you're just joking. Feng Tian is here." Trihun Ruins was about to explode like fireworks, then turned around in surprise. Huh! With a bang, a rooftop flew apart in the distance. Tian Guangyang boy was observing the commotion. He was a bit helpless. I came to Six Forest Sect to find Zhao Zhu, but it turns out it's full of fools here. He rushed off missing Zhao Zhu. Where exactly is he? Inside the cave of the Chudu Xuan master, two people just arrived. The man turned to ask his master. "This is Blade Miu," slowly. "Someone has come here and touched something they shouldn't have." Everyone gradually saw two spiders nearby. Disciple of the seventh heaven, Zhao Zhu, Chu Yang, named Renchu. "This is master." They saw the surroundings were a mess, as if a battle had taken place. It seemed someone had been here. Blade Miu Shen Guan was the seventh heaven Zhao Zhu. He told him to dare touch something that shouldn't be touched. He wondered how he dared to touch the treasure of the Heavenly Lord. Blade Miu Shen Guan was truly angry. Even the seventh heaven Zhao Zhu took 3 years to find this place. He thought no one would find it, but he was wrong. After the battle on the mountain peak, he swore never to let this happen again. He recalled the battle of the past, the battle on the mountain peak. The seventh heaven Zhao Zhu believed the Heavenly Lord would make the heavenly demon Zhao Zhu kneel. He was the one who witnessed the duel. He believed that although the heavenly demon Zhao Zhu was strong, Bai Wuqie was the son of heaven. Looking at Bai Wuqie's firm back, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling as if everything in this world was born to serve the Heavenly Lord. He was also the one who witnessed the defeat of the one considered a god. But after seeing him lose to the heavenly demon Zhao Zhu, he was so surprised he was speechless. Blade Miu Shenguan always wondered why the Heavenly Lord could lose. He always praised Bai Wuqie's extraordinary ability and wondered why the Heavenly Lord didn't use his strongest technique. After careful thought, he concluded there was only one answer: it was because of his pride. Blade Miu Shenguan advised that if the Heavenly Lord had used his strongest technique from the start, the outcome would have been different. "Believe in yourself, but don't be too proud, my disciple." Renchu cupped his hands and replied, "The disciple will remember." The disciple will remember. Then he added that they also took the pearl beads. If they had such ability, they must be from some sect. He implicitly confirmed that the Black Thief and the Black Dragon Gang leader, only they are capable of breaking through the barrier and taking the treasure. Renchu didn't quite understand his master's intention. "Master, could it be the Green Forest tribe?" After years of experience, Shenguan knew the opponent's methods in the Green Forest tribe. No one could handle the transformation cautiously like this. Above all, he needed to save his own life first. He hesitated at that statement. "Really? You also told me you'd explain in detail later. Now let's go catch those thieves." Renchu was still a bit doubtful. Finally, he followed the disciple understood. The Green Forest tribe's mountain camp was reduced to rubble, as if it had just endured a bombing raid. Uncle Sun remained calm and relaxed, despite the unpleasant situation. How peaceful. King Lei Miaoshan couldn't understand Uncle Sun's concept of peace and frowned, thinking peace. Then Gongsun Chang smiled and said, "Avoiding misfortune with fewer casualties than expected means the future of the Green Forest tribe is brighter." Contrary to the relaxed expression, Uncle Sun grimaced and replied, "If this is called luck, then living peacefully until death, we still need to repair the destroyed estate." At that moment, some muttering was heard. "Destroyed." Suddenly, Yan Qiao spoke up. "Wasn't the Green Forest tribe destroyed 20 years ago?" As soon as he finished, the atmosphere shifted from playful to extremely tense and cold. He continued speaking bitterly, similarly to before. Sun Rolan was extremely curious and began questioning what exactly happened 20 years ago. Uncle Sun replied he meant that the Heavenly Lord Bai Wuqie appeared. Sun Rolan showed an expression of utmost surprise. The Heavenly Lord was the one who cornered Mo Jiao. Gongsun Chang, looking worried, suggested, "Surely this guy is similar to Yu Gang." He confidently predicted that right here in the Green Forest tribe's mountain camp, the Heavenly Lord began building his reputation. Then Uncle Sun recalled something. "Right, I remember now. He was the one who charged alone into the Green Forest tribe." The scene of Bai Wuqie hanging on the cliff appeared. At first, the Green Forest tribe had the upper hand. He and his army below were all tense, watching closely. An arrow was shot straight at Wuqie. At his last breath, he was hit by a poisoned arrow. In Wuqie's sight, the arrow became clearer and clearer. Drops of blood splattered in the white mist. Wuqie fell off the cliff and dropped down the deep mountain wall. We thought that arrogant brat was dead. However, they saw him still standing firm, fighting during the fiercest flames. He still clearly remembered the cold gaze of Wuqie at that time. He survived, returned, and caused serious damage to the Green Forest tribe. The recent story frightened Sun Rolan. Wait Yugang was also poisoned and treated. She was tearing her hair out, unable to believe it. Could he really be the reincarnated Heavenly Lord? Gongsun Chang calmly replied, "It's still too early to say he is the reincarnated Heavenly Lord." Soon after, Sun Rolan was overwhelmed by emotion and started to lash out. What a useless statement. Uncle Sun immediately ordered, "Let him go quickly." Hearing that Sun Rolan finally let go of Gongsun Chang, but still looked resentful. Uncle Sun pondered for a long time about a difference between Yugang and the Heavenly Lord. It seemed he had found the key point: the Blue Forest Extermination Squad. He repeated to confirm his suspicion. Our Green Forest tribe was destroyed by the Blue Forest Extermination Squad, led by the Heavenly Lord. He nostalgically recounted that only after the Heavenly Lord's death was the Green Forest tribe rebuilt through great effort. We have been able to rebuild the Green Forest tribe stronger than ever. Gongsun Chang suggested Yugang didn't need the Blue Forest Extermination Squad because he already had Feng Tian. Uncle Sun was furious when his territory was mentioned. Damn it, before it was Bai Wuqie, now it's Yugang. Why does everyone choose our Green Forest tribe as the starting point? He slapped Yanqiao's face hard. Yanqiao, this is all your fault. Sun Rolan also gave Yanqiao 2 slaps. Gongsun Chang, you too. He was about to join them. Yanqiao was visibly upset and shouted angrily, "Gongsun Chang, how dare you!" They were in chaos when suddenly the door burst open. Rolan was annoyed. This guy scared me. But the person who just appeared looked extremely panicked, pale and purple, with despair, announcing that the Blue Forest Extermination Squad had been completely wiped out. Everyone in the room was astonished. Gongsun trembled all over, stammering, "The past is haunting us." However, Miaoshan still didn't want to believe it. Maybe it wasn't Yugang and Feng Tian. If recently someone has a grudge against us. He emphasized again it was the Divine Doctor. But Uncle Sun didn't believe him. It didn't take long to realize we were lying. The room sank into a gloomy atmosphere. I shouldn't have used poison. Ruolan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "It seems there's no other way." Her father was very agitated and asked for her opinion. "Have you thought about what we should do now?" She decisively said, "If we want to avoid the storm, we must hide under an umbrella and go find Yugang." She had carefully calculated before proposing this idea. "We have allied and sworn to him, so we have many reasons to find him." Hearing this desperate plan, Uncle Sun clenched his fist. "I thought I was completely free, but now I have to beg them." He angrily slammed his hand on the table repeatedly until it vanished instantly. "Damn it!" After venting his anger, he turned and left. Miaoshan, worried about the bleak situation, cautiously asked, "Miss, where is the clan leader going?" But all he got was coldness. She stood up and left. "Qingli Miaoshan. What he means is, damn it, we can't do anything now. Let's go." Her voice echoed, "Let's go find Du Yugang." Yugang had also reached the village gate. The bright sunlight reflected the silhouette of the young man. He smiled with interest, looking at the village before him. Miaoshan village, a village without sin. This is a good start. Yugang quickly arrived at Miaoshan village. He leisurely strolled around the bustling village full of people coming and going. He looked at the 2 coins in his hand, slightly pleased. After parting with Feng Tian, money fell on his head. Always lucky. Yugang remembered the harsh days eating meagerly in the cave. It was a very difficult period. Even with the pearl in hand, he felt it wasn't yet time to sell it. During the month, hiding from Feng Tian, he had to hunt wild animals to survive. He excitedly thought, finally I can have a decent meal. Yugong confidently entered a restaurant. The owner warmly welcomed him. Welcome, honored guest. Then he asked what he could buy with this money. The owner cheerfully replied, just enough for 3 meat buns and a bowl of thin noodles. Yugong immediately ordered. Then give me a bowl of thin noodles. The owner invited him to a table. Sorry, it's lunch hour and all seats are taken. Would you mind sharing a table with others? He didn't mind at all. No problem. Every cloud has a silver lining. Though sharing a table, I want to observe the village's situation. Listening to everyday conversations is even better. The conversation in the restaurant caught his attention truly. When 2 men sitting next to him talked back and forth, there's no way someone can leap over a 10-foot wall. That's called cheating. The other quickly added, seems like you haven't met that muscular quack doctor who came here last time. The other recalled. He told a dramatic story about a muscular quack doctor who specialized in showing off his skills. Then he pulled out a sinister-looking sword and started stabbing wildly into his own body. What was even more amazing was that the sword shattered after stabbing his neck heart and all over his body. Yugong found it interesting. Indestructible Vajra, surely a top expert of Feng Tian. He also heard the man say, but the main story is just beginning. A child about 9 years old saw this and imitated by stabbing himself too. They held people. The truth was horrifying and unbelievable. He replied hastily, if the result was so scary, why would I tell you? Because the sword breaks on strong impact, the child was unharmed. The quack doctor ran away barefoot. Yugong listened carefully and thought, now I understand why this place is called Innocent Village. A village completely unaware of martial arts Zhenghu. The man sitting next to him boldly said, with the world's tongues, anything can be said. Let me tell you a story about someone running on a cliff like walking on land. This made Yugong choke. Because of this, Yugong coughed harshly, so the man patted his back. Young man, take your time eating, his friend asked Yugong. You look unfamiliar. Are you a tourist? He replied lightly. Yes, he said. Then you came at the right time. Starting tomorrow, there will be a big feast at Longyun Hall. That was the small alley filled with beautiful lantern light and gazes. Yugong was curious. Seems like there's a celebration in the village. They said yes. It's the birthday of a village elder. There will be 3 days of grand feasting. Thanks to that, no one will go hungry for 3 days. I was planning to fast since morning to eat to my heart's content there. The most impressive thing when Yugong first set foot in Miaoshan village was seeing the lively shops and happy villagers. Hainan Island is good, but Innocent Village is a wonderful, peaceful village where people live without worries and are always hopeful for tomorrow. A village like this makes me want to sell the pearl to help them. He politely said, Thank you for your words. May I ask where Longyun Hall is? That night near the village, the martial arts hall, the 9th Dragon Sect leader of the prefecture. The 9th Dragon Sect leader was sleeping in his room. He vaguely heard someone calling, Get up. I told you to get up. But he didn't believe it was a dream. I am the 9th Dragon Sect leader. How dare someone intrude here? It's been a long time since anyone dared speak rudely to me like that. Unable to hear signals, the person stabbed hard into his leg. How dare you laugh? The pain woke the 9 Dragon Sect leader. In front of him was Feng Tian, imposing 2 warnings were enough. But he ignored who are you. However, his attack had no effect on Feng Tian. The 9 Dragon Sect leader doubted if it was a displacement technique. Suddenly, Feng Tian pressed hard on his foot. Do you want to die? The pain was excruciating. He shouted, You have no right to question me. Shut up. Let me ask you if you dare speak again. I'll gouge your eyes out. That statement made him suspect that in this region, the only one daring to target him could be the Bright Purity Sect leader. And the New Moon Gang leader. Could it be the New Moon Gang, which recently had many conflicts with him and sent assassins here? He even asked how much did the New Moon Gang leader pay you? Feeling disrespected. Feng Tian glared. How dare you ask me again? Actions speak louder than words. As he prepared to gouge his eyes, the man said, I'll pay you double, no triple, the money. The New Moon Gang leader gave you. He emphasized, Did you just ask me that? The ninth dragon sect leader was near death, having lost his strength and only desperately begged, "Sir, please spare me. Don't gouge my eyes out." But the person beside him woke up, "Master." "What are you saying?" She screamed in fright. Feng Tian, furious and reckless, slapped her hard, too noisy. The slap shocked the nine dragon sect leader. He was near that girl, lamenting. "My life's meaning is to be despised by Feng Tian." Crying just because of a woman. Truly despicable, not even worth gouging eyes. The woman turned around. It was unbelievable that she had left with eyes unable to close. Seeing the corpse right on the ninth dragon sect leader, fear spread and chaos ensued. Yet Feng Tian still said the reason the first time he called him, he should have immediately gotten up. If he had, he wouldn't have been injured, the woman wouldn't have had trouble, and it was all his fault. But he cried, "I was just sleeping." So the nine dragon sect leader admitted it was all his fault and begged for any orders. Then Feng Tian said it seemed better for 3 people to listen, so come in. They saw 2 people allowed inside. The nine dragon sect leader easily recognized. They were the New Moon Gang leader and the Bright Purity sect leader. Both had bruised and purple faces. Feng Tian ordered everyone to kneel. The 3 gang leaders, terrified, obeyed him. "I called you here to find someone." They were curious who it was and if they needed to kill him. He didn't know that Feng Tian hated being questioned and retorted, "How dare you question the gang leader? I beg you, please spare my eyes." But he was kicked by him, flying mercilessly into the wall. He continued threatening them. "If you can lick his feet, that's your honor. If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll kill you all and find others." The 3 reluctantly agreed. Feng Tian also said, "You should feel lucky. The person you're looking for is my master. My agility isn't refined enough to keep up with him." They wondered who his master really was and why he abandoned his subordinates. "If he can't find him, how can we?" Immediately after, Feng Tian placed a jade on the ground. He said, "Bring me all information related to this night pearl within 3 days. If there's no result in 3 days, you don't need to exist anymore. Then you don't need to exist anymore." Bright Purity sect leader sat in the middle, cursing inwardly. Who dared blatantly sell a night pearl like this? Outwardly he panicked, clasped his hands and obeyed. Understood. Later, the village manager looked at the dazzling pearl eyes, wide mouth open, shouting, "Are you really selling this night pearl?" Yugang looked at his reaction, smirked proudly. "Just 1 night pearl, and you're that amazed. Judging by your reaction, it seems very beneficial to this village." He held the pearl, staring intently, and said, "I've never seen anything so precious, so I don't know how to price it reasonably." He raised his hand to deny and smiled. "I only intend to sell it at a low price, so you don't need to act like that." He smiled on the surface and explained, "That's unacceptable. We can't allow an unfair deal in this village." He wanted to invite an expert appraiser to ensure it was properly valued. Yugang clearly understood his intention and thought it was funny that a village manager was so kind-hearted. Suddenly he put the pearl down and said, "But there's a small problem." He rubbed his chin and explained the issue, probably just making it up. The appraiser from Trin Chao would take at least 5 days to arrive. Then he pretended, "This is an unavoidable matter," with a cunning look in his eyes. He directed them to the guest house and suggested, "If you don't mind, please rest at the guest house of Long Yun Manor while waiting. I'll handle this." Yugang calmly stood up, smiled politely, and replied, "Thank you." In his heart, he thought it was ridiculous how considerate this stranger was. Leaving Jianghu, I realize life can be so warm. He complied with the elder's wishes and slowly walked to the door. Suddenly, he stopped and reminded, "Keep it secret that I brought the luminous pearl here." The village manager smiled trustfully. "I won't let anyone know about this." Truly a professional and reputable businessman. At this time, the chubby village lord who knew the situation stood up, laughing loudly. "A kid brought a night pearl here. What a great opportunity." The village manager discreetly reported with a respectful bow, "Even better, I've confirmed there are 2 more night pearls." He proudly said, "I asked the servant to check his clothes when he bathed, to see if there was anything else." His face was sly and pleased as he reported the results. Besides the night pearl, he found 2 daggers, surely for self-defense. A woman with flashy makeup sitting next to the village lord chuckled and squinted. Not sure who this nomadic rogue is. He speculated, judging by his actions and demeanor. He seems to come from a noble family. The chubby village lord held a fine bottle of wine and happily considered. So he's not a thief. This will make things easier. He asked the gray-haired, scar-faced elder standing proudly beside him. Are you confident, Guin? From his eyes, it was clear he was confident, having struggled long in the harsh martial world. He calmly replied, Rest assured, entrust this mission to me, village lord. Indeed, his identity was no joke. That back had clearly been through many battles with feet soaked in blood. The chubby village lord even praised him. Guin, you truly are a cold-blooded killer, one of the masters in the village. He opened the lid of the wine bottle he was holding, releasing a thick pink aroma. He said, if you can quietly complete this mission. Guin swallowed greedily, smiled slightly confused, and asked rose wine. The old man glanced at him meaningfully and sneered, All right, I'll have a glass of rose wine and wait here. Guin didn't reply, just bared his teeth in a satisfied smile. He fondled the sword blade, his face full of killing intent, and replied, No need to use full strength on a kid like this. I will complete the mission and return safely. In the guest house where Yugong was staying temporarily, he stood by the window, looked up at the sky with boredom, and muttered, I've been here for 2 days now. If I get the chance to go to Hainan Island, I must build a village like this. Yugong recalled the lively, bustling scene along the town's streets and longed for a comfortable bed, a hot meal, and the joyful, bustling sounds of the feast. Yugong was quiet, suddenly sitting in meditation on the floor. His mind was highly focused, calm, like drops of water flowing into a chain of interconnected links. He silently pondered that, to enjoy these things, one needs strength. Recalling the moment he acquired a new skill while fighting Feng Tian, it was one of the links he created. He was somewhat satisfied. I've almost perfected the Earth Lord's dragon hand. Yugong stood in the center of a large, magical spiderweb in his spiritual space, thinking it was a method to emit true energy like a web to bind and control enemies. Then he stared at his hand, deeply thoughtful, wondering if it could only be used with the dragon hand. He imagined the throwing knife and sword, boldly speculating, what if I apply it to the Silver Soul Island? Immediately, in the current space, Yugong swung his hand quickly, throwing the Silver Soul Island dart, which flew straight and stuck into the wall in the blink of an eye. He looked at the dart, stuck in the wall, still slightly smoking, somewhat disappointed. The distance to the wall was only about 200 meters, making it hard to retrieve the hidden weapon from that distance. Then Yugong boldly raised his hand to create a compressed breeze, like white silk threads bending and shooting toward the hidden weapon. He thought, but what if it's the Earth Lord's dragon robe? The white threads flew to bind the knife handle, causing it to tremble slightly. He saw the result, looking quite satisfied, raised his fist in celebration, and laughed loudly. That's good. Suddenly, Yugong realized the door behind him was knocking. He quickly stood up and said, Please come in. Inwardly, he blamed himself for being too focused to notice the enemy approaching. The person entering was a maid who had searched his belongings earlier. She bowed and asked, Young master, did you sleep well? Yugong recognized her as the girl who took care of him yesterday. Today, he didn't answer, but asked, Is there something you need? She informed him, The village lord sent me to serve and take care of you during your rest. Yugong frowned, slightly displeased, thinking darkly and sarcastically, Because I'm an honored guest, you intend to serve me all the way to my bed. He turned away coldly and replied, You don't have to do that just because you're a maid. The maid looked sad and embarrassed, saying, But the village lord ordered it. Yugong couldn't help but shout, Even if you're a maid, you don't have to sacrifice yourself to please me for one night. At that moment, the maid hadn't finished listening and was setting up a large white candle, saying, The master told me to give you this incense to help you sleep better. Yugong and she froze, staring at each other, both motionless and embarrassed. She was motionless, eyes wide in shock and confusion, and spoke anxiously. Yugong's face was stiff, as if glued, embarrassed to the point of almost melting. The maid serving probably felt disgusted with me, so she hurriedly put down the candle, forcing a smile and stammering, That's a fragrance, no, a sleep aid scent. Well then, I wish you a good night. She quickly rushed out, leaving the room silent, except for the male lead's figure. His face was now as red as a boiled shrimp, embarrassed to the point of madness. Yugang gritted his teeth bitterly, looked at the damn candle repeatedly, slapped his forehead, and cursed loudly. So stupid, I misunderstood, because I was thinking about sleep. His head was steaming from the slaps. Yugang reached for the candle, annoyed, reminding himself, next time I definitely won't let such misunderstandings happen again. The scented candle was now burning a small flickering flame. He put it behind him, calm and unguarded, then turned back to where he was before. Yugang sat down by the window, coughing a few times, praising. This fragrance really helps calm the mind. Tomorrow I must thank the village lord. Then he closed his eyes and began to focus and imagine. Chains of water drop links appeared in his mind as he calculated. The Earth Lord's dragon hand was not yet fully developed, so he needed to concentrate more, releasing threads from his palm to wrap around the soul steel. Suddenly his meditation was interrupted as he sensed footsteps approaching. Hearing the door open, he wondered if it was the maid from before, and why she was coming this way. Yugang opened his eyes and was startled to see a wide-eyed face very close to his. The man wore a white mask, revealing only his eyes, and was crouched near Yugang. Holding a piece of black cloth, he nervously said, The village lord specially assigned me here." Yugang was startled, raised his hand to his chest, breathing heavily, and asked suspiciously, "I've already received the candle, but you don't look like someone sent by the village lord." He secretly panicked, thinking maybe they sent the maid away and replaced her with a male servant. Then he imagined being scared stiff when the man crazily tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular body, shouting angrily, "The village lord specially assigned me here." Unbearable. Jianghu is dangerous, and the outside world is no less brutal. Back to reality. The masked man rubbed his neck, smiled politely with a slightly embarrassed expression, and said, "Sorry to bother you. I was sent to ask if you need anything." Yugang, confused and unguarded, still sitting, replied, "I don't need anything, you can go. But why do you have to wear a mask like that?" He stood up and approached the door briefly, explaining, "It's because I'm sensitive to scents, so I have to wear a mask. Please continue resting." Yugang was a bit annoyed, closed his eyes, and returned to meditation, somewhat suspicious. Is this really normal concern? They care about me too much. Now back to the Earth Lord's dragon hand. Suddenly there was a noise from the door opening. This time he was annoyed and couldn't stand it anymore, cursing inwardly. Appearing again. Even if it's the bathroom, no one visits that often. He looked like he was about to go crazy, opened his eyes, and growled, "I told you, I don't need anything." Suddenly the one who entered was not the man with the white mask, but a large stranger, dressed in black, fully covered, holding a knife, standing firmly at the door. Yugang was startled, quickly stood up and shouted, "Who are you?" He held a hidden weapon, cautiously asking, "Are you sent by Wasian's sect or from the cult?" The man remained silent. Indeed, it was Guwen sent to assassinate. He glanced at Yugang with a smug, mocking smile. A dying man still talks too much. Yugang was a bit panicked, sweating profusely, thinking, I can't sense his aura. Seeing the terrifying, killing aura he radiated, Yugang was certain and highly alert that he was no ordinary person. Yugang's eyes hardened. He was briefly stunned by the masked man's power. I can't grasp his momentum. He suddenly recalled the scene of encountering him on the bustling street. The man radiated an astonishing power that even attracted him. He frowned, thinking the realm had reached such a peak that it could perfectly conceal its aura. Yugang immediately prepared for battle, wary as he looked at him unexpectedly facing such a high-level expert here. He clenched the weapon in his hand fiercely, thinking, I haven't lived a normal life yet. I can't die like this. At that moment, Yugang threw his weapon ready to fight him. At the same time, he leapt up, sharp weapons flying everywhere in the room, but unfortunately, he couldn't cut the masked man who stood still calmly as if nothing was happening. Seeing the unexpected situation, he gritted his teeth tightly. The man was silent and motionless, which made him panic. How could he not move at all? Immediately, Yugang rushed in front of him, using magic to throw away the weapon in his hand. In a brief instant, he appeared right beside him with a sharp knife. He stared in confusion. What exactly are you plotting? The masked man glanced at him briefly. Yugong immediately pointed the knife at his neck, eyes full of killing intent. Do you underestimate this attack? Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a meeting was underway. The chubby village lord's voice rang out. Perhaps that brat is already helpless now. The man standing beside agreed. Yes, Guin's power is so great even I find it hard to measure. The woman glanced thoughtfully, then curled her lips and curiously asked him, Have you witnessed his power firsthand? He suddenly recalled Yugong's formidable strength and immediately nodded. Yes, I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The man calmly recounted that after completing his mission, he immediately returned to training. He remembered the flying knives everywhere around the masked man, leaving dazzling trails. Thinking of that, he swallowed and continued. Guin was tense there, and so was everyone else. With just a fingertip, the trembling voice of the man echoed as he swallowed. Thinking of the masked man's situation, he said he pierced through a wooden plank. The masked man was none other than Guin. He was stunned, thinking he suddenly disappeared and reappeared before me. In a moment, Yugong suddenly appeared beside Guin, who was stunned, thinking, What since when was he here? He stood still, watching the weapons and Yugong flying before him. He was so scared, he couldn't lift his legs. Guin was amazed, especially since Yugong was now flying in the air. Is he really human? That's impossible. Yugong vanished and reappeared, flying up behind Guin. He helplessly thought ordinary people obviously can't fly. The chubby village lord cautiously said, Guin truly is a monster beyond reason. Meanwhile, in the fight, Yugong's sharp eyes pointed the knife directly at Guin. Back to the conversation, the man nodded. He even shot blindfolded and hit the target from 3 zhang away. At that moment, Guin was immediately hit by Yugong's deadly strike. As for the village lord, after hearing this, he stood up proudly and said, Then let's bring the rose wine to Longyun Hall now. He smugly sneered. The task assigned to Nine Clouds must have been completed. The village lord laughed, but didn't know Guin was lying barely alive, about to die from Yugong's powerful attack. Yugong looked at Guin lying flat on the ground and immediately smiled brightly. I did it. Being stabbed this badly, it's hard to survive. He frowned and immediately asked, Now will you talk? Who are you? Guin coughed weakly. He couldn't lift himself, angrily lying flat on the ground. Guin's hoarse voice echoed, I can pierce through a wooden plank. He was stunned. Piercing through the wooden plank. Yugong suddenly flew out the window. His deep voice echoed, Village lord is in danger. At the crowded party, people came and went. The chubby village lord's face was flushed as he laughed loudly, happily raising his voice. Hurry up, everyone! Raise your glasses and celebrate! He smirked, thinking, Soon the night pearl will be completely mine. Just as he finished thinking, Yugong appeared with a bloodied face, raising an eyebrow. Annoyed? You brought the night pearl. The chubby village lord and the woman managing the village were instantly stunned, staring at him. Yugong gritted his teeth and immediately advanced toward them. The chubby village lord looked up, then, seeing the situation was bad, stammered, What? After finishing, Yugong slapped his greasy face angrily, shouting, Good village! What the hell is that? After a while, the situation changed. The village lord and his gang knelt helplessly in a row, their faces all wrinkled like monkeys. Yugong paced back and forth in front of them, questioning, This is my first time killing someone. If you had warned me, why would I be so cruel? The chubby village lord's face darkened in confusion. Hearing Yugong's frustration, he shouted, I am a cultivator, yet today I had to kill a mortal. It's shameful to my conscience. Letting mortals wield swords and knives, this place is even crueler than Jianghu. Yugong, purging evil and eliminating violence, pointed directly at the village lord's face and warned, Under the name of Wufan Village, how many lives have you taken? If you have any conscience left, confess now. An old man dressed in black suddenly spoke up. Young master, it's a misunderstanding. The people are simple folk, only oppressed by the village lord. Yugong turned to look at the old man for a moment, then questioned. Those oppressed people are drinking and feasting like this. Even if I don't want to misunderstand, it's impossible.